the divine anime system. Chapter 41, Immortal Killer. True 8 inner gates, 7th gate open. Ray shouted as his aura exploded out once more. Casting purple fire around his, the aura mixed with the fire, giving his an offensive and defensive coating. Bringing Tima upwards, Ray dashed towards Kaido, went on the defensive. Swinging diagonally with Tima, Ray quickly feinted the attack and jumped upwards, cleaving the sword towards the back Kaido's neck. Demonstrating incredible speed, Kaido turned around and blocked the attack. Kaido's skin started to blister, but it wasn't serious. Jumping upwards, Ray brought Tima in front of him, which then burst out in purple flames. Putting a palm on the blade, Ray then had blue fire, Alucard ability, burst out. The two fires twisted and merged as a white flame was born. Reading the blade once more, Ray dashed towards Kaido. Just as the white blade collided with Kaido, the blade cut through his arm, easily turning it to ash. Seeing this, Kaido was enraged as he used his fruit and turned to a dragon. The skies thundered as a colossal dragon descended. "Ha ha ha, Kaido, by turning into a dragon you have dug your grave," Ray said with a giant smirk. Bringing Tima in front of him, Ray said, "Let me show you. This is the truth of Ascalon." Tima started to glow brighter as its shape started to change. "Thou dragon with sin." Kaido watched with slight horror as he could feel fear coming from the blade. It wasn't his own fear, but rather the dragon in him that fears the blade. Ascalon. St. George's sword that is used to kill dragons. Also a noble phantasm with incredible defense which can be changed to offense. Ray shouted as Tima extended slightly in length, the hilt guard had morphed slightly and there are now carvings of dragons on the blade. Ray's 14 wings unfurled as he flew at high speeds towards Kaido. Sweeping sideways, a golden sword energy rushed towards Kaido, who dodged and shot fire towards Ray. Useless. Ray shouted as he ate the fire easily. 12 wings once again became magic circles as Ray pointed his palm at Kaido with the circles in between them. Kaido didn't understand what Ray was doing, so he flew forward to intercept. White fire swirled and gathered into an orb in front of Ray's palm. 12-layer acceleration, laser. Ray shouted as the fire shot forward, accelerating at insane speed towards Kaido. Aerg. Kaido screamed out in pain as the laser hit him before he could dodge. Taking this change, Ray charged forward as he swung the Ascalon-infused Tima towards Kaido. The blade hit Kaido, causing him to be launched towards the ground. Bang. A huge collision occurred as a dragon could be seen injured on the ground. But Ray frowned as the blade couldn't cut through Kaido's scale even with the help of Ascalon. "Let's try this," Ray said as he brought his palm upwards. A huge sword was slowly being formed as its shadow easily covered a large portion of the country. Kaido rushed towards Ray and swiped his tail infused with Haki at Ray. Bringing Tima upwards, Ray prepared to use the momentum to cut off a portion of Kaido's tail. The blade lit up with a white glow as the tail collided with it. Sparks appeared at the point of collision as the tail was cut off. Edinburgh. Kaido bellowed out in pain. As the 1,000-feet blade was finished, Ray started to try and fuse the elements of Ascalon into the blade. The 1,000-feet blade started to change as the blade started to show runes engraved onto it. Blade fusion, 1,000 feet Ascalon. Ray said as the blade was finished, he had gotten this idea from how Tima was able to merge itself with other blades to boost itself. Enkidu. Golden chains shot outwards as it wrapped Kaido with golden bindings. Snapping his fingers, Ray made several more chains from different directions, locking Kaido in place. Ray then covered with sword with a white flame as he looked towards Kaido. Straining himself one more time, Ray made 12 magic circles once more. He could only use this move a few times safely before he had to rest for a long time so it could lessen the strain on his circuits. 12-layered acceleration, Mabiki Suru, decimate. Ray said as the blade accelerated faster and faster. As it hit the last circle, it shot forward at breaking the sound barrier. Banin Neng. The country shook as everyone could see a 1,000-feet blade sticking out of the ground. A deep ravine without a bottom could be seen splitting the country in half. Panting heavily, Ray glided down onto a nearby building. Looking downwards, Ray could see Kaido missing half of his body. Fucking hell, if he survived that, I would have been fucked, Ray said between breaths. However, a fruit caught his attention as it slowly turned into a devil fruit. Holy shit, Eve, is that Kaido's fruit? Ray asked the obvious. Yeah, because it's a high-ranked mythic fruit. I should be able to increase the potency of the quake/tremor fruit. Eve said. Jumping down, Ray grabbed the fruit. Here you go, Eve. Ray said, bringing out the tremor fruit as well. Haha, now watch me work my magic. Eve said as the fruits deconstructed, breaking apart and reforming into new versions. Eve, which one is the tremor fruit? Ray asked as the fruits now look the same. Right. Eve said. Nodding, Ray took a bite from the right fruit. I meant left. Eve suddenly shouted. Ray's eyes widened like saucers as he was about to ram his fist into his throat to pull the fruit out. Ha 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 ha, I'm joking. You should have seen your face. Eve laughed. Ray's eyes and mouth twitched furiously as a vein could be seen on his head. This expression hasn't been seen in many years as Ray had more control over himself. Yeah, oh well, let's get out of here. Ray sighed, crushing the other fruit so it can respawn into the world with its defects. Launching a purple fireball upwards, Ray sent the signal for Ace to come to him. Whilst waiting for Ace, Ray looked at the 1,000-feet blade dematerializing. I swear if I wasn't such a terrible matchup with Kaido I will lose. Even then I barely won with this advantage. Ray thought. Well, unlimited blade works in itself has barely any bad matchups since it's so versatile. Also Ray, this is only the start of your journey, you have plenty of time to get stronger. Eve encouraged. Yeah, now let's get to making you a body once we leave this place. Ray said, standing up since Ace was approaching. Unfurling his wings, Ray took off with Ace. Fleet Admiral Akiji. We have something urgent to show you from the Wano country. A marine shouted in a panic. Watching the clip, Akiji's face was anything but positive. Hiya, another emperor is gone. The power vacuum has increased now. Akiji said with a heavy sigh. Change his bounty title and number. Title, Immortal Killer/Lone Emperor. Bounty, 100 billion. Marine warning, run at all costs to lessen casualties. Akiji said, updating Ray's bounty. Extra extra. Lone Emperor Ray kills Kaido of the Beast. Bounty 100 billion. The news spread all over the world as Ray killed Kaido. Pictures show the deep trench splitting the country, the corpse of Kaido and the image of Ray versus the dragon form of Kaido. Ha 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 ha, guys. Ray's bounty shot up to 100 billion. Shanks shouted to the crew. Oh my god, some members shouted in surprise. Ha ha ha, this calls for a celebration. Party. Shanks shouted happily. Guys. Ray took down the strongest emperor. Kaido of the Beasts. Bounty 100 billion. Chopper shouted, passing the crew a copy of the newspaper. Iha. Nami and Usopp shouted. 100 billion. The rest shouted, hearing the astronomical price. Isn't that like super high? Frankie said. Damn, isn't this a bit too ridiculous? They all thought. Daffy. Lone Emperor Ray had killed Kaido. Treble said, running to Doflamingo. What? He shouted in surprise. Frowning, Doflamingo was pissed at Ray but couldn't do anything. With Ray at the top of the throne war, we should be able to launch more operations with him drawing all the attention. Doflamingo said, adjusting his plans. Chaos occurred all over the world from the feat of Ray killing Kaido. Pirates and marines feared while some supernovas itched to fight and kill Ray. He is now also known as the man closest to being the Pirate King. Even closer than Whitebeard. Chapter 42, Eve. While the world was in chaos after Ray had killed Kaido, Ray himself was preparing to build the body for Eve. Ace, keep watch for me, okay? I need to do something important and I can't break my concentration too much. Ray said, looking at Ace. Sure. Ace said as he walked away. Making sure that Ace is far enough, Ray continued on with his plan. Sitting down, Ray entered his mindscape. Fuu, you ready, Eve? Ray asked as he prepared to make her body. Yeah, just don't exert yourself too much, Ray. Eve said with worry. Don't worry, Eve, now, Avalon. Ray shouted as the sheath appeared. Stamping downwards, energy flooded the mindscape. A rainbow of energy was gathering towards where Ray stood. Veins could be seen tensed, as Ray concentrated in making Eve's body. Hiya! Ray shouted as he tried to exert more power towards the making process. He wanted Eve's body to be the best it could be. One which she could also protect herself. Clasping his hands together, Ray started to make the female body base. The land in the mindscape shattered as Ray attempted to create a something that went against the law of nature. The world laws forced Ray and Avalon out of the mindscape, lighting clouds gathers as it tried to stop Ray. Fuck off! Ray shouted as he opened the seventh gate. Bankai! Nanatsu no Tengaku! Ray shouted as 14 wings appeared. 7-layered protection array. The 14 wings detached and formed 7 domes stacked on top of each other. Row Ajax. Shouting once more, Ray added another 7 layers of protection. The clouds rumbled as lighting started to gather. Energy swirled around in the clouds as Ray continued to make Eve's body. Ray's eyes became bloodshot as he concentrated harder. His body thrummed with power. Separating his palms, Ray pointed one up and the other down. Moving both hands in a clockwise motion, Ray slammed them together once more as the rainbow energy started to string itself around Avalon. Bang! Heavenly lighting crashed into the defensive maneuvers that Ray had put in place. Instantly decimating Row Ajax, the lighting continued onto the 7-layered protection array. The lighting had faltered slightly before it started to break through the array. Pioning. The first layer shattered. Tisk. Ray clicked his tongue as the energy started to form the torso of Eve. Pioning. 2 more layers shattered as the lightning gained momentum. Hiya! Ray shouted as thousands of blades shot out of the ground flying towards the lighting. Sparks flew everywhere as the blades broke one after another. Lucifer! Help out! Ray shouted as he bit his lip and spat out a drop of blood. Ha 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 ha, Ray, making the last of body now are we. Well, retract your blades and don't waste your energy. I got this. Lucifer said as he formed himself from the drop of blood. Wearing black armor with short black hair, Lucifer could be seen with devilish charm. Unfurling his wings, Lucifer shot towards the lightning. Ray retracted the swords and increased the speed of the energy gathering. Ha ha ha. Puny lightning, disappear. Lucifer shouted as he sent his own black lightning towards it. The two clashed, causing it to split up and spread to other parts of the island, reducing mountains to dust. Ray exerted himself as much as he could. Almost kneeling from the lack of energy, Ray stamped down as hard as he could, causing the ground to crack. Ray, stop, it's fine. Forget it. Eve shouted, seeing the lightning strike both harder and faster to the point even Lucifer had some problem. She didn't want Ray to be hit by it as she knew he could die the moment it hit him. Stubborn, Ray shook his head as he quickly ate a healing pill to keep going. He couldn't give up now, he was so close and the finish was within his grasp. Taking a deep breath in, Ray shouted, trying to exert himself more. Hiya! His aura exploded out in a frenzy as his skin ripped and repaired at ridiculous speeds. More and more energy was gathered towards him, increasing the speed to making Eve's body. Kuah! Lucifer shouted as he coughed up blood when the lighting struck him. Crashing back down on the earth, Lucifer stood up holding the wound that opened up on his shoulder. Fuck. I, Lucifer, the origin demon, shall fight you for 100 rounds, you lighting fucker. Lucifer shouted as he flew back up for another fight. Aiming his hand upwards, Lucifer gathered purple fire, which then slowly changed from purple to blue to white and finally pure black as the fire started to burn light itself. Disappear. Lucifer shouted as the fire shot upwards, erasing all the lightning that could be seen. However, with each one destroyed, another 2 formed. Fuck. Lucifer cursed, looking as this. Looking down at his body, Lucifer could see that he couldn't stay out for any longer. TSK. Ray. The rest is up to you. He shouted as his body turned back to blood. Lighting gathered once more in large quantities as Ray was about to finish the body. The lightning morphed into a lance to increase its piercing power. Striking down faster than the speed of sound, the lightning crushed 3 of the remaining 4 layers of protection. Come on. Ray shouted as he formed the last few section of Eve's body. Asterisk bang. Quaerarag. Just before he could finish, the lightning had broke through the last layer and struck Ray's body, causing him to cry out in pain and spit out blood. Ray! Eve shouted in panic, seeing Ray get struck by lightning. Ray's vision started to fade as he fell on his knees. From what remained of his vision, Ray could see the body almost finish forming. Exerting himself one last time, Ray pushed to form the last piece. Eve, go, insert, soul, energy. Ray said weakly as his vision faded. Eve quickly infused her soul energy into the body, taking control of it. Ray. Eve grabbed Ray into her embrace before he could fall. Looking down, she could see his face pale and covered with blood. Moving his white hair away from his face, Eve watched Ray take weak, shallow breaths. Baka Ray. Eve said quietly with tears at the corners of her eyes as she held him. The lightning had stopped the moment Eve's body had finished forming. The clouds dispersed as the skies calmed. Who are you? A voice shouted. Ace POV. Who are you? I quickly asked in shock and confusion. Earlier, there had been lightning striking down in this location, which had even caused the mountains to disappear. But what kind of lightning was that? My body didn't listen to me and I couldn't move. Once I could, I ran towards where Ray was, and there she was. Long pale blue hair, deep blue eyes, and wearing a white one-piece dress. She held Ray in her embrace like he was the most precious thing in the world. She didn't even notice her dress stained by Ray's blood. She looked over at me for a slight moment before she turned back to Ray. I wasn't sure what her objectives are, but with Ray this injured, I can't take chances. I walked towards her slowly to not startle her, but purple fire suddenly lit up in a circle around her and Ray. Blades appeared mid-air and ice lances formed. What? How does she have Ray's abilities? URG, where am I? Ray said as he looked around him. Nothing. There were nothing around him, no land, no water, no sky. Just a white space which oddly didn't hurt the eyes. Eve. Ray suddenly remembered what happened before he passed out. He started to panic as he couldn't hear her voice. Ray, don't panic. A neutral voice rang out. Who? Ray shouted as he went on the defensive. I'm the system god, or as Eve liked to call main system. I would like to thank you for making her a body. While she did originate from me, you have made her a separate entity. She is effectively my daughter, and while I cannot display emotions like her, I still know when to say thanks. So Ray, I am grateful for you making her a body despite the difficulties. If you had gave up at the end, her body would have been a failure. The voice of the main system rang out. So you're her parent? Ray asked in mild confusion. Yes, I don't have much time to talk to you, but I have given you and her a gift which will be unlocked once you enter the Ascendant combat rank. And don't you dare disappoint her, because you don't want to find out what I can do with my authority as the system god. The main system said before the space started to collapse. Why? Before Ray could even react, he blacked out once more. Chapter 43, Holiday. URG. Ray woke up, body in pain. Slowly opening his eyes, he could see a woman holding him in her arms. She had deep blue eyes, long blue hair that went past her waist, and wearing a light blue dress. Eve. Ray called out. Ray. She said, holding him tighter. So it worked, I'm glad. Ray said, enjoying the embrace. Oi, Ray. Say, could you get your murder girlfriend to stop aiming death towards me? Ace suddenly cut it. Looking haggard, Ace had heavy purple rings under his eyes. He was surrounded by blades, fire, and ice about to strike him. HM. Now you're fine, go to sleep for a while. Ray said, dismissing what he said. You, forget it, good night. Ace said, instantly falling asleep. So Eve, did you know I just talked to the system god? Ha 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 ha, she was so protective over you. Ray said with a small smile. Ha 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 ha, I guess in effect I'm the system god's daughter after all. Eve said with a smile, still holding Ray. Oh yeah, Ray, so when you spat blood on my body before it finished, you gave me the 2 bloodlines that you have. Eve said, breaking the news to him. What about your first feeding? Ray said, worried about Eve. Don't worry about it, I don't really need to drink blood, you see. But the bloodlines gave me all the abilities but weaker, Eve replied. I can also change my body to suit your tastes, you know. So if you wanted Imuto-chan, then you get Imuto-chan. Eve said suddenly as her body started to change. Her height decreased as her hair became pure white. Eyes scarlet and skin slightly pale but not too pale. Tada Eve mode, Imuto, she said with playfulness. Ha ha ha, so Eve, can you still use the system? Ray asked, watching in amusement as she changed her body continuously. Yeah, I can use it like before, but I can't buy anything from the shop. Eve said, eventually settling with the body she just changed into. She was shorter than Ray by half a head, smooth skin, white hair with small hints of blue, red eyes, slim body, and C to D cup-sized breasts. There, this one feels comfortable, she said as she moved around a little. Hey Eve, wanna go have a small holiday in this world before we ruin the world government? Ray asked, feeling a bit better. Oh yeah. Holiday. Honeymoon. He night activities. Eve said with a wide grin and small amounts of lust in her eyes. Host system god has sent an emergency message. Touch her so soon and you die. I can't talk to you, and this is my first and last message for a while. But just because I can't talk doesn't mean I can't see. End message. Ray read with eyes wide and slightly pale. Looking over, he could see Eve face red at the fact that her parent could potentially see her doing it without her knowing. Normal holiday? Ray asked with slight awkward smile. Normal holiday. Eve confirmed, face still red. Ray then held Eve in his embrace as the two fell asleep, enjoying each other's company. Waking up with a slight yawn, Ray looked at Eve with a gentle smile. System, show me and Eve's status please. Ray thought towards the system. Name, Ray/Eve. Age, immortal. Bloodline, origin demon, Alucard. Combat rank, high sovereign/mid sovereign. Body rank, low ascendant/. Soul rank, high sovereign/divine. Willpower, high sovereign/mid sovereign. Skills, 5 out of 7. Unlimited blade works. Fire demon slayer. Frost domain. Hockey. True gura gura, quake, fruit. Empty. Passive. Kyoki plus Tengaku. Stage 1, Timanai Chinikawaki, unrelenting bloodthirst, plus Nanatsu no Tengaku, the 7 heavens. Stage 2 to 83%. Stage 3. True 8 inner gates, 92%. Thanks. Ray though looking at the stats. I'll get the last 2 abilities later. He though while Eve woke up in his arms. Morning. Eve said looking at Ray while rubbing her eyes. Smiling, Ray said good morning too. Morning Eve, so where do you think we should go for our holiday? Ray asked. Shall we go to East Blue? Let Ace meet Makino and Dayton. We can also relax there. Eve suggested as she stood up and stretched her body. Yep, let's wake Ace up. Ray said, walking over to Ace. Crouching down, Ray gave Ace a flick to the forehead. *banning. Oh shit. Ray shouted in surprise from his physical strength. The flick had caused a crater where Ace was. Ayrgrag, what the fuck? Ace shouted out in pain, clutching his head. Some blood could be seen. Ha ha ha, sorry, couldn't control my strength, ha 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 ha. Ray laughed, scratching the back of his head. Come on, we're going to East Blue. Ray said, jumping down and healing Ace. Has she changed so something? Ace asked, seeing the new form of Eve. Nope, just your imagination. Anyways, Ace, meet Eve, my lover, and Eve, you know Ace already. Ray introduced Eve to Ace. Eve, hearing how Ray called her, blushed a little. So she really was your murder girlfriend? Ace said, patting himself free from the dust. Nice to meet you, I'm Porgus D. Ace. Ace said, bowing slightly. Nice to meet you, I'm Eve. She said, bowing a little as well. Now then, shall we go to East Blue? Ray asked as they finished their introductions. Sure, they both said. Bankai, Nanatsu no Tengaku. Ray and Eve said as they unfurled their wings. Hold on, Ray, how is she able to use your powers? Ace asked, seeing this. Well, it's complicated, but she has all my abilities at around 75% to 80% power. Ray said as he grabbed Ace. Taking off, 2 streaks of light could be seen. Ha ha ha, I'm flying. Eve shouted in excitement like a child with a new toy. With a small gentle smile, Ray shook his head looking at Eve. At the speed they were flying, it didn't take long for them to reach the village. Landing on the harbor, people watched as Ray, Eve, and Ace landed. Looking around, Ray could see a marine warship. So Garp's here today. Ray said towards Eve and Ace. Oh well, let's go meet Makino. Ace said, leading the two. Ace. The village folk shouted in surprise and joy. Ha ha ha, guys. Ace shouted back as he walked over and greeted them. Ace. Makino shouted as she ran over to Ace. Hugging him quickly, he slowly cried. Thank God it wasn't fake. You're alive. She said while sobbing. Yeah, I am Makino, I have to thank Ray for that. Ace said, comforting Makino. Thank you, Ray-san, for saving Ace. Makino bowed with gratitude. Ha 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 ha, it's fine, don't worry. Ray said. Sending Haki outwards, Ray found Garp in the bar. Yo Garp. Ray shouted out. Oi Gaki. Garp shouted, walking out of the bar. You've got some nerve standing in front of me. Garp said, cracking his knuckles. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, you're Garp. I'm just here for a holiday. I even brought your grandson with me too. Ray said with a laugh. While I hate you as a Marine, I'm still thankful as a family member. Thank you for saving Ace. Garp shouted as he bowed down in gratitude. Gramps. Ace said, looking at Garp. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. Ace, have some time to talk to Garp, okay? I'll take Eve around for a while. Ray said, holding Eve's hand. Ray and Eve had a small date walking around the village. They did some shopping and tried on some cloths for Eve. Ray wasn't prepared for it and had to kill his urges quickly, otherwise the system god will kill him if he couldn't control himself. They were eating lunch when Garp sat down near them. What's up, Garp? Ray asked, looking at Garp. What are you planning to do now that you killed Kaido? Garp asked, eating some food. Are you sure you want to know? Ray asked for confirmation. Go on, I can't be surprised after you killed Kaido. Garp said, drinking some tea. All right then, I'm planning on destroying the world government and killing the celestial dragons. Ray said nonchalantly. PPPFFFFFFFFF. Garp suddenly spat out the tea, eyes wide. What? You plan on destroying the world government and celestial dragons? Garp shouted, looking at Ray. Damn it, old man. Stop shouting. Eve suddenly said, annoyed at the suddenly shout causing he to almost choke on her food. Ha ha ha, yeah Garp, I'm going to rip them from this world. Ray said while he pacified Eve. Ha 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 ha, then you should be careful of the cipher pole. While you did kill Kaido, the cipher pole have a lot more people with high strengths too. Garp said as he continued eating. Oh hiya. Garp, seems like you hate the world government. Ray said, looking at Garp. I just hate the old bastards abusing their power, ha 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 ha. Garp laughed out. Ha 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 ha, I'll punch one for you. Ray said as he continued to eat. You should also go look for my son. Monkey D. Dragon. He's a revolutionary. He could probably help you out. Garp suggested. Yeah, I will. Right then, Eve, shall we go? Ray said as he and Eve finished their lunch. Sure. Eve said as she stood up. Oigaki, can she protect herself? Garp asked, seeing how Ray planned to bring Eve into the plan. Don't worry, Garp, she has every single one of my abilities. And I'll also be there to help her. Ray said, walking out of the place holding Eve's hand. HN, good luck then, Gaki. Garp said as he continued to eat. Chapter 44, Sword of Time, Mirai. Walking out of the shop, Ray asked Eve questions. Hey Eve, you know how I made it for you to have the same abilities as me? Do you think you'll be able to change some of them? I know more abilities that would potentially suit you more than the current ones, so I'm just wondering. Ray said as it could improve their versatility in combat, making it so that they could support each other. I think I can recycle most of the abilities to get new ones. Eve said after some thought. Eve, what kind of powers do you like? Ray asked. How about beautiful ones? You'll be cool and I'll be beautiful. Eve said with a wide smile. Senbon Sakura. The cherry blossoms are very beautiful. Rei suggested. Oh, they are beautiful, aren't they? Eve said, thinking about what she can do with Senbon Sakura. So shall we keep the unlimited blade works? It's pretty versatile after all. Rei said, thinking about overall combat power. I think you can support me with that while I use Senbon Sakura, maybe a god-slaying magic. Since you have Devil Slayer, I'll be God Slayer. Eve said with a finger on her chin in deep thoughts. Cute. Rei thought, looking at Eve. Rei. Eve said, snapping him out of it. How about you keep hockey then? The observation hockey that comes with it is pretty useful even later on. Rei said quickly. Oh yeah, that would be good too. So far for me we have hockey, Senbon Sakura, and some sort of God Slayer magic. Eve said, thinking about her abilities. Hey, I just had a thought. Are you able to forfeit some of the ability slots for all God Slayer magic? Rei asked, thinking about how he had an ability that he falls back onto since it's more versatile, so Eve should have one too to help her adapt to all situations. I think I can. Eve said, unsure. I also have an idea. How about you help me forge your own Zanpakuto as well? It should allow you to have your own passive ability. Rei suggested. System, can you do that? Rei asked. Eve, status change. Age, immortal. Bloodlines, origin demon, Alucard. Combat rank, mid-sovereign, low-sovereign. Body rank. Soul rank, divine. Willpower, mid-sovereign. Skills, 7/7. Hockey, 1/7. Senbon Sakura, 1/7. All God Slayer magic, May 7th. Passive. N/A. Does host and Eve like to keep these changes? Warning, changes will be permanent. She will not get recycled abilities back. Welp, Eve, are you sure you want to keep these? Rei asked to make sure. Yep. I also want to push myself to improve my strength on my path too. Eve said, determined. Confirming choice, done. The moment the change was finished, Eve's body glowed as a katana appeared before her. A rainbow of colors danced around her as each color represented an element that she could use for her God Slayer magic. Scatter Senbon Sakura. Eve said quietly as the sword turned pink and scattered into 1,000 petals. Beautiful. Eve whispered, looking at the sakura petal-shaped blades. Yeah, it is. Rei marveled at the scene of Eve surrounded with pink sakura petals. Now shall we make your Zanpakuto? Rei asked Eve as he watched her retract Senbon Sakura. Yeah, let's go. Eve said, dragging Rei towards the mountain so that it would be easier to avoid the prying eyes. Now any intent you have for your Zanpakuto? Rei asked as he prepared to forge Eve her weapon. Yep. I want my sword to help you out in battle as much as it could. Eve said with a wide smile. Rei smiled at her gently as he became serious. Forge on. Rei said as the neon magic circuits drummed to life. Energy started to twist and fuse as it gathered in front of Rei. Eve, I want you to focus your intent using your soul force at the sword. Rei said as the sword slowly took shape. Focusing her soul force towards the sword, a white string of energy started to thread together with the currently forming blade. The formation of the blade has started to affect the surroundings as the grass grew longer while the trees aged and rotted. Sweat rolled down his forehead, as Rei didn't think that creating a Zanpakuto for someone else would be so hard. Eve also had sweat roll down her face as she had to mix her energy with Rei's to try create a stable mix as well as imprint the sword into her soul. Just as the sword was about to finish forming, the mixture of energy started to run amok. Shit. Eve, try hold it from blowing up while I finish forming it. Rei said as he tried to finesse the sword. On it. Eve quickly said as she exerted her soul force to wrap up the sword, keeping it from destabilizing. Form. Rei shouted as light erupted towards the sky, creating a beacon. The light cleared as a katana could be seen floating. It had a simple design, a curved pristine blade and a white hilt guard. Information about the sword flowed into the minds of Rei and Eve. Sword of Time. Rei said as he saw what the ability of the sword was. As the Sword of Time, I shall name you Mirai, future. Eve said as the katana flew into her hands. Sword of Time, Mirai. Passive. Increase your speed up to 30%. Decrease enemy speed up to 30%. This sword controls the laws of time. By decreasing the time around you, you move faster. By increasing the time around the enemy, they move slower. Stage 1. Stage 2. Stage 3. Well damn, Eve, your Zanpakuto uses the laws of time. Ray said as he looked at Mirai in Eve's hands. Yeah. Eve said smiling as she held her blade. Now then, I think we should prepare to attack the world government soon. Eve said as she retracted Mirai into her soul. Yeah, after we finish off the world government we can visit Mum back in Boku no Hero World. Ray said as he held Eve's hand walking back to the village. Arriving, they could see Ace and Garp talking in Makino's bar. Yo. Ray said as he walked in. Yo. Ray, so where we off to next? Ace said turning around to Ray and Eve. World government time. Ray said with a wide grin. So it's time. Ace said as he stood up. But his arm was quickly held by Garp. Ace, don't go. Garp said with his eyes shadowed. Gramps. Ace said looking at Garp. You've already died once. Don't make it a second time. Garp said sounding tired. Ace, he's right, you know. The world government could be too high of a step for you right now. Ray said after seeing Garp's concern for Ace. But. Ace hesitated. How about this, I will take you to Luffy and you join his crew. Go protect your brother Ace. Ray suggested to Ace. Yeah, fine, I'll go look after Luffy. Ace sighed as he knew that the world government will be too high a level for him. Also go to Dressrosa when you get a chance with Luffy. There is a nice surprise for you brothers. Ray said with a mysterious smile. Now then Ace, shall we go to Luffy? Ray asked, seeing Garp accept the fact that Ace will be with Luffy keeping him safe. Yeah. Ace said while he bid farewell to the village. Holding Eve and a Princess Carrie, Ray traced out Enkidu and latched it around Ace. Wait, hold on, can't she flyyyyyyyyyyyyyyyyyyyy? Ace shouted as Ray took a flying halfway through his sentence. Ace grabbed on for dear life as he swung around on the chain from all the wind that is blowing into him. Chapter 45, Mariejois. It didn't take long for the trio to find the Straw Hats' ship approaching Punk Hazard. Throwing Ace onto the deck, Ray and Eve soon followed. What the hell, Ray? Don't throw me like a rag. Ace shouted as he rubbed his backside. Shrugging, Ray let Eve down as he looked around. The Straw Hat crew was shocked seeing the sudden intrusion of the trio. However, Sanji didn't waste time and ran towards Eve and kneeling in front of her. Oh beautiful princess, far more beautiful than Boa Hancock. For what is your name? Sanji said, extending his hand. Eve. She said simply. Oh fair and beautiful Eve, would you like to have dinner with me? Sanji tried to court her. Pucci. A tick mark appeared on the head of Ray as he saw Sanji try take his lover out to dinner, in front of him for that matter. Don't worry, I got this. Eve said with a quiet voice and a wide grin. One that you could tell she was about to ruin someone's day. Ray silently prayed for Sanji. Eve suddenly transformed her body into the body of Ivanko but with colossal bulging muscles. Era Candy-chan, are you sure? The Ivanko version of Eve said in his deep rumbling voice. Hey. What the fuck? Sanji shouted in feet as he experienced PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, from his time in Okama Island. Sanji quickly ran away as fast as possible, even running into the air. PFT. Ha 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 ha. Eve laughed in her normal voice as she started to turn back into her normal form. Ha 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 ha, eyebrows, you trying to pick up my lover in front of me? Ray asked with a threatening laugh. Sanji started to sweat seeing the most dangerous emperor look at him with killing intent. Ha ha ha, come on Ray, let's go talk to Luffy. We need to get going soon. Eve said back to her normal form. Of course. Now then, Luffy. Ray shouted out as Luffy dropped down from the sails. Yo Ace, Ray, and who are you? Luffy asked. She's Eve and she's my lover. Ray said without shame, which only served to increase the blush that appeared on Eve's cheeks. Luffy, so Ace will be following your crew for a while. Me and Eve here go do something dangerous. Is that okay? Ray asked, pointing at Ace in the background. Oh. Ha ha ha, defiantly. We can go on so many adventures together. Luffy said with a massive smile. Ha ha ha, well then Ace. I'll see you soon. Ray said as he took Eve into a princess carry. Flying off, Ray went to look for Dragon in Baltigo, which is the base of the Revolutionary Army. Soon, Ray could see the island in the distance. The island was covered in white soil, tall rock pillars, and hardly any speck of green was present on the island. Ray landed on the balcony of the headquarters as people gathered surrounding the two, pointing their weapons at them. Mama, don't be so hostile. We have the same goals after all. Ray said with a mischievous grin. What does the immortal killer want with the Revolutionary Army? Dragon said, walking out of the headquarters despite the warnings of the members. Same as you, the destruction of the world government. Ray said as he leaned against the railing. Eve sat on the railing, swinging her legs back and forth, watching Ray talk with Dragon. Elbows of her knees and hands on her chin, she watched with a smile. Her white hair, which held hints of pale blue, swayed with the wind as the members of the Revolutionary Army became mesmerized by her. Oh. And what vendetta does the immortal killer have with the world government to go as far as to want its destruction? Dragon asked, trying to pry out more information. Not much of a vendetta, but rather the people there just annoy me. Ray shrugged truthfully. At least you're truthful. So what do you plan to do? Dragon asked, willing to hear Ray's opinion. Well, I'm not much of a strategist, so I just plan on destroying them fast and simple. Brute force if you would like. Ray admitted. After all, what use is strategy against unstoppable power when it can smash through any plans? Ray asked back. Then how about you take care of the cipher pole? While we the Revolution Army shall take care of everything else. Dragon suggested. Sure, me and Eve will handle the cipher poles. But do you have enough weaponry? If not, we can go to Dressrosa to take their underground supply. Ray said as he wanted to make sure the Sabo meets his brothers. I'll have Sabo, Kaola, and Hack make their way there then. Dragon said. Does Sabo have a devil fruit yet? Ray asked. As he wanted Sabo to have the magma fruit of a Kainu who he killed in the war. No, he hasn't eaten one yet. Dragon said, shaking his head. Well, Doflamingo has the magma fruit of a Kainu. I believe he hasn't given the fruit to anyone to eat just yet. And will probably use it as an attraction of a tournament. Ray said. I believe it should be helpful for Sabo. While he goes to Dressrosa, we can go attack the world government. Ray continued. We shall do just that. Dragon said as he knew about Ray's power. It could be said that it was a lot higher than Whitebeard in his prime. Kohahaha, then I'll get going to Mariejois first then. Give them a little surprise. Ray said with an ominous grin that made the temperature drop. Taking Eve into a princess carry, Ray flew off in the direction of Mariejois. Ha 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 ha, Eve, shall we give them a taste of our new powers? Ray asked while flying. He, of course, are you going to use the quake fruit? Eve asked back with a smile. Yep. I'll use the quake fruit as an opening for them. Ray replied as he thought about the next stage of his Zanpakuto. He had seen the stage 2 at around 83% towards unlocking it. Shaking his head, Ray thought about the last fight that he will have in this world. He decided to leave Big Mom for Luffy as it would help him grow. But the person behind Mariejois is highly mysterious. Controls everything from the shadows, so it is unsure what his power is truly. Say, Eve, do you think whoever gave All for One the World Combat Ranked Corps would make his move again? Ray asked as this person was able to manipulate the world laws to allow for the Corps to be used by All for One. I'm not sure, but we have to be careful in case it takes us off guard. Eve said seriously as she knew whoever could change the world laws had to be above the high tier of ascendant rank. Which means the person could be divine rank or even a god-ranked person like the system god. Yeah, but first let's deal with destroying Mariejois. Ray said as they approached Mariejois. With the improvement of his body, Ray was able to fly much faster, making traveling easier for him. Ray slowed down as he flew upwards over Mariejois. Dispersing two of his wings, Ray applied it to Eve, allowing her to stay airborne for a little while. Bringing his right fist behind him and left hand aiming at Mariejois, Ray prepared his strike. Dispersing 10 of the remaining 12 wings, Ray changed them to the acceleration circles. Ray had the idea that creating tremors could be attributed the shaking of atoms at a wide scale. So if he increased the speed of the tremors, what would happen? Ray's fist was coated with a ominous white as he compressed it to as much as what he could handle right now. At this point, one could even see Ray's arms become fuzzy from the pure speed of the vibrations. 5-layered acceleration, tremor. Ray shouted as he punched downwards. The air cracked as he punched down. The magic circles lit up, signaling that they've been activated. Silence. There were no sound as the silent destruction began. The building started to dissolve into dust. Even the slightest breeze could have blown the building away right now. Ray could see the staff of the world government look in shock as their bodies disintegrated into blood mist, which then evaporated. They didn't even have time to scream. The sea started to evaporate as the sheer speed of the tremors caused it to heat up at incredible speeds. This continued unhindered as he then saw lava rise up, slowly reforming an obsidian island which floated up as the sea water filled up the hole once more. Lava continued to spill as the once gorgeous Mariejois has now mostly became an obsidian island littered with lava. Now then, I should be coming out soon, Ray said to Eve as he prepared for the mastermind behind Mariejois to come out. Chapter 46, Elders. It didn't take long for the 5 elders to show up. Each one held a sword in their hand as they used skywalk to step in the air. Hey Ray, can I take care of them? You can save your strength for when he comes out, Eve said as she looked at Ray. Sure, I'll intervene when it gets dangerous for you, Ray said towards Eve as he traced a bow ready to attack when Eve is in danger. Ha ha ha, thanks Ray, Eve said happily as she summoned Senbon Sakura. Listen to any battle theme. Ha 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 ha, now then you old geezers, feel free to drop dead any moment now K. Eve asked with a smile which brought chills to the elders. Scatter Senbon Sakura, Eve said as she dispersed Senbon Sakura into tiny pieces. Next, come Sword of Time, Mirai, Eve said as her own Zanpakuto appeared in her hands. Separating the petals into 5 sections, each one glowed with a different color. One lit up in flames, one had wind sharpen the edges, one had high-pressure water also increasing its sharpness, one had electricity bounce off each of the blades forming a net of electricity, and the last section had a brown sheen to it with no visible changes. Without warning, Eve launched herself towards the 5 elders as she brought her sword down. Surprised at her speed, one elder quickly jumped forward to intercept while the other 4 attacked her from the sides. Sparks flashed as Eve and the elder crossed swords, while the sections of cherry blossoms intercepted the 4 elders. Each elder had to deal with either fire, wind, water, or lightning, while the earth element served to increase the gravity each time the elders were hit. While one might not increase by much, having hundreds will defiantly do something. Eve continued to clash blades with the first elder. Each hit with Mirai allowed her to slow down how fast the elder moved by 0.2%. Kohahaha. Come on geezer, Eve shouted as she too felt the joy of battle like Ray. Bringing her sword to parry a cut from the elder, Eve slid the sword to the hilt guard of Mirai. Using that as the focal point, Eve twisted her sword, cutting the elder horizontally. Blood splattered everywhere as Mirai easily cut through any defense the elder had on. Bringing her thumb to her face, Eve wiped off a bit of blood which belonged to the elder before she licked it. Her smile grew wider as her eyes started to glow a ominous red. Eve narrowed her eyes at the elder who was clutching his stomach in pain trying to stop the blood. Mirai started to glow with a black flame as Eve used Fire God Slayer magic with it. Ha 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 ha, old geezer, do you know that the flames of a god doesn't burn? No, they disintegrate everything before it can burn. Eve chuckled darkly. She suddenly flashed forward as Mirai cut towards the neck of the elder. The elder tried to dodge, but the wound on his stomach prevented this. With no choice, he had to try parry the sword. Without resistance, Mirai cut through the sword and the elder's neck easily. Twirling her fingers around, the blood started to dry out from the elder as it gathered into a pill. Eve tilted her head back and stuck out her tongue, welcoming the blood pill into her mouth. Gulp. She swallowed the pill in one go as she looked over to the rest of the 4 elders who are struggling to fight off the horde of blades. Wearing a wide bloodthirsty grin, Eve walked over to one of the elders. Swinging down Mirai, Eve tried to bisect the elder in one go. Quickly dodging to the left, the elder dodged Mirai but failed to evade Senbon Sakura from this split in concentration, causing him to be turned into a ribbon of blood and flesh. The blood rained down around where the elder had stood, causing Eve to be drenched by blood. Eve stood under the blood rain, smiling widely as his scarlet eyes glowed slightly. The scene had painted the feeling of fear inside the three elders, while Ray felt Eve was the most beautiful woman right now. Even drenched in blood and surrounded by death, Ray felt like he loved Eve more and more. Every side that she has shown so far he loved. The bloodthirsty, the battle-loving and the mischievous side of her. Everything she does just makes him more infatuated with her. Feeling the danger, the three elders nodded towards each other before quickly eating a pill, which both Ray and Eve recognized as a World Combat ranked core. Quickly tracing Calidborg 2, Ray drew back and shot the sword/arrow towards the elders. One of the elders were hit and exploded into a firework of flying limbs. However, the other two elders was able to avoid it quickly and attacked Eve, which caused her left arm to be ripped from her body. Ray saw red. Even though he knew that he and Eve was immortal and can regenerate easily, he didn't want to see her hurt like this no matter what. "Eve, come back for a second, okay?" Ray said with eerie calmness, while his eyes held cold fury. Eve nodded silently as she regenerated her arm easily. She retracted Mirai and Senbon Sakura before she flew towards Ray and stood next to him. Melting ice into water, Ray quickly washed the blood off Eve before using fire to dry her up. This didn't take more than a few seconds as Ray then looked back at the two remaining elders. Edinburgh. They suddenly screamed in pain as they didn't even see Ray go past them and rip out both of their left arms. Snapping his fingers, Ray controlled the blood in their bodies to stab, rip, and tear through their body from the inside out, slowly causing them to cry out, but no sound came. They just fell writhing in pain. Ray watched them try beg for quick relief as they couldn't take the slow death that Ray had planned out. "Boy, why extend their misery?" A voice rang out next to Ray which caught him by surprise. Jumping back and landing next to Eve, they looked at the tall figure wearing a tall crown. "I'll end this quickly," the figure said as an arm extended out and killed the two elders easily. "Now then, immortal killer Ray, how shall I deal with you and the lass?" The figure spoke as it turned back to the duo. "Nothing, since the dead can't affect the living, can they?" "I am," Ray said as he brought Tima in front of him. I see." I am spoke as suddenly an array of shadowed-out arms appeared out of him, ripping his outfit apart. Both Ray and Eve cringed slightly as they saw what happened to I am's body. His body couldn't even be called his own. Multiple limbs, faces and torsos could be seen slowly breaking out of a small husk of his old body. "His most divine has given me unrivaled power at the cost of my mortal shell. You peasants cannot comprehend the power of his most divine," I am said, seeing the disgust present in Ray and Eve's eyes. His body finished mutating as over 20 pairs of black crow-like wings exploded out of his newly formed centipede-like body. His body measured up to a length of over 1,000 feet in length. Harboring hundreds of segments on its body, countless limbs could be seen writhing in the gaps. Suddenly, from this colossal body a screeching-like voice could be heard. "Keek, I have no idea what kind of vendetta you have with his most divine, but he wanted me to kill you with all of my power. Keek, now for the will of his most divine, die for me." Chapter 47, I Am Part 1. Die for me, I am said as limbs shot out from his body towards the duo. Ray's eyes widened as he saw this. Quickly pulling Eve behind him, Ray traced out multiple blades parrying the incoming attacks. "Eve, support me from a distance," Ray said quickly as he continued to defend from the attacks. Eve quickly nodded as she used Sky God Slayer magic to keep herself flying. Seeing this, Ray returned all of his wings as he flew towards I am. "Scatter, Senbon Sakura," Eve said as she sent the blades to help cut down the limbs. Trusting his back to Eve, Ray continued toward until he was right next to I am. Tima was coated in a white glow as he swung down, causing a twist of azure and white sword energy to cut into the massive body of I am, armor wrapped around it as the cut attacked the body. The sword energy cut the armor, but the main body was unharmed. Keek. Your sword does nothing," I am shouted as he flapped his black wings to fly higher as he charged an attack in its mouth. "Shit." Eve. Aim at the mouth. Ray shouted as he traced out Calidborg II and his bow. Notching the sword on the string, Ray infused the power of shocks onto the sword. While Ray was preparing the shot, Eve had sent Senbon Sakura to attack the energy being charged in the mouth. But before it could even hit, a mouth guard wrapped around IM's mouth, protecting it from Senbon Sakura, which then only gave it some white scratch marks. Tisk. Eve clicked her tongue in annoyance before she infused Fire God Slayer and Wind God Slayer magic to Senbon Sakura. This had increased its sharpness to a whole new level. Eve sent it to attack the mouth once more. This time there were shallow cuts from the blades hitting the guard. Calidborg. Ray suddenly shouted as he let the sword fly. A streak of white and red trailed behind the sword as it traveled towards the mouth guard. Asterisk boom. An explosion occurred at the mouthpiece which caused smoke and dust to cover the effect. Ray readied Timo, waiting for IM to counterattack. The dust cleared, showing a broken mouth guard, but the energy was still charging and it was about to be finished. Fuck. Ray cursed at how tough the defense was. Quickly flying over to Eve, Ray set up some defensive measures quickly. 6-layered protection array. Ray said as 12 of his wings dispersed into 6 domes surrounding him and Eve. Just as the dome finished forming, IM shot the blast towards them. Asterisk ping. The blast had easily shattered the first layer. Ray frowned, seeing how easily it broke through. But he suddenly heard Tengaku speak in his mind. Ray, why clash with brute force? Use its own momentum against it and redirect it. Her voice spoke, which allowed him to gain some insight on how to truly use the protection array. Kaiten. Rotation, Ray shouted as the outermost dome started to rotate, causing the blast to lose its main focal point and swerve off into the residence that helped the celestial dragons. Asterisk Babaningig. The residence was quickly reduced to ruins as a hole could be seen where the main focus was tunneling deep into the seabed, causing lava to flow. Keek, so you've learned how to block. How cute, ha 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 ha. IM laughed out in mockery. Flapping its wings, IM shot towards the duo. Go Eve, I'll take care of the close combat. Ray said as he dashed towards IM. Nodding quickly, Eve took this chance to use the Bankai form of Senbon Sakura. Bankai, Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. Eve said as the number of blade petals multiplied by the dozen. Go. She shouted, sending the blades forward behind Ray so that they can help him. Just as Ray was about to collide with IM, dozens of limbs suddenly shot out from the mouth of IM, catching Ray off guard. However, Ray had observation haki on the entire fight, which had allowed him to react to this sudden change. Twisting Tengaku towards the incoming limbs, Ray cut down everything in front of him while Senbon Sakura cut down the limbs from either side of him. Reaching the mouth of IM, Ray swung Tengaku while it was infused with the quake fruit. Tengaku cut down in an arc towards the mouth, which was cut easily as the inside didn't have any armor. Edinburgh. IM shouted in pain as it backed off, eyes bloodshot as he stared at the duo who caused such amounts of damage. Die. IM shouted as he sung his tail towards Ray. Seeing this, Ray brought his fist behind him and punched outwards quickly. Asterisk crack. The air shattered as the quake fruit powers demonstrated itself. But IM suddenly grinned as his tail separated into individual segments which shot out with limbs to try hold Ray. However, before it could even approach Ray, they were blocked by a tsunami of blades which glowed a brown color. As the segments collided with the blades, their gravity increased several hundreds of times, plunging them towards the ground. Asterisk bang. A small earthquake occurred as the segments hit the ground. Craters could be seen where the segments had landed on the now obsidian floor. Thanks, Eve. Ray quickly said as he flew towards IM once more. Flying upwards, Ray shot towards the wings of IM, hoping to take him out of flight. Ray pushed his haki to the limits as he avoided the limbs being shot towards him. Faster, much faster, clearer, I need to see clearer. Ray though, as he continued to exert himself to react better and faster to the incoming limbs. Increasing his flight speed, the limbs slowly started to become a blur for Ray until something snapped in him. His haki had finally broke through the threshold. Knowing this, Ray increased his speed to the maximum as he dodged the incoming limbs with ease. Flowing like a leaf, Ray used the pressure released by the limbs hitting his body to react instantly just before the limbs hit. Flying past the main body, Ray looked at the black crow-like wings flapping to keep IM from falling. More limbs tried to catch him, but Eve had him covered by using Senbon Sakura to cut down on the limbs. Eve, can you increase my time so that I can move faster for a bit? Ray said as he had an idea on how to cut through all the wings. Of course, Mirai. Eve shouted as she used Mirai to increase Ray's time up to 30%. Thanks. Ray said as his body had a faint blue outline. Tracing a dagger to be paired with Tengaku, Ray held the two in front of him. Picky rosebuds while ye may. Ray said as a slight pink layer of energy started to fuse with the faint blue energy. Let's shuffle the cards, can you keep up with me? Ray said as he crouched down ready to launch off at any moment. Kronos rose. Ray said as his body disappeared into pink and blue after images. Kronos rose was an ability that was used by Amiya. It involves the change of the user's time to allow for the acceleration of one's speed beyond current limits. Faded images of Ray could be seen flashing countless times across the back of IM to the point even IM couldn't react. At the base of each wing there would be suddenly slices of white before it reappeared in another location. Ray was then seen above the IM. Snapping his fingers, a burst of white sword streaks could be seen at the base of all of the wings. IM shouted in pain as all of the damage burst out at once. His titanic body fell towards the ground without the support of his wings. Tracing out a flag, Ray could be seen gathering energy once more. All evil is here. The time for revenge has come. Ray chanted as fire swirled around him, using his demon slayer and Alucard flames. The fire started to become eye-piercing white flame. This is the roar of my soul that has been polished by hatred. The fire started to dance in anticipation ready to be released. La grandement du haine. Roar of hatred, roar o rage of mine. Ray shouted as he sent the tsunami of white flames towards IM. La grandement du haine was the noble phantasm of Jean Dark Altar which allows for the user to cover a wide area in flames and stakes which was great as a anti-army noble phantasm. The white flames burned IM's body as they congulated into multiple focus points. These focus points exploded into pillars of white flame that pierced the body of IM causing him to scream but no sound came out. As IM was on fire, colossal ominous stakes could be seen suddenly shooting out of the ground. Each stake was decorated with edges that was made for the purpose of being hard to remove from the body. Pierce. Ray shouted as the stake stabbed through the body of IM holding it up in the sky. As the flames died down, they could see the heavily wounded body of IM with holes where the flames had exploded and stakes pierces all over his body. Eve flew next to Ray as she said, "Is it over?" Ray looked at her as his mouth hung open. Did she just raise a flag? Ray though in slight worry as he knew what would come next. Uaaaaaaaaarg. An enraged shouted could be heard coming from the body of IM. I fucking knew it. Ray shouted in his mind as he went on guard seeing the body of IM writhe around in abnormal ways. The body then split in middle revealing the shadow of a person. 14 pairs of black wings shot out of the body as its voice rang out. Kohahaha, I thank you for helping me finish my metamorphosis. Chapter 48, IM Part 2. Kohahaha, thank you for helping me finish my metamorphosis. IM said ominously as he walked out of the dust. His body but pure darkness with only a pair of glowing eyes. Ha 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 as thanks, I shall grant you a quick death, after torture that is. IM spoke as he reappeared next to Ray grabbing him by the neck and throwing him down. Eve couldn't react to the sudden appearance of IM and similarly got grabbed by the neck and flung downwards. Asterisk banging. Banging. 2 collisions could be heard as Ray and Eve was seen laying down in the craters formed by the impact. URG, Eve. You okay? Ray asked as he felt his body strained and damaged. Ray's body slowly started to regenerate but couldn't replenish the fatigue he felt. Yeah. Eve replied weakly. Try talk to your Zanpakuto, I'll hold him off for a bit. Right now it would help to get your time abilities. Ray said as he stood up. Nodding as a response, Eve sat down and crossed her legs holding Mirai in front of her. True 8 inner gates, 8th gate open. Ray said as a furious red aura exploded from him. The true 8 inner gates makes it so that Ray gains an incredible boost in his physical form pushing him to the boundary of reaching the 3rd highest rank. Ascendant. Rushing towards IM, Ray swung down Tima towards IM. Easily seeing through the attack, I am moved his body slightly to the left, avoiding the cut while giving Ray a hard punch to the gut. Ha 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 ha, while you may have increased your physical status, do you think I haven't done the same? I am said while giving Ray a barrage of punches. Using hockey, Ray used the side of Tima to flick off every punch that had attacked him. Bringing the pommel of Tima towards one of IM's punches, Ray used the back of his hand to push off the punch, allowing him to swing Tima at IM. Backing off after the hit, Ray watched as the cut was regenerated easily. IM looked down at the wound before back up at Ray with an ominous glint in his eyes. Similar to Senbon Sakura, IM dispersed 12 of his wings using the feathers as blades, sending them towards Ray. One layered protection array, rotation. Ray shouted as the barrier diverted the feathers away. IM suddenly grabbed Ray by the shoulder and threw him forwards. Ray was shocked as he didn't know how IM was able to enter the barrier without breaking it. Stabilizing himself, Ray traced out Enkidu and threw it towards IM. Feeling the threat of Enkidu, IM created a purple orb before throwing it towards Enkidu, easily eradicating it. TSK. I'll show you the true essence of the 5 rings. Ray chanted as he flew towards IM, continuing to fight without pause. Extending the handle of Tima, Ray made it a makeshift spear-sword combination. Piercing Tima towards IM, Ray also used this moment to make an ice javelin form and attack from the side of IM. Dodging the spear-sword, IM swiped left with his hand, destroying the ice javelin. I place my trust in the Tenjin of the Tenma Shrine. Ray continued as streaks of red energy increased. Transforming Tima once more, Ray swung the now transformed great sword version of Tima towards IM. The movement flowed like water in the stream, causing IM to have not choice but to try block since he was in range of the great sword. The darkness of IM's body twisted into a shield as it blocked the great sword, causing sparks to flash. Deity of absolute freedom. Nyo Kurikara, Shoutenshu. Ray continued to chant as the red energy started to increase in volume, slowly forming a illusory figure of a man with a toned muscular body, 4 arms and 4 swords. Let's go, Blade Masters draw, Ishana Datensha. Ray said as he jumped away from IM, finishing his chant. 6 realms 5 planes, the divine figure of Kurikara. Ray shouted as he used the noble phantasm of Miyamoto Musashi. A rainbow of energy spiraled upwards, giving the illusory figure life. With a shattering bellow, the giant roared. A sword was held in each of the 4 hands. Red cloth draped around the giant as it readied the 4 swords. Flying towards IM, Ray controlled the giant utilizing the 4 swords. The first sword swung down at incredible speeds, causing IM to quickly dodge to the left. But what greeted IM was another sword that glowed with an ominous red energy. Each of the 4 blades flowed without flaw, as Ray had gained knowledge on the noble phantasm when he traced it. Using hockey as a support, Ray tried to corner IM while charging up the sword energy of the noble phantasm on Tima for the final strike. Seeing the chance that IM had to block all 4 attacks, Ray gave a wide horizontal sweep of Tima, causing the rainbow sword energy to fly towards IM, causing an explosion of light which caused Ray to shield his eyes from the light. As the light died down, Ray could see the sky parted by the energy, causing no clouds to be visible. Looking towards IM, Ray could see that IM was missing his lower body as his wings flapped, keeping him flying. Not giving Ray the chance to enjoy the damage he caused, IM regenerated his lower body in a matter of moments. Ray could only helplessly watch as he couldn't move his body for a small moment after using 6 realms 5 planes. Ha 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 ha, you had me worried then. I don't know where you keep pulling these powers from, but it doesn't matter anymore. IM said as he flashed towards Ray, suddenly appearing in front of him with a palm on the head. His Most Divine has told me to seal you if I can't kill you. I'll do just that. IM said with an insane smile that stretched from one side of the face to another. Sure dash. Ray said as he tried to back off, but black chains had already wrapped around his body as IM absorbed Ray slowly into his body. Ha 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 ha, with this I will gain all of your power. IM said in insane delight. Get you filthy hands off my lover, you piece of shit. A voice suddenly called out. IM looked up to see Eve standing there with fury raging in her eyes. Bankai. She shouted as the fabric of reality started to distort around her body. Lighting could be seen smashing down around the area as a white energy shot upwards through the sky. Ian O. Mamoru. Talk hold of eternity. Mirai. she shouted as her form was revealed. Donned in some light armor and cloths floating around her, imagine a Digin equip, the armor covered her lower body at the waist while a light blue skirt covered her legs, a sleeveless dress covered her upper body, in her hands was Mirai but the blade has become a clear material making the blade seem ghostly. A semi-transparent sphere suddenly expanded with her at the center covering over 1 kilometer radius around the area. With this I can control the time of the area of person in my domain. Eve explained. Gyaku, reverse. She said as she snapped her fingers. Time could be seen reversing as Rei was then expelled from IM's body and the black chains disappeared. Seeing what just occurred, Rei quickly jumped backwards landing next to Eve. Seems like your Bankai is just what I needed, Eve, thanks. Rei said as he realized without Eve, he would have been sealed forever. While he couldn't die, being sealed would have been worse than death. No problem, I took a bit longer since Mirai wanted me to actually gain some proficiency in controlling time before telling me her Bankai. But goddamn it took me 3 years in there to gain enough control for her to let me go. Eve said revealing the fact that she just spent 3 years with her Zanpakuto. What? 3 years? Rei said shocked, while he had been fighting for a little while Eve had been training for 3 years without contact except for her Zanpakuto. Yeah, but to me it was worth it since I was able to save you. Eve said with a happy smile looking at Rei. Well then, let's go for round 2 but this time as a duo. Rei said as he readied Tima. Eve smiled while she readied Mirai in her hands. Chapter 49, IM Finale. Charging towards IM, Rei and Eve moved in a zigzag motion. Swiping Tima diagonally, Rei forced IM in front of Eve who then stabbed Mirai towards IM's chest. Moving his fingers towards the path of Mirai, IM easily blocked it. Humph, you may have taken me off guard with your little trick, don't think I can't see that you can't use it again anytime soon. IM said as he gripped his hand towards Eve's wrist. Seeing this, Rei quickly twisted Tima towards IM. Tilting his head to avoid Tima, IM swung Eve towards Rei causing them both to be pushed backwards. Stabilizing himself and Eve quickly, Rei asked. Eve, what's the limit of your Bankai? I can control time in my domain once a day, I can control the time/age of a person inside my domain. The change depends on the difference in strength. I can also increase/decrease the time/speed of a person up to a maximum of 50%. Eve said quickly and quietly so that only Rei could hear her. Okay, got it. If you can, try decrease IM's time to make him slower while increasing mine to make me faster. Rei said as he turned Tima into a spear. Nodding, Eve clasped her hands together as a faint blue aura shone on Rei while a red one appeared on IM. Using this as confirmation, Rei launched towards IM stabbing Tima towards his foot. Taking a step back, IM avoided the spear only for Rei to use it as a pivot giving IM a devastating roundhouse kick which sent him skidding backwards. Not giving IM time to rest, Rei threw the spear towards IM. Bending backwards IM dodged the spear, Rei then used the newly increased speed to flash near the spear bringing it down cutting IM in half. The dark flash started to stretch out to each other stitching the two halves back together. Rei frowned seeing this and retreated quickly. Just as Rei had retreated, multiple black chains had shot out once more trying to seal him. Turning 10 wings into 10 swords. Rei connected Enkidu to the pommel of the swords and controlled them to try bind IM. The swords flashed towards IM who had his wings turn into elongated arms which took hold of the swords and swung them back at Rei. Dispersing the swords back into wings, Rei saw several rows of pink blades hitting IM which didn't cause any marks. IM suddenly kneeled as each of the blades had increased his gravity slightly and several thousands had just hit him. Seeing the opportunity, Rei brought Tima ready for a horizontal swing as a white energy covered the blade. Turning 12 of his wings into magic circles, Rei swung Tima forwards. 6-layered acceleration, decimate. Rei shouted as the shock-powered sword energy hit IM. His body started to break into particles but his healing started to balance out the loss. TSK, how the fuck am I supposed to kill him? Rei said as he saw IM regenerate his attacks. He now regretted not having any methods to fight against immortals. While Enkidu could retrain gods, IM wasn't a god/divine entity. But rather he just had ridiculous regeneration. The other noble phantasms won't be able to hurt him either since Rei was lacking the last something to allow for their abilities to truly shine. Rei continued to struggle on how to defeat the regeneration. Swinging Tima continuously, Ray worked his mind while he fended himself. Stage 2% reached 100. Activation can be started at any moment. The system suddenly displayed itself in Ray's mind. Ray. Go. I'll hold him back. Eve shouted as she too saw the notice. Sending waves of blades, Eve tried to restrain IM while Ray unlocked stage 2. Ray looked at Eve with worry. Trust me. She shouted as he compressed the domain around IM, slowing down the time as much as she could. Stop wasting time and go. Eve shouted as strain was visible. Reluctance could be seen on Ray's face as he landed on the ground, undoing Bankai and holding Kyoki and Tengaku in his hands. Opening his eyes once more, Ray could see an endless landscape of white. Two people suddenly walked out of a ripple in the air. Looking over, Ray could see Kyoki and Tengaku. But this time Kyoki has a pair of daggers instead. Kyoki, Tengaku. Ray said towards the duo. Ray, to gain stage 2 you will need to pass the 2 trials. Tengaku is the spiritual trial while I am the physical trial. Kyoki said, twirling his daggers. If you had only created one weapon it would be one trial, you know, but the powers would be divided. By creating 2, you allowed us to specialize in an area of combat. So the trials are a lot harder. Kyoki warned Ray. Nodding in understanding, Ray looked at Kyoki before speaking. I'll go for the physical trial first then. Ray said as he traced a sword to prepare. Tengaku stepped backwards, giving the 2 some room. Ha ha ha, so I'm first, well then listen well. Unveil my dagger, blend in shadow. Crescent moon shine, smile in slaughter. Shojin, ascend, Gecko Karatariki, moonlit reaper. Kyoki said as his domain spread out around him. A moon could be seen hanging above the domain as black mist could be seen spreading out into the domain. Now then Ray, remember to understand my concept and domain. Kyoki said as he dissipated into mist. Ray suddenly felt a disturbance in the air as he twisted his body to intercept. Arg. Ray suddenly felt the dagger slice his back. Turning around quickly he couldn't see Kyoki who attacked him. Feeling a disturbance once more, Ray tried to dodge the attack. Looking back up there were no one there, but Ray felt a cut at his calves. Ray's brain worked quickly as he tried to figure out what was the cause as soon as possible before he dies. Listen well. Unveil my dagger, blend in shadow. Crescent moon shine, smile in slaughter. There must be a clue if he said listen well. Ray though as he continued to avoid the hits to no avail. Looking down he saw his wounds pile up behind his legs, but the front of his body was fine. Wait. Why am I never getting hit in front of me? Ray thought. Kyoki watched as Ray slowly started to piece things together. He held back as to not kill him instantly, letting him comprehend the clues he left. Listen well. Unveil my dagger, blend in shadows. Blend in shadows, shadows. Ray though as he watched what happens to his shadow when he is attacked. Every time he is attacked behind him, the shadow was never in front of him. Looking up he could see the moon moving to make sure his shadow is behind him. Understanding what happened, Ray quickly brought his sword behind him to try block the next attack. But Kyoki suddenly appeared in front of him with a dagger to his neck. Good job in working this out so fast. But unfortunately my domain isn't shadow. I use it to throw my enemies off from the truth. I made you sure of your theory before I revealed the truth. Can you tell what it is? Kyoki asked looking at Ray. Yeah, space, your domain is space. You use the shadow and moon in the chant and domain as distraction so that the enemy leaves their guard open once they think it's shadow. Tricky bastard. Ray said as he untraced his sword in defeat. It's how you stay alive, bluffs work wonders in fights you know. The domain isn't entirely a bluff either, it allows me to see weaknesses of things easier. Kyoki said retracting his domain. Go do Tengaku's trial. We'll help you comprehend the concept of space after it. Kyoki said pointing at Tengaku. Now then Ray, are you ready? Tengaku asked as she walked over. Yeah. Ray replied as Kyoki stood back. Mine is a lot easier since it is more self-explanatory. Kneel in awe, weakness revealed. Power taken, mortal shell unveiled. Shojin, ascend, Tengaku no Fuin, seal of heaven. Tengaku said as her domain spread outwards. Within the domain, Ray could see faint golden seals everywhere. Let me guess, your concept is seals. Ray said, stating the obvious. Yes, but this allows you to seal a person's power. The stronger your soul and will, the more you seal. The seal's strength is also determined by difference in strength. Tengaku explained as she retracted her domain. The two domains work wonders together. Kyoki cut in. Now the best way to experience the concept is to feel it. Kyoki suddenly opened a space ripple underneath Ray, causing him to fall into the empty space. Shouldn't you tell him that time doesn't pass in there so he can spend more time to comprehend it? Tengaku said, looking at Kyoki. Nah, this should give him more drive to comprehend the concept of space. Kyoki said as he waited for Ray to come out of the independent space. Ray didn't know how long had passed as he fell into the space. Time seems to be non-existent as he floated in the space. Sending his haki outwards, Ray tried to find the boundary but couldn't find it. He started to get anxious as he wanted to go help Eve. He had to quickly comprehend space. Calming himself, Ray used all of his knowledge to perceive space. Every second could be used to further understand space. Time passed in years as Ray continued to experience the concept of space. The quake fruit allows me to transfer the shocks through space. Unlimited blade works transports the noble phantasms from my inner space outwards. Ray continued to think as his understanding of space deepened. Ray soon felt like the space was like a grid. He could reach out and open a connection from one side to another. He could go back right now if he wanted to, but he stopped. Through his understanding, he knew that time didn't move in this space, and that his understanding wasn't deep enough to be used in combat. Centuries passed as Ray understood deeper into the concept of space. Diving deeper, Ray started to touch on the threshold between concept and law. But Ray didn't notice as he continued to discover more on space as he delved deeper. Millennials passed as Ray understood the law of space. Satisfied with his understanding, Ray stood up, causing his bones to crack as he stayed still without moving. Snapping his fingers, he appeared beside Kyoki and Tengaku without them noticing. What's next? Ray said, startling the duo as he jumped into combat stances instantly. Seeing that it's Ray, they calmed down. Damn, you only needed to comprehend concept, but it seems like you've went and comprehended the law. Kyoki marveled at Ray's achievement. Of course, why would I waste an opportunity like this where time doesn't pass? Ray said as he looked towards Tengaku. Did you know that you have spent around 7,300 years in there? Kyoki reminded Ray. Doesn't matter, no time passed here after all. Ray stated as he prepared to comprehend the concept of seals. The concept of seals isn't a lengthy process. I'll transfer my knowledge, and the more you use, the further comprehension you should get. Tengaku said as she tapped his forehead, giving him the knowledge. Now then, Ray, I think you waited long enough to go help Eve. Tengaku said as Ray gained the concept of seals. Nodding, Ray exited the area on his own and back into the real world. Say, Tengaku, he really is a monster. He actually calmed himself for over 100,000 years to comprehend the law. Kyoki suddenly said, revealing the truth. He was only meant to comprehend as far as concept, but using his understanding he had modified the space unconsciously to hold him longer till he understood the law of space. Kyoki continued as he never imagined Ray to be this talented in the understanding of space. Ray arrived back into his own body as he looked up and saw Im break out and grab Eve by the neck, about to seal her. Using space laws, Ray instantly appeared next to Im and hit him faster than he could react. Catching Eve, Ray looked at her with a longing look before saying, "Did I make you wait for too long?" "Ha ha ha, nope, just in time," she said as she smiled at him. "Let me take care of him first before we talk, okay?" Ray said as he let her down. Using space laws, Ray doesn't need the wings to help him fly anymore. Unveil my dagger, blend in shadows. Crescent moon shines, smile and slaughter. Shojin, Gecko Karatariki. Ray said as the domain spread out. Two black daggers appeared in Ray's hand as he could see a faint red dot moving around Im's body constantly. Is that why he doesn't die? Ray thought. Kneel in awe, weakness revealed. Power taken, mortal shell unveiled. Shojin, Tengaku no Fuin. Ray said as he stacked his second domain onto his first domain. Speed seal, regeneration seal. Ray applied 2 seals onto IM's body. Sweat could be seen on Ray's face as keeping up 2 domains were extremely stressful for him. I think we've let you live long enough now, Ray said as he appeared out of the shadow of IM. Using the speed seal to slow IM's reaction and the regeneration seal to slow the healing. Ray ripped out a portion of IM's body which held the red dot before using the dagger to pierce the core, causing IM to suddenly spasm in pain. Don't get cocky, his most divine can kill you with a snap of his finger, IM said as his body broke into pieces which further disintegrated. Humph, he better wipe his neck clean for me then, Ray said as he retracted the 2 domains. He suddenly lost footing as he fell towards the earth. The strain of comprehending law was more than I thought, Ray thought before passing out. Chapter 50, The Trillion Bounty Emperor. URG. Ray woke up in fatigue. Where am I? Ray said as he looked around him. He could see that he was in a room on a ship. Looking back down, Ray could see Eve laying on his chest sleeping. Ray looked at her while she slept. He had missed her dearly in the time he spent to comprehend the law of space. More than 100,000 years to be exact. He looked at the woman laying on his chest. Her white hair with hints of blue that went down to her thighs. Her cherry lips and her breasts that pressed on his chest. Ray's eyes widened as he saw her cleavage showing as she slept. 100,000 years without seeing her, Ray's longing for her had multiplied by many folds. Tilting his head back, Ray forced his eyes away from the breasts and attempted to stop a nosebleed. Ray tried to halt his Lucy. However, his body had other thoughts as his junior stood as strong as it could, poking Eve on the stomach. Oh fuck, Ray thought as he saw Eve's eyelid flutter as she woke up. Ray? She asked half awake. Suddenly feeling something poke her stomach, she looked down. Seeing Ray's junior standing proud, Eve blushed hard as she became fully awake. I'll go cool down for a second, Ray said awkwardly as he prepared to stand up. Stopping Ray from standing up, Eve looked at him with a blush before saying, How long did you take to comprehend the law of space? She asked, wanting to know how long her lover was left alone to understand the law. Don't worry, Eve, it didn't take long, Ray said, sitting back down. Don't lie, Mirai told me comprehending law takes thousands of times longer than concept. The minimum time needed to comprehend is around 150,000 years, Eve said, pushing to the truth. Sigh. Around 130,000 years is what I counted up to, Ray said with a sigh. 130,000 years, Eve said, eyes wide. 3 years away from Ray felt unbearable for her, never mind 130,000 years. Making up her decision, Eve pushed Ray down onto the bed. Eve, Ray said, shocked. What are why dash? Hush, let me reward you for your patience, Eve said, face blushing madly. Wait, wouldn't the system god see? Ray said as he didn't want to guilt trip Eve into this. So what, you spent 130,000 years alone? I think that's long enough, Eve said with a determined look while her face couldn't become more red. System god, if you can hear me. I'm sorry, your daughter is too good. I didn't cultivate the law of monks, so my lust is still present. I can't be called a man if I reject such an advance. So if you see me, please don't kill me. And also, don't peek. Please. Ray prayed sincerely as he couldn't hold back anymore. ####. Waking up refreshed, Ray looked at the still nude Eve besides him. His junior called out once more. Enough is enough, I'm not a sex addict, Ray thought, shaking his head as he covered Eve with the bed covers. He dressed himself up as Eve woke up. Morning, Eve, Ray said as he got her dress for her. Morning, Ray, Eve said, blushing from the act last night. Exerting impressive willpower, Ray stopped his crotch from erecting while looking at a nude blushing Eve. Here you dress, Ray said with his face slightly flushed. Eve said quietly, taking the dress. You dress up, I'll go check the situation, Ray said as he spared Eve from more embarrassment. Walking out of the room, Ray closed the door firmly as he walked out to the deck. Looking around, he could see Dragon looking out into the sea. You're up, Dragon said simply as he turned around looking at Ray. Yeah, so what's the situation like right now? Ray asked, curious about the effect of destroying the world government. What do you expect? Everything is in chaos. Dragon said, showing him the newspaper. Ray read about how people and pirates have become more lawless, while Marines had tried to calm the situation down. He saw pictures of the giant monster form of I and him using noble phantasms to attack it. Turning the page, Ray saw his newest poster. Avoid. See Emperor Ray. Bounty, 1 trillion. Do not engage at all. Whistling, Ray marveled at the fact that his wanted poster became an avoid poster. You know what the people call you now. The Trillion Bounty Emperor, the king above GOL.D Roger. Dragon said, looking at Ray. Ha 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 ha, Trillion Bounty Emperor. I like it. Ray said with a smile. Chapter 51, Return and New Journey. Trillion Bounty Emperor. I like it. Ray said with a smile. Now then, Dragon, you should go support Garp to pull the world back in order. Since the world government is gone, the Marines should be able to do their job better. Ray said, giving the newspaper back to Dragon. Indeed. Dragon said with a small smile. Now, me and Eve have already done what we came to do. So I'll see you later should we meet once. Ray said as Eve stepped out of the room. Eve, let's go. Ray said, holding out his hand. Eve nodded, holding onto the hand. Both of them bid Dragon farewell as Ray uses his space laws to teleport to Luffy's location. Ray said, looking around. Ray. Luffy said, seeing Ray appear suddenly. Ray could see Luffy eating food while he restrained Rebecca. Yo. Luffy, I'm just here to tell Ace that I won't be around to a while, so he should stay in your crew for longer. Ray said as he couldn't see Ace anywhere. Sure, I'll tell him when I see him. Luffy said, continuing to eat. Thanks, I'll leave you two to it then. Ray said as he teleported him and Eve to Shanks' ship. Yo. Ray greeted with a smile. Ray. Ha 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 ha, guys. Ray's here. Shanks shouted to the group. So then, Trillion Bounty Emperor, what brings you here? Shanks said with a smile. Not much, just seeing you guys before I leave. Ray said, leaning on the railing. So who's this lass here? Shanks asked, pointing at Eve. Hi, I'm Eve and I'm Ray's lover. Eve said with a slight bow. Ho Ray, you got yourself a beauty. Ha 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 ha, Shanks said as he laughed. Yeah, I have. Ray said, looking at Eve with love. Anyways, Shanks, thanks for keeping me here on the ship years ago. Ray thanked Shanks. Ha 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 ha, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Shanks said as he drank more beer. Ray smiled slightly. Now then, Shanks, I'll see you later. Ray said as he and Eve bid their goodbyes once more. Teleporting above the clouds, Ray held Eve as he asked. Hey Eve, ready to meet your mother-in-law? Ray said as he looked at Eve with a smile. Eve nodded, shyly thinking of meeting Ray's mother. Tapping his foot 2 times, a portal opened up in front of Ray. Stepping in, Ray could see the boundless space with the floating orbs once more. System, show me where the Boku no Hero world is. Ray said as the system displayed it onto his map. Using his space laws once more, Ray continues to teleport himself towards the location. With his space laws, it didn't take more than 10 minutes to reach the world. Stepping into the orb, Ray felt some of his power being reduced. Is this the world law suppressing my power? Ray asked as he moved his body slightly. Yeah, since the highest that this world can take is the peak of world rank while we're in sovereign rank. Eve explained as they were about to exit the portal of the Boku no Hero world. A blinding light shone into their eyes as they shielded them from the light. Looking around, Ray could see that he was exactly where he left last time, but the buildings have changed. I wonder how many years have passed. Ray said. We can go ask your mother once we find her. Eve said as she left Ray's embrace. Ray shrugged as he sent his haki outwards. Ray frowned, seeing that his range was greatly reduced. System, show me location of Yumi Todoroki. Ray said. XXXX, XXXXXX, XXXX. Showing him the coordinates of his mum, Ray held Eve's hand as he teleported into the space above it. Floating, Ray could see the Todoroki household. Landing by the front door, Ray was about to knock until Eve grabbed his hand. "Ito, do you think I should dress up a little better?" Eve asked, worried about her first appearance. "Don't worry, I'm sure she'll like you either way," Ray said with a smile. Don. Ray knocked on the door. Soon the door was open, showing a slightly aged woman who still showed hints of how beautiful she was in her prime. Her eyes widened slightly seeing the men before the door. "Ray?" she asked hesitantly. "Mom." Ray replied with a small smile. She quickly hugged Ray, as she saw her son who she hadn't seen in years. Bringing them in the house, Ray introduced Eve to his mom. "Mom, this is Eve, she is my lover," Ray said with a smile, holding Eve's hand. "Fufufu, you better not disappoint such a cute girl," Yumi said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, of course not, Mom." "But how many years have passed now?" Ray asked, wanting to know the passage of time. "It has already been 7 years since you left. All Might has retired and said that Midoriya Izuku is his successor," Yumi said, drinking some tea. I'll go say hi to him." "But Mom, me and Eve will be going to another world soon and I'm not sure how long it would be till we get back," Ray said apologetically since he couldn't take his mom. Shaking her head, Yumi said, "It's fine as long as you're safe." "Thanks, Mom," Ray said as he and Eve prepared to meet Midoriya. Luckily, Midoriya was already nearby, so Ray was able to find his aura. Ray then took Eve and teleported next to him. Startled, Midoriya punched out towards Ray, who lifted his palm and blocked it. "Yo, Midoriya," Ray said with a smile. "Ray." Midoriya was shocked seeing Ray looking more or less the same as 7 years ago. "Hey, I'm just here to say hi. I'll be leaving again soon. But how have you been?" Ray asked as he sat down on a bench with Eve. "It's been good, training to make myself stronger," Midoriya said, also sitting down. "Why don't you spare with Eve for a bit?" Ray suggested. "Are you sure?" Midoriya said, unsure of what to think. "Don't worry about it, she's as strong as All Might in his prime," Ray said with a smile. Sure," Midoriya said as he went to a stance. "Eve, close your eyes and rely on your haki to block," Ray suggested. "Hi," she said as she stood up and closed her eyes. "Midoriya, she has an ability which lets her to sense her surroundings, so this could help her," Ray said to assure Midoriya. "If you say so," Midoriya said as he punched towards Eve. Eve gently pushed her palm up, diverting the momentum of the punch, causing Midoriya to miss. Seeing this, Midoriya swept his foot towards her legs. Stepping backwards, Eve said, "Use your quirk, or this'll be boring." "Fine, full cowl," Midoriya said as green lighting expanded around Hit. He suddenly disappeared, reappearing next to Eve. Punching towards her, Midoriya used 50% of One for All. Using the back of her hand, Eve hit Midoriya's punch upwards, causing a shockwaves to shoot up. Midoriya used the momentum to kick towards Eve, who bent backwards to avoid the kick but didn't see that it was a feint and a punch was on its way to her ribs. "See how it has gone on for long enough," Ray snapped his fingers, causing the space to freeze. Midoriya froze in the position that had his punch centimeters away from Eve's ribs, while she froze trying to awkwardly dodge. "Now then, congrats Midoriya, I can see that your combat experience has improved, but remember you have to go all out even if the opponent is a woman. And Eve, you can see how much battle experience changes the battle. While you are stronger, the experience let you down." Ray explained some issues while he unfreezed the space. Both Midoriya and Eve regained their balance, stabilizing themselves not to fall over. "Now then, Eve, we have to go soon. And Midoriya, if you see All Might or Gran Torino, say hi for me." With that, Ray took Eve as he opened up a portal to escape from the world. Back in the open space, Ray frowned. Why did it feel like the laws were against us?" Ray said as he held Eve. "I think it wasn't happy about how you changed the world for heroes to kill villains," Eve theorized. "If it was, then the world law is a petty little shit," Ray said, slightly annoyed. Suddenly Ray felt a pull towards a orb. What's this? Something is trying to teleport us there," Ray said, looking at the orb. Hey, isn't that Amiya Shiro? Eve said, pointing at the face. Seems like I'll be meeting Sensei again. Ray said with a smile. Following the pull, both he and Eve went into the orb. Chapter 52, Fate/Stay Night. 3 meteor-like objects could be seen crashing into a mansion. Asterisk boom. Dust rose up in the room as a voice was heard. Even after all these years, I swear you can't control how you land in a new world. Ray said as he dusted himself off. Well, I suppose you are entering a new world after all. Eve giggled, seeing Ray complain about the entrance they had. Well, who are you two supposed to be? Amiya asked, seeing 2 more people beside him. I suppose you can say we are summoned servants. Yet we also aren't them, Sensei. Ray said, emphasizing on the last word. Sensei? What do you mean by that? Amiya said with a slight frown. Well, let's just say in another world you had trained me for 10 years. Ray said as he looked away. Rin suddenly burst in, seeing 3 people looking at her. What? 3 of them? Father, why did you leave me with this task? Rin said as she clutched her head and kneeled. Well, which one of you is my servant? Rin asked towards the trio. That would be Sensei over here. Ray said, pointing at Amiya. Oi, what do you mean by that, me being her servant? Why isn't it you? Amiya said, slightly annoyed at the stranger calling him Sensei. Oh. Let me answer that. You're controlled by the command seals. We are not. Eve said with a wide smile. So you're saying this shrimp over here is my master? Amiya said with a sigh. Now then, how can you prove that you are my master? Amiya said towards Rin. Lifting up her hand, Rin shows the command seals. Here, this is enough proof that I'm your master, right? Oh dear, I was hoping you show me how you were worthy to be my master. Amiya said, standing up. Ray and Eve stepped back and sat on a table watching the scene. What? You calling me unworthy? Rin said with slight displeasure. Yes, while I am utterly dissatisfied, I will recognize you as my master on one condition. I will ignore every command you have in the upcoming war. And I will decide all battle policies. Amiya said as he walked up to Rin, staring down on her. I trust you have no objections. Amiya said, walking back to the couch, and sat down. Rin's hair shadowed her eyes as she said. I see, so you will grudgingly acknowledge me but won't listen to my opinions. Why? Aren't you my servant? Yes, but when fighting I call my own shots. So until the Grail War ends, I suggest you sit tight in the cellar, so something. That should keep someone as inexperienced as you alive. Rin squeezed her hands in anger. Seeing this, Eve went and gently patted her on the head. There. Eve said, trying to soothe Rin. My victory is your victory, so don't worry. I will yield any spoils of war to you. That should be fine, right? So just leave everything to me while you take care of yourself. And also, I don't have any expectations for you. Amiya said mockingly. Eve saw Rin get truly mad and decided to back off, sitting next to Ray once more. Now I'm mad. Fine. If that's how you're going to be, I'll use a seal on you right now. Anfang. Rin shouted as she prepared to use the seal. You wouldn't. Amiya stood up quickly in a panic. I would. Rin said as she chanted the incantations for the seal. Wait, are you crazy? Who would use a seal on something so? Amiya said as he backed up slightly. Shut up. You're my servant, got it? That means absolute obedience to everything I say. Rin shouted as a pulse of red erupted from the seal on her hand. Amiya flinched as he felt the seal do its job. Are you really that impulsive, girl? Who the hell would use the seal with such a broad order? The broader the order, the less effective. Amiya said, giving Rin a, are you serious face. Rin blushed from the embarrassment she just caused. PFT, ha 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 ha. Eve laughed, seeing the two have their shenanigans. Stop laughing. Rin said as she felt her embarrassment increase. So what are you two going to do? Rin said, trying to change the subject. Ray and Eve looked at each other, blinked and looked back at Rin. No fucking clue. They both said at the same time with a neutral face. The silence continued as the four people in the room looked at each other in silence. Do you want to change rooms first? Rin asked, breaking the silence. Sure. Ray replied as he and Eve followed Rin. While Rin and Amiya are talking about how Rin was a decent mage due to the fact that her vague commands still compel Amiya to follow her, Ray and Eve were in a corner thinking about what they should do. Hey Ray, our power is still the same because we were technically summoned, so everyone in this world can't beat us. What's our goal in this world? Eve asked, watching the moon in the sky. Well, I guess we can have a proper relaxing time this world while we conquer it. What do you think? Ray asked as he held Eve's hand. I think that is a fantastic idea. Eve said as she snuggled up to Ray. The two watched the sky in silence as they felt at peace. Hey you two love birds, come on. Rin said, cutting off the moment Ray enjoyed with Eve. Ray's face frowned slightly in displeasure. Asterisk giggle. Don't worry Ray, we got plenty of time. Eve said as she stood up. Shrugging, Ray followed. So I forgot to ask, but what kind of heroic spirits are you guys? Rin asked. I cannot give you any answers regarding my identity. For the simple reason of I forgot. Amiya said, shaking his head. For us, me and Eve aren't heroic spirits since we haven't died yet nor made a contract to be one. I also know who Sensei is over here since he trained me for 10 years. Ray said, pointing at Amiya. But, I believe it isn't my job to tell you his identity. So you're called? Rin asked, not hearing Ray's name. Ray. Ray said simply. So Ray and Eve, you guys aren't heroic spirits, so how were you summoned? Rin asked, not being able to understand how Ray and Eve were able to be summoned. Well, my theory is that due to my connection with Sensei over here, and the fact that I found it fun to see him again, I was summoned as collateral and Eve here was with me, so she joined in. So I guess we are half servants, vampire and demon, not under the Grail's laws, and we have powers stronger than most servants. Ray said, looking at Rin. So you are essentially normal people summoned as collateral? Rin questioned. Well, I won't exactly call neither me or Eve normal, but yes, we are people summoned as collateral. Ray answers. Do you want to attend school with me? You can transfer over for the time being. That should keep you two occupied. Rin said to the duo. What do you think, Eve? Ray asked, seeking Eve's opinion. I think it'll be fun, no? Eve smiled, thinking about going to school with Ray. Then you two can use the guest room while Archer here cleans up the mess he caused. Rin said as she threw a broomstick at Amiya. Oi, what do you think we servants are? Amiya asked with a slight twitch. Familiars, right? Though they talk back and are unruly. Rin said to Amiya. Fuck. Amiya, though, thinking about the trouble to come with Rin as a master. Chapter 53, Rider. Asterisk yawn. Morning. Ray and Eve said to Rin as they woke up. Morning, you two, did you have a good night? Rin asked as she sat in the living room drinking tea with Archer. I'll just call this Amiya Archer. Yeah, I've never slept in such a nice bed before. Ray said, stretching lightly. Now then, you can go to school and all the procedures should be done for you to transfer over. Rin said, giving the two a map. I'll take Archer around the city for today. Rin said, sipping her tea. Good luck on the date, Sensei. Ray said as he took the map. Good luck. Eve giggled, giving them a thumbs up. Bibi Baka. Who's going on a date? Rin choked on her tea, hearing what Ray said. Stop calling me Sensei, I don't remember you or probably know you. Archer said, slightly annoyed. Ray shrugged as he looked at the two uniforms that had been delivered. Walking into a room, he got changed into the uniform while storing his combat clothing in a separate space ready to be equipped at a moment's notice. Walking out, Ray saw Eve ready and preparing to go. You two will be in the same class and try not to cause trouble, okay? Rin said, hoping that they had some common sense. Sure. Ray said half-heartedly. I'll make sure of it, don't worry. Eve said, holding onto Ray's hand as they walked to school. Hey Eve, shall I just teleport us there? Won't it be easier? Ray said with his hands in his pockets. Nope, I wanna enjoy the scenery for a while. Eve said with a small carefree smile. Ray smiled and followed her, enjoying the scenery as well. People turned their heads towards the duo as they saw their natural beauty. Walking side by side. One tall and handsome, while the other beautiful. Say, Eve, we should hurry before we're late. Ray said as he looked at the public clock. Sigh. Fine, let's go. Eve sighed as she sped up towards the school, leaving him in the dust. Ray could only shake his head as he jogged after her. Soon they reached the school. So we should go to the principal's office first before class. Ray said, looking at the instructions left by Rin. I wonder which class we would be in. Eve said, walking next to Ray. Well, let's just hope we're with Amiya's class. Ray said as he approached the principal's office. Don. Come in. A voice called out from the room. Walking in, Ray and Eve could see an aged middleman with streaks of white in his hair showing his age. Ah, I believe Ray and Eve. He asked, seeing the two walk into the room. Yes, is there any paperwork we need to sign? Ray asked politely. Ha, don't worry about it. Rin has already signed all the necessary procedures. All you need to do is report to class and get your timetable. The principal said with a smile. You will be in the homeroom class of Fujimura Taiga. She should be here at any moment now. The principal said. Don. Look at the timing. Come in, he called out as Taiga walked in. Hi, I'll be your homeroom teacher from now on. Fujimura Taiga, nice to meet you, Taiga said with a slight bow. Ray/Eve. Nice to meet you. Ray and Eve introduced themselves. Now then, I believe you should head to your homeroom soon, Fujimura-san. The principal said, pointing at the time. Ah. Taiga shouted with a comical face. You two follow me. She shouted as she ran off to the homeroom. Ray smiled warily, seeing Taiga rush away. Eve giggled with a hand on Ray's shoulder. Bidding farewell to the principal, Ray and Eve chased after Taiga. Standing outside the door, they waited to be called in. We have 2 new students today, so treat them nicely. Come in, you two. Taiga gestured to Ray and Eve. The male students muttered in awe, looking at Eve, while the females muttered about how handsome Ray was. Nice to meet you, I'm Ray. Hope we get along. Ray said simply. Nice to meet you, I'm Eve. Hope we get along. Eve said with a smile and a small wave. Oh. The males started to cheer, seeing how friendly Eve was. Quiet. Now you two can sit in the seats behind Amiya Shiro. Hi, Eve replied cheerfully. All the males felt their heart pound seeing her cheerfulness. Sitting down, Ray waited until the end of homeroom before talking to Amiya Shiro. Amiya-san, are you able to tell me and Ray a bit about this school? Eve asked politely. But before Amiya could even respond, Shinji walked over, cutting him off. Don't follow this loser, let me guide you, Eve-chan. Shinji said as he brushed his hair with his hand. Eve frowned in slight displeasure. Don't talk to her, you fucking creep. Ray said with a contemptuous stare. You. And who are you to make decisions for her? Shinji replied, enraged by the contempt that Ray looked at him with. Let me answer that. Eve said as she stood up and walked over to Ray. She leaned down and kissed him on the lips for the entire class to see. Gasps could be heard, seeing how bold Eve was. Separating after a few long seconds, Eve sat on Ray's lap with her hands wrapped around his neck. She looked at Shinji once more and said. He is mine and I'm also his. I'm sure the rest should be explanatory, right? Eve said with a smile, making the point clear to Shinji and the class. Shinji looked at the scene absolutely livid. He stormed off in a fit of rage. Mama Eve, already marking down your territory, huh? Ray whispered in her ear. Of course, I need to let these people know what's off limits. She replied with a smile as she got off. Now then, Amiya-san, are you able to show us around? Eve asked with a smile. Sure. Amiya replied as he took them around the school. The day ended quite quickly as Ray and Eve got to see the whole school. Walking home, Ray suddenly felt a presence near his range. Era. So impatient. He wants to kill you already. Eve said as she continued to walk, pretending to not know they're there. Yeah, let me handle this. Ray said as he made sure not one was nearby. Now then, Ryder-san, I believe. Is your master so impatient to try kill me the same day? Ray called out towards Ryder. Materializing, Ryder looked towards Ray. How did you know I was here? She asked, clearly confused about this. Let's just say I'm a half-servant. Ray said, handing his bag to Eve, who stepped back to watch. So are we gonna fight, or do you want to leave? But don't worry, I won't kill you. Ray said as he stretched a little. He then suddenly pinched the air in front of him. My, so rude, attacking me without saying. Ray mocked as a blade appeared pinched in between his fingers. What dash? Ryder said before she was pulled towards Ray and kicked hard in the gut, causing her to fly back. Shall make this fair on you. Why not? Ray said as he traced Ryder's nameless dagger/nail in his hands. How do you have my phantasm? Wait, it's not the same. Ryder said as she went on guard. You're right, it's just a fake. But even then it should be enough. Ray said as another nameless dagger shot up from below Ryder's feet, causing her to quickly fall back. Countless copies of the nameless dagger appeared, continuing to try stab Ryder. Crouching down, Ryder shot forward towards Ray with her maximum speed. Competition with speed. Sorry, but I'm way above your league. Ray said as he disappeared. Reappearing next to Ryder, Ray grabbed her by the scruff of her neck. Kuah. Feeling the grip, Ryder tried to struggle but failed. She tried to stab Ray with her weapon again. Grabbing her wrist, Ray easily disarmed her. Now then, Ryder-san. Why don't you go back while you can? There are still much use for you after all. Ray said as he let go of Ryder's neck. Now go before I change my mind. Ray said, walking back to Eve. Ryder quickly left the scene. Now then, Eve, let's go back. Ray said as he took his bag back. Yep, shall we hurry there? Eve asked. If you wish. Ray said as he took Eve into his arms and teleported them back to Rin's mansion. Chapter 54, Evolve. Waking up, Ray knew that today was the day that Amiya Shiro will summon Saber. Ray, do you think that Saber would be able to realize that my body is made with Avalon as the base? Eve asked, wondering about meeting Saber. Don't worry about it, it'll be interesting to see Saber confused about this. No. Ray said, getting dressed. I suppose so. Eve shrugged as she also got dressed. Walking downstairs, they could see Rin talking to someone on the phone. Kirai. It's me. I made a pact with Archer last night, so please list me officially as a master. I also managed to summon 2 people as collateral because they have connections to Archer. Right now they said they would be classed as half-servants, so I'm having them go to school with me. Rin said, waving to Ray and Eve. Very well. Bring them 2 over when you have time and I'll take a look at what's going on. Kirai said over the phone. Sure, I'll bring them over when we're free. Rin said, about to end the call. Wait, Kirai was cut off as Rin ended the call. Well then, you 2, let's go. She said, turning to the duo. Sure. Ray replied as they followed her to school while Archer went invisible with the thanks of his magic. Say, Rin, isn't the school a place where it would be hard for you to avoid sneak attacks? Archer suddenly asked as they were walking to the school. Ray used his space laws to isolate the space around them so that people can't overheard them talk. Well, we masters avoid public battle with other master, don't we? Therefore, I think that somewhere like the school with lots of people would have one of the least chances of getting attacked by a master. Rin replied with confidence. Well, I would disagree with that actually. What if the master was a complete jackass who doesn't care or is a complete novice? Won't they not care about such things? Ray said, correcting Rin. Impossible, we masters have been trained and taught about such things and won't cause such a trivial mistake. That and also the only mage family left in the city besides Mai has already declined to such a state that they can't make a mage anymore. Rin said. Well, there is still the exception that they could make a mage. Eve said. Surely not, such a small exception won't happen. Rin continued to deny it. Well, aren't you looking at the 2 biggest exceptions right now? Isn't the logic that people can only summon 1 servant already broken by you with summoning 3? Ray said, pointing out the fact for Rin. He's right, master. There are exceptions in everything, Archer said, backing Ray and Eve up. You guys are bullying me with your numbers. Rin said, annoyed by the fact that all three of them were against her in his matter. We're not against you, but rather warning you of the possibilities that could happen, Archer said. As the group reached the school, they felt a sudden pulse of prana/mana. And would you look at that? The small exception decided to greet us on this day, Ray said sarcastically as he examined the barrier using his space laws. Rin frowned, feeling the barrier. Has the magical barrier already been established? Rin asked. Not fully, but the preparations are already well underway, Archer said. Although I can probably break this barrier right now, it would cause whoever casted this to run and hide harder than ever, though I can still find his ass, Ray said while he thought about the last part, since he could sense Shinji and Ryder setting up more points of the barrier. Fine, me and Archer will go investigate while you break the barrier once we have finished, Rin said, coming to a decision. Sure, Ray said as he and Eve headed to class. Entering, he could see Shinji avoiding his gaze due to the fact that he could beat Ryder. Fool. Don't make it so obvious that you're the master of Ryder goodness. Ray, though, seeing how obvious Shinji was as he and Eve sat down. Since Eve made it clear yesterday that Ray was hers with the kiss. She had been getting some scornful looks from the females while Ray got jealous looks from the males. Homeroom went quickly as Ray and Eve ignored most of it. Yo, Amiya, want to eat together? Ray invited Amiya to join him at the cafe with Eve. Sure, Amiya said, since he wasn't going to eat in the council room today. Walking over to the cafe, Eve was suddenly approached by a couple of rough-looking students. Oi, cutie, want to join us instead of these losers? One of them asked as the others laughed vulgarly. For fuck's sakes, it's gonna be one of those days, isn't it? Ray, though, annoyed as he knew what was going to happen. No thanks, I'd rather stay with Ray, Eve said, leaning closer to Ray. You whore, we invited you nicely and you dare reject us. Kiki, we'll enjoy your body gently, don't worry, we won't break you, much ha 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 ha, one of them laughed out loud as the others followed. And there it goes, Eve said with a sigh as she could see Ray having a vein bulging. Ah. You got a problem, one of them said, walking up to Ray and was about to spit onto Ray's face when Ray suddenly grabbed him by the throat and threw him across the hall, causing the heart-wrenching sounds. While he was much calmer after 130,000 years of meditation comprehending the law of space, no amount of meditation will be able to calm Ray when his reverse scale is touched. The students stopped laughing as they looked towards Ray, whose face was cold as could be. Sending dense killing intent, Ray caused some of students to buckled over. Sigh. Just don't kill them, Ray, Eve whispered so that only Ray could hear. Got it, Ray said as he ran forward, punching someone in the gut, causing them to crash into a wall with some broken ribs. Using his momentum, Ray then roundhouse kicked two more students, breaking their arms, causing them to cry out in pain. Looking at some of the fallen students, Ray could see them pissing themselves from fear. Disgusting, Ray said as he stepped onto their legs and crushed them. Some of them quickly got up and tried to run away with tears and snot everywhere. Ray was about to chase after them when Amiya ran in front of him. Amiya, what are you doing? Ray questioned Amiya without any emotion in his voice. That's enough, Ray-san. Don't go any further, Amiya said, shielding the students who are trying to crawl away. Are you really going to help these trash? Ray asked. Amiya nodded. Amiya, you naive fucker, Ray said, looking at Amiya. Tell me, Amiya, if these guys had one day raped someone you love, would you still go as far as to save them? Knowing these failures of humans, they've probably raped someone already, and yet without knowing that you still save them, Ray asked. Amiya hesitated. Sigh. You really are beyond saving, come on, Eve, Ray said as he walked away. Eve followed whilst the rest of the students, observing the incident, quickly backed away from Ray as if he was some kind of demon. Arriving on the roof, Ray and Eve sat down, enjoying the view of the city. Thanks, Ray, for beating them up for me, Eve said as she snuggled up to him. Of course. They dare think about laying a hand on you in my presence, Ray said as he held Eve. Ha ha ha, then you should do your best to protect this princess in your arms then, Eve giggled sweetly. That is a must, my princess. Ray decided to play along as he smiled. Soon night fell as Rin went up to the roof to take out another one of the barrier points. Yo. Ray said, seeing Rin. You. Yo my ass. You hospitalized 5 students and traumatized a hell of a lot more. Rin shouted, seeing Ray being so casual. First, stop shouting, second, don't say ass. It doesn't fit your image, and third, they had it coming. Daring to threaten to rape Eve in front of me. Ray said, holding up a finger each time he said a point. Asterisk sigh. Forget it, they were garbage anyways. But more importantly, help me take out a small part of this barrier. Rin said as she walked and crouched near the barrier point. Sure. Ray said, snapping his fingers and breaking the point. Well, that makes it 7. Rin said as she counted the points that she broke plus 1 that Ray just broke. But honestly, this barrier is ridiculous. When activated, every human body in the area will get dissolved and get harvested for their souls. Rin said, frowning. Era. Such a horrible barrier. Eve said, looking at the seal. And as for who or what would need such a thing? The obvious answer is servants. Archer, would your kind do such a thing? Rin asked. You are correct. Just like how you humans eat meat to get nutrients, we servants do the same to souls and get more mana reserves. Archer replied. Wait, are they not satisfied with the mana the master gives them? Rin asked with a frown. Rin, I think he means that in certain situations more is always better. That, and also Lancer-san. Don't you think you've heard enough? Ray said, looking towards the water container. Oh. How long did you notice me? Lancer said. The whole day. Ray said simply. Well, that isn't good, is it? Lancer said, standing up and readying his spear. Hold it. First, I want to ask, are you the one setting up this barrier? Rin asked. Nope, this kind of low dirty trick is up to the mage and we as the servant just fight. Lancer said. Well, since you servants fight, let me have a shot too. Ray said, snapping his finger, teleporting everyone to the school field. What? They said, seeing themselves being teleported. Switching to his combat gear, Ray flared his circuits to life. Now then, all of you stand back. I want to fight the Ireland Child of Light myself. Ray said with a smile, while Lancer became serious as his identity was found so quickly. Rin was shocked seeing magic circuits on Ray's body. Is he a mage? She thought. Trace on. Ray muttered as he prepared to trace out Gibalg. This time it was Archer's turn to be shocked as how Ray uses the same magic as him. Summoning Gibalg, Ray went into a combat stance while looking at the shocked Lancer. Now then, Lancer, entertain me. Ray said, dashing towards Lance. Bringing the spear to block the attack, Lancer then used the momentum to switch his guard into a side sweep. Doing the same, Ray twisted his body as he swung Gibalg to parry the attack. Sparks flashed as Ray and Lancer continued their attacks. Stabbing Gibalg into the ground, Ray vaulted over Lancer as he kicked backwards towards him. Bringing up the shaft of the spear, Lancer redirected Ray's kick to the left and stabbed the spear towards Ray's head. Using the momentum of being pushed off, Ray spun his body for Gibalg to intercept the stab. Both of them retreated backwards as they stared at each other. Archer's face was serious as he could tell that Ray is improving the accuracy of his weapon creation every time they clashed, making it closer to the original every moment. Ray launched towards Lancer one more time as he stabbed Gibalg forward. Feinting the attack, Ray dragged Gibalg in an arc and swung at Lancer with an overhead slash. The two spears clashed as it gave Ray the chance to thoroughly examine the structure of Gibalg. His soul power scanned the entirety of the spear as they continued the power struggle. Suddenly, Ray found a component deep within the weapon that he had never seen before and smiled. So that's why. Ray said as he jumped back. Ha 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 ha. Ray suddenly started to laugh, shocking everyone at the outburst. Lank, no, I should call you Kuchulin, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. You have allowed me to find what I have always been missing in my creations. And now you shall be the first to witness this, feel proud of yourself. Ray said as he untraced Gibalg. Unlimited blade works, true unlimited blade works. Noble phantasms are now equal or better quality than the original. Eve smiled at the notification. Come. True Gi Bolg. Ray shouted as a dark red aura exploded out from his hand. A piercing light caused everyone to shield their eyes as the Gi Bolg in Lancer's hand shook, feeling another true version of himself nearby. The light died down as they looked towards Ray. Standing tall, Ray had red lightning sparked around him. Now then Kuchulin, let's start round 2. Ray said as an oppressive feeling washed over the area originating from True Gi Bolg. Jumping at Lancer once more, Ray swung True Gi Bolg horizontally. Lancer parried the blow but was suddenly launched back as Ray was allowed to put more force into Gi Bolg without it breaking. Chasing after Lancer, Ray continued his flow of attack, causing Lancer to only retreat. Fuck, fine then, you forced me. Lancer said as he jumped upwards, gathering energy in Gi Bolg. Seeing the, Ray did the same and gathered energy in True Gi Bolg. Two similar flashes of black and red stood opposite to each other as they shouted at the same time. Gi Bolg. Two arrows of red energy collided in the middle, causing the ground to crash and shatter. The two cursed spears clashed while True Gi Bolg started to push Gi Bolg back slowly. Nanny. Lancer said, shocked that Ray's Gi Bolg is beating the original little by little. An explosion happened as the two spears were flung back to their owners. Grabbing his spear back, Lancer looked at Ray. Which heroic spirit are you? I've never heard of a spirit that can copy noble phantasms and beat the original. He asked, face serious. Well, I haven't died yet, so I'm not a spirit. Ray said with a shrug. Just as Lancer was about to say something, Amiya walked out of the bush seeing the scene and quickly ran away. Well, I'll go take care of the witness. Lancer said, flashing away before anyone realized. Untracing True Gi Bolg. Ray switched back to his uniform and walked back to the group. Rin, I know you have questions and I'll answer them later. Go save the student first. Ray said, pointing over to where Amiya was. Rin quickly ran to help Amiya while Archer followed. Congrats, Ray, on evolving your skill. Eve said as she hugged him. Yeah. Let's go watch Shiro summon Saber now, shall we? Ray asked as he reverted the space back to what it was so that the damage from the battle disappeared. Chapter 55, Saber. Ray and Eve sat on top of the nearby building watching Rin trying to save Amiya. Using her pendant, which is what will eventually be used as the link to summon the future version of Amiya. Counter Guardian Amiya, now known as Archer. So this is where it would technically start in a different timeline. Eve said as she knew this have to have happened in a different timeline without Archer since he wasn't created yet. Yep, and now Archer hoped to use this chance to kill Amiya and create a large enough paradox to free himself from the throne of heroes. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that there are multiple timelines and that his soul is already bound to the throne of heroes no matter how much he may hate it. Ray said, feeling sorry for his mentor of 10 years of his life. The moonlight shadowed their bodies as silhouettes with slightly glowing red eyes could be seen if one looked over at the duo. Ray could see how Amiya with his last breath looked over towards their location. Oh. He could actually look towards us. I'm sure that I set up a space where everyone would ignore this area, but it seems like Amiya bypassed it. Ray said with his eyes slightly narrowed. Yeah, like we said earlier. There are always exceptions to everything no matter how small. Just means we've got much to learn about laws, don't we? Eve said, looking at Amiya with some slight curiosity now. Before, she was curious about him as an anime character, someone whose power Ray wanted first. But now, she was curious of him since he could pass Ray's barrier. Snapping his fingers, Ray dispersed the barrier as he teleported next to Rin. Rin, I'll return slightly later, okay? Me and Eve need to check something out. Ray said, looking at Rin. Sure, just don't be too late. Rin said, trying to save Amiya. Ray nodded before he teleported back to Eve and set up the space once more. They watched as Rin left, leaving the now alive Amiya on the floor. Breathing heavily, Amiya dragged his body up, feeling his chest where he was stabbed. Standing up, Amiya had grabbed the pendant the Rin had left before looking towards Ray and Eve once more. Amiya's eyes widened, seeing two pairs of glowing eyes. Blinking quickly, he looked once more to see it gone. Dismissing it as a hallucination, Amiya quickly left the premises. This is no longer just an exception. Once, maybe, twice. Must be something else I'm missing. Ray said, frowning as to why Amiya could see them. Well, maybe it's the fact that Amiya's body has Avalon in it and it created a resonance with my Avalon. After all, didn't Gibalg do the same when it sensed your true Gibalg? Eve suggested her hypothesis. Maybe. Ray said, teleporting them once more. Landing near the Amiya resistance, Ray and Eve made their way to the shed. So this is the seal used to summon servants. Interesting. Ray said, studying the seal due to his concept of seals. The seal first scans the user, then searches to the best matches within the Throne of Heroes database, if you would say. Imprint their souls into a puppet and summons it here. So even if you killed the puppet, the main copy is still in the Throne of Heroes, so they can make as many copies as they want. Ray said, looking at each of the seals carefully. Do you think you'll be able to lock onto the Throne of Heroes with this? Eve asked, as she knew Ray wanted to give something back to his sensei, and that something is freeing his soul from the Throne of Heroes. Not from this, no. My understanding isn't deep enough yet. But I should be able to follow sensei when the war ends and he returned to the Throne of Heroes. Ray said, shaking his head. Soon they heard the sound of glass breaking. Seems like it's time to summon Saber. Ray said, teleporting them on top of the main building, looking towards Amiya. Run to the shed. Soon they saw a light explode out from the shed as they knew Saber has just been summoned. Saber and Lancer could then be seen in the open area about to fight. Staring down on each other for a moment, Saber shot towards Lancer as she swung her sword with monstrous speed and efficiency, quickly forcing Lancer to retreat. Stepping down hard, Lancer ran in a zigzag motion towards Saber, thrusting his spear forward. Tilting to the side, Saber evaded easily and used her sword to hit the spear upwards. Lancer clenched his teeth as he exerted himself to quickly block attack after attack with much difficulty. Saber's sword grinded on Lancer's spear as Lancer pushed the spear downwards and vaulted over her. Coward. What's the meaning of this? Concealing your weapon. Lancer called out, annoyed at this fact. Saber, not willing to talk, attacked Lancer once more, causing him to retreat. What is the matter, Lancer? If you simply stand there, you will give spearmen a bad name. If you will not come to me, then I shall go to you. Saber said, about to attack. Asterisk clap 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 clap. Ray clapped his hands, causing them to look towards him. Now then, I think this is enough, don't you think, Lancer-san? Or would you like another fight? Ray said, looking at Lancer. Asterisk sigh. My lord is a coward, you see. He wanted me to take out the witness, but now that you're here he's ordering me home. Lancer said as he walked away. Hold it. Saber said, about to run towards him. Eve quickly went in front of Saber as she pinched her sword. Saber-chan, calm down a little, K. Eve said with a smile. You. Saber said, looking at Eve as she could feel her scabbard Avalon in her body. Lancer flashed away in the time that Saber was distracted. You have let the enemy escape, state your name. Saber said, looking at Eve and Ray. I'm Eve and he's Ray. We can be called half-servant since we were summoned but haven't become a spirit in the Throne of Heroes. Eve explained as she let go of Saber's sword. Now explain why I can feel the presence of Avalon in you. Saber asked once again. I don't like the tone you're using to command Eve. Ray said, narrowing his eyes dangerously. Saber faltered slightly as she felt dense amounts of power in his body. Mama Ray, it's fine. She would be confused after all. Eve said, not bothering about the tone Saber used. Anyways, Ray had used Avalon as a base to create my body. But don't worry, this isn't your Avalon but rather a duplicate made by Ray. Eve said, walking back to Ray. Impossible. Saber shot down the idea of someone else copying a noble phantasm. Not impossible, here look. Trace on. Ray said as he traced another copy of Avalon. See. And here, just because you're hiding your sword doesn't mean I haven't seen it before. Trace on. Ray said once more. A golden light erupted from his hand. Saber's Excalibur in her hands trembled, signaling the existence of another true Excalibur. Come, true Excalibur. Ray said as Excalibur appeared in his hands. See. Ray said, proving his point as dismissed the two noble phantasms away. Ray, why are you here and who are you? Amiya asked, unable to take it anymore. I'm here because it was interesting and I'm a half-servant. Ray said as he looked over to where Archer and Rin would arrive. Now then, I believe I should go, see ya. Ray said. See ya. Eve said as Ray took Eve and jumped towards where Archer would be. Saber quickly explained some details to Amiya before she too jumped towards where Archer would be. Seeing Archer, Saber quickly deemed him a threat before attacking him. Archer, seeing Saber, flinched as he knew who she was. Quickly parrying her attacks, Archer retreated back to Rin, protecting her. Saber was about to attack once more when Amiya accidentally used a command seal. Stop, Saber! Amiya shouted when a pulse of red appeared from the back of his hand. Saber flinched as she stopped, looking back with some difficulty. Saber looked annoyed at Amiya. Are you mad, Shiro, Amiya? I could have defeated them handily, yet you ordered me to stop. Saber said. Hold it, Saber, I have no idea what's going on. I'm your master, right? So shouldn't you fill me in? Amiya said. You would demand such a thing when the enemy is before us. Saber said. Saber-chan, Amiya there is right, you know. Going in without knowing will get him killed easier. Eve said, drawing their attention towards her. Eve, you're here too? Rin said, looking at Eve. Yep, me and Ray were checking out Saber-chan over here. Eve said, pointing at Saber. I see. Rin said before looking towards Amiya. For starters, good evening, Amiya-kun. Rin said towards the shocked Amiya, seeing three of the people he knew familiar with the concept of servants. Chapter 56, Plans. Ray walked next to Archer as Eve was talking to Rin and Amiya. So sensei, tell me. Why do you persist on amnesia when I could tell that you know about the ability I used? Ray said, sitting down. Snapping his fingers, he isolated the space before gesturing to Archer to talk. Sigh. I'm sure I don't know you, and how do you have my personal ability? Archer said, serious. Well, I suppose I know you from a different world. Not the current you, but a parallel you, if you would say. Ray said, looking out to the city. That still doesn't explain how you have the ability. Archer turned towards Ray. The ability is like an inheritance, I suppose, but I should tell you now that killing your present self won't change anything, you know. Ray said, breaking the news to Archer. What do you mean? Won't killing the cause change the effect? Archer said, frowning. No, the Throne of Heroes is a databank of all the information on heroes. When they are summoned, their data is copied and pasted into the world. Even if you kill your past self, your data gathered from a different timeline has already been stored. Ray said, shaking his head. No, you're lying. Archer said in denial. I am really, sensei. Ray said, looking at Archer. Seeing that Ray isn't lying, Archer sat back down in defeat. So I can't be spared of this. Archer said as he lost his wish of being freed from the throne. Not entirely. Ray said, rekindling the hope in Archer. What? Is there another way? Yes, but I can't do it yet. I'll need this Grail War to end first. I can then use the energy being returned to the throne to track down the location. With that, I should be able to destroy a part of the throne, releasing your data/contract, and you should be free. Ray said, telling Archer about his plans. Why are you telling me this? Archer suddenly said, not understanding why Ray would do this even if he had apparently trained him for 10 years. Well, I can't say I'm a good guy, so let's just say because it's interesting. Ray said, smiling. You see, I already know the way this timeline will go, so I thought I'll change it up a bit. Join in the summoning, kill a few trash masters here and there. And maybe take the Throne of Heroes for myself. Ray's smile grew wider. And here I thought I was fucked up. Archer said, looking at Ray. What do you mean? Ray said, not understanding him. You've lost your entire regard for human life, or most things for that matter. You only do things for fun now. Archer said as he walked away. Huh, and what about it? Ray said, not bothering. Archer turned around, shocked at what Ray said. You see, sensei, Eve and fun are the only things I'm interested in anymore. Pair that with 130,000 years of seclusion resulting in a disregard for most things and getting your nihilism, we then get my current self. Ray said with a smile and a shrug. And you're fine with that? Archer said, frowning. Yes, I am. As long as I have my two main interests, I'm fine. Ray said, accepting how broken he was. Silence carried on as Archer stared at Ray while Ray looked at the city. Hey! Archer, Ray. We're heading over to see the fake priest, do you want to come? Rin shouted towards them as they prepared to head over to the church. Sure. Ray said as he jumped down, landing next to Eve. Archer only looked at Ray with a slight frown before disappearing. It didn't take long for the group to reach the church as Saber decided to stay outside and keep watch. Why do you suppose Saber won't come in with us? Amiya asked, seeing Saber stay outside. Well, she did say she was in this time period before, so maybe something happened between her and the fake priest here. Rin said as she walked towards the church. Ignoring Amiya and Rin, Eve pulled on Ray's sleeve. Hey Ray, should we kill Kirai sooner? Eve whispered. Sure, in this timeline he had a small role after all. Ray said back as he dismissed the space. Rin, you have never accepted my repeated invitations, and now, here you are with 3 unsual guests. Kirai said as he looked back. I take it that one is the 7th master and the other 2 are the half-servants. Kirai continued as he examined Amiya, Ray, and Eve. Talk to the 7th master first before us. Ray said as he and Eve sat down waiting for Kirai to explain the war to Amiya. As Kirai explained the war, Ray was thinking about the command seals. The command seals work as soul seals. They take a very small portion of the person's soul before converting it into a seal. The person who uses the seal is able to bend the person affected against their will. But it seems like the seals here allow for 3 commands. Ray continued to think about the construction of the seal. Now then, on to you two. Kirai said as he finished talking to Amiya. Ray stood up with Eve as they walked in front of Amiya and Rin. Let's cut to the chase. Ray said as he traced a few blades to float in the air and Kyoki in its first form in his hands. Feeling that they are real noble phantasms, Kyrai's eyes widened slightly. Gate of Babylon. He, though shocked, as the only one who has a similar ability is Gilgamesh. Kodomine Kirai, Master of Lancer. Ray said as he walked forward, shocking the people behind him and Kirai. Die. Ray said as he disappeared from view. Lancer, come. Kirai shouted quickly in a panic. Unfortunately, Ray was faster than the speed of summoning. 5 blades including the Kyoki in Ray's hand shredded up the body of Kirai, causing flesh and limbs to be thrown. You. Lancer said as he finished being summoned. Swinging his spear at Ray, Lancer attacked only for Ray to pinch the blade with ease. Your current master wasn't a decent human, so why attack me for him? Ray said to Lancer. Lancer was silent as he knew that Ray was right. Well, either way it is no use now. Would you like to stay in this world for now or leave? Ray asked, giving Lancer a chance. And how would I stay in this world? Lancer asked, looking at Ray. Become my servant. Ray said simply. I refuse, just kill me. Lancer said as he didn't want to be beneath Ray, who didn't warrant his loyalty. As you wish. Ray said as he cut off Lancer's head. Why did you kill him? Amiya shouted as he saw Ray kill with ease. He was dead to begin with. By chance he'll probably be summoned again in the future. Ray said as he walked out of the location without worry of what he just did. Amiya could only watch Ray and Eve walk away. Rin-chan, you should know that Kirai was also the one who killed your father. How we know? We know what happened in the 4th Grail War. Eve said helpfully to Rin while they passed her. Rin's eyes widened at the realization. Walking out, Ray sensed Berserker nearby. Oh, I do wonder what it feels like to challenge a demigod. Ray said with a smile. You know that with your power right now, demigod or not. He will still die, you know. Eve said. Of course, but I want to see how a so-called demigod matches with me right now. Chapter 57, Berserker/Heracles. Amiya and Rin soon walked out of the church. Seeing Ray smile, they knew something was up. Ray, why are you smiling? Rin asked, seeing Ray smile. I'm just excited from the battle to come. Ray said, looking towards the direction that Berserker will arrive. Don't worry about it, Rin, Ray is like this sometimes. Eve said with a smile. If you say so. Rin shrugged. I'm going to say hi first, Eve, you stay with these guys and catch up in a second, okay? Ray said. Eve nodded as Ray jumped towards where Berserker would be. Berserker, feeling the approach of Ray, quickly sets down Ilya and brings up his sword to hit Ray. Colliding with the sword, Ray could be seen smiling at Berserker. Yo Berserker, no Heracles. Ray said as he separated from Heracles. Who are you? Ilya said as she stepped backwards to allow Berserker some more room. Ray, nice to meet you. Ray said as he bowed slightly. Now I am going to have a spar with your servant Heracles, okay? Ray said as he had his circuits flare to life. I won't use any weapons, okay? Ray as he got into a combat stance. Don't look down on Berserker. He's the strongest. Go Berserker. Ilya said as Berserker's skin turned a dark red. Ha 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 ha, that's the spirit. Ray said as he launched towards Berserker, who also did then same. Listen to Fate Stay Night, Unlimited Blade Works, Archer's theme on loop. Link, https://youtube.be/sn-q5qhd6_a. Berserker smashed down with the sword with insane strength, which Ray lifted his hand and caught it with ease. Lifting his leg up, Ray charged it with energy before kicking Berserker in the stomach, launching him away in a series of shockwaves, instantly taking out one of his lives. Oh, this only takes one life. I would have, though it would take two. Ray said as he lowered his leg. That hit was around the level of mid-king. Ray, though, as he could tell from the aura that Berserker releases, that he is around king, which increased to world level in order to try overcome his kick. Berserker quickly charged towards Ray once more as his all-around stats have been increased due to this. Berserker swung his sword with wild yet controlled strikes. Ray dodges easily as he did a handstand and kicked the sword by the blade, causing Berserker to let go of the sword. Using his spare leg, Ray kicked towards Berserker once more, but this time at the strength of low world rank. Feeling the danger, Berserker quickly bent backwards at amazing speeds to dodge the blow. Sweeping out his leg, Berserker tried to kick Ray in the head. Bringing up one of his hands, Ray caught the leg and looked towards Berserker. Child's play. Ray said as he clenched Berserker's leg and swung him upwards. Quickly standing on his feet, Ray looked at the now falling Berserker. Pivoting on his left foot, Ray landed a crushing punch on Berserker's ribs, which caused him to lose 2 lives this time. Berserker's aura raised to peak world to try overcome this challenge / Ray. Oh, I don't know if it is permanent or not, but you are increasing your power every time I show more for you to overcome. Indeed, Heracles and the 12 labors. Ray said, understanding that Heracles in this world is slightly different due to him. In the original there were no one on his current strength, so Heracles' ability was, as you could say, wasted. But with an anomaly like Ray who had lots of power in him, Berserker is able to raise his power immensely to try overcome Ray. Entertain me more. Ray said as he felt Heracles being able to overcome his strength is truly interesting. Feeling the taunt, Berserker became more enraged as he let out a roar before running to Ray. Punching out his fist, Berserker feinted the punch for a kick, learning from Ray. Matching kick for kick, Ray looked at Berserker and said. To say you are called Berserker, you are still composed for battle to some degree, aren't you? Berserker only grinned slightly before punching towards Ray once more. Catching the punch, Ray used Berserker's momentum to his advantage, throwing the hulking beast to the ground. Ray brought his leg above his head as he is about to drop it down of Berserker's head. Quickly moving his body, Berserker dodged the kick as it caused the ground to crack and shatter. Using the time that Ray is standing still, Berserker tried to take Ray's head off with a lariat. Bending his body back into a arc, Ray dodged the lariat before kneeing Berserker in the stomach with the power of mid-world rank. Unable to take any more of Berserker's lives due to the fact that he had already killed Berserker with a kick, Ray smiled more as he enjoyed a fight where the opponent gets stronger to overcome him. Spinning his body mid-air, Berserker punched towards Ray as his power was raised to half-step sovereign level. Shooting downwards, Berserker punched towards Ray. Crossing his arms in front of him, Ray withstood the punch only for the ground beneath him to cave downwards, causing a huge cloud of dust to shoot upwards. Jumping backwards, Berserker looked towards the cloud of dust to see Ray walk out with some slight scratches. Ha 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 ha, truly interesting. Ray laughed out seeing Berserker reach half-step sovereign level. During this, the rest of the group had already appeared and watched with awe as the aura the duo released felt suffocating to them with the exception of Eve. What is this power? Rin said, feeling the pressure. That's a small portion of Rei's true power, but for Berserker to match, increase and try to overcome Rei's physical power every blow is surprising. I guess you can say Berserker is treating it like a labor/challenge he needs to pass. Truly a man of legend. Surpassing each of the combat ranks with willpower and his ability. Eve said quietly as she watched Rei laugh out in joy fighting Berserker. She knew that Rei truly felt alive when he fought against interesting and strong enemies. Not weak enemies he can kill with a single strike or strong enemies that can kill him with a single sneeze. But rather one that can match him in equal strength or increase its strength to try beat Rei like Berserker. Rei launched towards Berserker once more as they hit punch for punch, causing shockwaves to explode outwards, causing a gale blow heavily across the whole area. Using a mixture of martial arts and instincts, Rei started to develop his own style of combat while Berserker learned how to fight better as he continued to fight with Rei. Using his wrist to deflect Berserker's arm upwards, Rei twisted his body, giving Berserker an elbow to the ribs as Rei flowed the stance into a punch under the shoulder blade. Berserker stumbled slightly as the force behind the attacks were now raised to sovereign level. Raising his own combat level once more, Berserker elbowed towards Rei's head. Grabbing the elbow with his hand, Rei lifted his body with Berserker's elbow as a pivot and launched a kick towards Berserker's head, causing him to be launched backwards. Ha 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 ha! Berserker's voice rang out in battle intent, shocking Ilya as she never heard Berserker being so happy. Stepping out of the dust, Berserker's body glowed a more vibrant shade of red as power flowed through him, causing him to reach sovereign rank. Ho! You can still increase, Rei said as he disappeared from Berserker's view. Appearing next to him, Rei kicked towards Berserker's body once more. Berserker reacted quickly as the increase in rank allowed for him to increase his reactions as well. Grabbing the kick, Berserker threw Rei away. Landing nimbly on his feet, Rei kicked off towards Berserker and launched a punch to Berserker with the power of a mid-sovereign. Tilting his body sideways, Berserker dodged before kneeing towards Rei. Jumping up, Rei dodged Berserker's knee before kicking down with his foot, breaking Berserker's knee. Red energy exploded out and regenerated the leg before Berserker put pressure in his step and punched Rei hard in his chest, forcing him backwards. Kohahaha! Rei laughed before increasing his physical power to peak sovereign. And punched the air in front of him. The sheer force of the punch caused a blast of wind to smash into Berserker's body, destroying half of him, causing Berserker to lose 5 lives. Being down to only 4 lives remaining, Ilya watched in worry while muttering, "Berserker is the strongest," to herself. At this point, Berserker had his hair flow upwards from the energy he's releasing, reaching the level of peak sovereign. His body compacted slightly while his flesh became scarlet red, looking like the adult version of Gon from Hunter x Hunter, but Berserker style. Rei increased his physical power to low ascendant, which is his current max. Walking forward, Berserker did the same till they met in the middle. Looking at each other with a grin, they both punched out as they became a blur for the watching eyes. Craters appeared around the floor as Rei and Berserker continued to trade blows with pure physical strength. This is on a whole other level, Rin said as she kneeled down watching the fight. Incredible, Saber said, looking at the devastation caused by pure physical power. However, Eve was more surprised at how the world hadn't shattered from their power. She could only concluded that with powers such as the Holy Grail and Gaia, the current world has been reinforced many times to withstand the power such as this. Even with Rei creating an independent space reinforcing the area even more, the damage should be even higher. Soon, both Rei and Berserker could be seen looking at each other once more. Rei had more visible damages on his body, which is being healed by his Alucard bloodline. Berserker on the other hand had flesh bruised and ripped, which could be attributed to both Rei's power and his body not used to the increase to peak sovereign. They both crouched slightly before shooting off to each other once more. Earthquakes erupted as the pressure from the fight became out of hand. Eve could feel the world energy trying to stabilize the area as much as it could to prevent total destruction. Suddenly Berserker could be seen crashing downwards towards the ground as it shattered. Rei landed heavily in front of him whilst Berserker reverted back to its normal form. So peak sovereign is as far as you go, Rei said as he pulled his fist behind him. Berserker stood up as it pulled its fist behind it. Stop, Ilya shouted as she knew if Rei attacked right now Berserker would be killed. She was about to use her command seal when she felt Berserker telling her to trust him with his intent. With tears in her eyes, Ilya decided to trust Berserker. Asterisk boom. A resounding shockwave could be heard as Ray clasped Berserker's hand with power. Berserker did the same as they grinned at each other. Men, honestly muscle heads. Eve said with a smile as she saw Ray and Berserker become friends through the enjoyment they gave each other in combat. Ha 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 ha. Heracles, son of Zeus. I, Ray, recognized your strength as a demigod who overcome his own legend to this day. Ray said with authority. Heracles grinned as he fell back, weakened heavily as the increase in strength had taken a toll on his body. Ilia quickly ran beside Berserker whilst glaring at Ray with anger. Young lady, if your servant didn't show such strength I would have killed him regardless. But, he has proven his strength as a warrior who tries overcome all odds, and for that he has my respect. Ray said, tracing out Avalon, healing Berserker back to full health with all his lives back. Ilia smiled, seeing Berserker back to peak strength. Looking towards Ray, Ilia smiled widely. Thank you. Ray smiled back as he looked them both leaving the area. Eve, would you do me a favor of reverting this area back to what it was like before the world laws kick me out? Ray said, still looking toward the direction Berserker and Ilia left in. Of course. Bankai, Ino, Mamoru, Mirai. Eve said, summoning her Zanpakuto. Gyaku, reverse, she said once more as the damage started to revert back to before the fight. Rin, Amiya, and Archer watched as time turned back around them, shocked at how Eve could control time. Thanks. Ray said as he turned back towards the ground. No problem. Eve said as she unsummoned her Zanpakuto. Now then, Rin, Archer. Shall we return home? Ray said, looking at the shell-shocked Rin sitting on the floor and Archer standing next to her, face shocked at the strength that Ray had shown. Sure. Rin said after Ray had snapped her out of her shock. Snapping his fingers, Ray brought everyone to Rin's mansion. Shall we deal with whoever made the shitty barrier in the school tomorrow? Ray asked Amiya and Rin. Amiya and Rin nodded dumbly, seeing them back at the mansion so easily. While Archer doesn't bother thinking about how to kill his past self anymore since Ray had told him the truth and how he could grant his wish. Chapter 58, Torture and Realization. School ended as the group gathered at the roof of the school. Now then, are you guys ready? Ray asked as they looked at all the students leaving the school. Are you sure that the person doing this will show up? Amiya asked, unsure. Of course, from my understanding of the master. He is a complete jackass that doesn't know shit and is a coward. Ray said, waving his hat to dismiss Amiya's question. It wasn't long before they heard a scream. See. Complete jackass. Ray said as he clapped once, causing a green transparent screen to expand out rapidly as it encased the whole school area before becoming invisible. Now then, let's go talk to our friend, shall we? Ray said as he teleported the group to the source of the scream. She's drained of her mana. Rin said as she quickly went over to heal her while Amiya helped the student up. Hello, Ryder-chan. Eve said to an empty space, confusing Rin and Amiya. Snapping his fingers, Ray removed the invisibility of Ryder using a seal to hold her in place. Now then, I believe your master already know my capability, yet he still persists. Ray said, walking up to Ryder. She tried to struggle but couldn't move. Ray walked towards her before using a combination of both space law and seal concept to track down where Ryder gets the source of her mana, in other words, where Shinji is. Now then, shall we say hi to your master? Ray asked Ryder with a smile. Rin, Amiya, you wanna come? But I'm going to be killing him, so if you don't want to see what happens, just say so. I'll be back soon anyways. Ray said over his shoulders towards the duo. No, I'll follow. I want to see what kind of idiot would be so obvious and idiotic in this war. Rin said, standing up after helping the student. And you, Amiya? Ray asked as Amiya stayed silent. I'll come. Amiya said after some hesitation. Ray then smiles ominously as he knew what Amiya will soon see. Unbeknownst to Amiya. Snapping his fingers, Ray teleported the group to where Shinji is. Amiya blinked a little before looking around. His eyes widened in both shock and rage as he saw Shinji raping Sakura in the room, with Sakura having a dead look on her face, which gained the look of disbelief before turning into shame of seeing Amiya appear in the room. Ah. Where did you guys appear from? Shinji shouted in shock as he quickly fell backwards, exposing his self-naked, which Eve looked away to not dirty her eyes of Shinji's dick. "Oh, would you look at that? Now I feel like a prophet. Now then, Amiya-kun. Your friend has just raped one of your important people. Will you still forgive him, or will you get revenge for Sakura?" Rei whispered in Amiya's ear like the devil. Amiya's body shook as he didn't know what to make of the situation. Rin only watched with seething anger on her face. "Did you know that Sakura was actually your sister? She was adopted into the family and was experimented with for years, and Shinji had been raping her since she was little." Eve also whispered into Rin's ears, telling her the truth. "Kill, no, torture him for all that he's done," Amiya said, turning his head away, not wanting to look at the scene. "Oh, are you sure? You don't want to lay your hands on him?" Rei asked Amiya. "No," Amiya shouted as his ideals were conflicted. He wanted to save everyone and help correct them onto the right path, but he also couldn't forgive Shinji for raping Sakura for all these years. "Kuhuhu, very well. I'll do it," Rei said as he walked forward, causing Shinji to back off, trying to run away. "Rin, would you like to help or watch?" Rei asked Rin. "I'll watch the whole way. Make it painful," Rin said with her face completely furious. "Now then, Sakura, if you don't want to watch, just turn away, K," Eve said with a smile as she walked next to Rei, preparing to help. Archer materialized next to Rin as he watched. "NSFW. Torture, so skip if you don't like. I'ma torture Shinji since I hate him with passion." Walking up to Shinji, Rei made an independent space so that Shinji's screams can't be heard from outside the room, and made a seal to increase the sensitivity of Shinji's skin. "Kohahaha, sate. Shinji, you fucked up. Big time," Rei said as he materialized small scalpels with broken edges. Summoning some chains, Rei bound Shinji up from the ceiling as he held the scalpel. Rei then proceeded to use the scalpel to slowly cut off small pieces of Shinji's dick, causing him to scream out in pain from the fact that the seal had increased his senses by 100x. Eve hummed slightly while she keeps a watch on Shinji's life force so that he doesn't die too quickly. Peeling it layer by layer, Rei cut down on the skin around the dick slowly. "Say, Eve, you got any salt or acid?" Rei asked as he continued to cut the dick. Shinji screamed in the background, causing his throat to go hoarse quickly. They should have it in the house." "Don't worry, I'll go get some," Eve said as she exited the room with a smile, promising slaughter on anyone in the house since they were all trash to begin with from experimenting on Sakura since such an early age. Lowering the scalpel to the balls, Rei upped the seal for Shinji to experience 200x times the pain. Cutting slowly, Rei started to turn the ball sack into small ribbons to extend the pain that Shinji felt from them. Shinji tried to thrash around in pain, but the chains had bounded him tightly. Rei then used his fire demon powers to heat up the chain, causing Shinji to thrash around more. Rei had made sure to keep a seal, keeping Shinji conscious the whole way. Using the scalpel, Rei then continued to cut lightly on the nerves in the balls, making sure not to sever them. Using his space laws, Rei then created a small space around the balls which constricted slowly. Feeling the pain on his balls, Shinji begged with tears and snot everywhere. "Please stop. I'm sorry. I won't do it again, please. Don't kill me, Agurg," Shinji shouted mid-sentence as the pressure increased, threatening to burst his balls. Rei used some of his magic to reinforce the balls so that they won't burst so soon. It wasn't until the space had shrunk down to 1/2 the size of the pinky finger did the balls then exploded into a mass of blood and flesh. Shinji slumped down as the pain overwhelmed him. Eve returned just in time with a bag of salt while there were some specks of blood on her body. "Sorry it took so long. They had more people than I thought," Eve said with a smile as she handed Rei the bag. "Actually, you're just in time," Rei said, taking a handful of salt before throwing it onto Shinji's lower body, which caused him to quickly spasm furiously as the salt increased the pain he felt and timed that by a factor of 200x. Shinji was woken up by the sudden increase in pain. Rei then brought the scalpel towards the upper abdominal area just below the chest. "You know, Shinji, the most sensitive areas of a male body starts with the penis and balls. Next are the inner thigh, inner bicep, front and back of the knee, side and upper area of the abdominal and the neck. We have plenty of time for you to try them all out." Rei smiled as he cut the upper abdominal area slowly. Ray repeated the process of cutting the sensitive areas into small pieces to increase the pain and added salt to every wound, causing chemical burns to appear in certain areas. Soon, Shinji had cuts, burns, ripped flesh, and bones show all across his body. As a final touch, Ray scanned Shinji's whole body as he then proceeded to set small white flames to all of his nerve endings, causing a great influx of pain. Ayahururgig. Shinji shouted out in absolute pain for the final time before Ray stopped it. Shinji had only managed to hold on because Ray kept a seal to stop his spirit from breaking. "Kill me, please. Kill me," Shinji begged. "Sure," Ray said, giving Shinji some hope. Ray then smiled sadistically before saying, "Just kidding," and gestured for Eve to turn back time. Doing so, Shinji saw his body turn back to the stat just before the torture. No 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 no. 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 Shinji shouted as he slowly became insane, living his torture all over again. Ray repeated the entire torture 4 times before the seal couldn't stop Shinji's spirit from breaking anymore as his brain activity stopped completely. End of NSFW/torture. Ray shrugged as he teleported the group back into Rin's mansion, leaving the mangled corpse of Shinji in his room. Amiya sighed heavily as he sat down, mentally weakened from what he had witnessed. The person he though as a friend had raped a person important to him for the majority of her life. Rin went over to the naked body of Sakura, who had watched the entire event. Using her jacket, Rin covered the body of Sakura as she took her to the bathroom to clean up. "Sensei, are you satisfied with his torture?" Ray asked as he made sure Amiya couldn't hear them. Archer said nothing. "Didn't Sakura also get raped by Shinji in your timeline? He also killed her, didn't he?" Ray said, reminding Archer of what happened. "Thank you for saving Sakura, but now like before, I feel empty from killing Shinji," Archer said as he went invisible. Ray could feel that they didn't appreciate what he did to some extent, even though Shinji had raped Sakura and did a lot of inhuman shit. "Eve, do you think I went wrong there?" Ray said to Eve as he looked towards where Archer had disappeared. "You want the truth?" Eve asked. "Go for it." "Well, yes and no. Shinji was trash and raped Sakura since young, so I believe it was right to torture him, maybe not as much but still torture him. Maybe letting Amiya here see that wasn't so good. But I guess that just means we got much to learn, no? I still need to fully understand other types of human interactions while you are admittedly broken. We're both broken in some aspects, so we just need to learn together. But no matter what, I'll always support you," Eve said, hugging Ray from behind. Ray was silent as he thought about his current broken condition, which he didn't mind before but now having some second thoughts. "I suppose I shouldn't completely disregard the importance of human life, right, Eve?" Ray said. "Yeah, we'll sort ourselves out step by step," Eve said to Ray. Chapter 59, Magic Association. Later that night, Ray was walking in the empty streets with Eve. Sigh. Ray sighed softly as he walked. "So then, Eve, I believe that leaves us with only Archer, Saber, Berserker, Assassin, Caster, and Gilgamesh," Ray said as he walked around aimlessly. "Yes, this war should be ending soon. Gilgamesh should be making his move soon as we killed Shinji, who would have been his next master," Eve said, watching Ray walk around aimlessly. They walked for an uncertain amount of time. Ray felt lost. He felt lost mentally. He thought that his broken self was not too bad, but seeing the result of this made him lost. He started to think back to all the things he'd done. He destroyed the world government. Killed thousands of Marines, even though some were admittedly good. He turned the world of Boku no Hero onto its head. He then started to think back to his past life. The dreams he once had. They felt fickle to him now. Being a hero was a matter of perspective. He could be a hero to the people he saved but also a villain to families he's broken. Until he had a sudden realization. Didn't I not care about what people thought of me before? So why am I bothering about them now? Ray thought suddenly, which caused him to open his eyes wide. Eve smiled widely as she saw Ray slowly regain his path by himself. I wanted to live a life of no regrets. Why push myself for other people's expectations? Isn't that what Sensei did, as he was then eventually sick of his life of regrets and never gained happiness? While I'm not a good guy, I can't be called entirely evil. But no matter how cruel I will be to my enemies, I should try to not involve unnecessary casualties. Otherwise, that would be betraying my own standards. Ray muttered as he didn't know that his will and soul were being strengthened by this thought. I can't believe I fell into such a state. Ha 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 ha. As a person wanting to become God, I almost lost myself to such depressing thoughts. Laughable. Ray shouted as his new and improved Conqueror's hockey crashed down into the abandoned area, causing an earthquake and the ground to split from the pure pressure. Ha 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 ha. Now then, Eve. Since I have gotten out of this slight dilemma, shall we finish this Grail war? Ray said, looking at Eve. I'll follow you whatever you do. Eve said, returning the smile. They soon heard the roar of Berserker in this abandoned area. Looking around, Ray could see that they were near the Einsburns castle. Wait, is Gilgamesh acting already? Ray said, slightly shocked, as he knew Gilgamesh would make his move soon, but this was a lot sooner than he thought. Ray and Eve exchanged glances and understood each other. Snapping his fingers, Ray teleported him and Eve to the castle of Einsburn. Reaching the place, Ray could see Berserker about to face off against Gilgamesh. The people in front of him paused and looked towards the two new additions. Yo, Berserker. Ray said with a slight wave. Gilgamesh frowned at the disregard that Ray had just shown him. While the shadowed person near Gilgamesh said something into a earpiece before looking at Ray. Mongrel, do not ignore this king. Gilgamesh said, looking at Ray. Shut it. Ray said, causing Gilgamesh to frown deeply. Ray suddenly paused as he looked towards the sky and felt large clusters of people gathering at the location. Ray frowned, feeling this. So Gaia has already dispatched counter-guardians. Ray said as he felt odd auras mixed with the clusters. Eve, go warn the others about this. Ray said, face serious. He could feel that Gaia even dispatched some people at the level of Sovereign, which was worrying, as he didn't know if there were anyone at the level of Ascendant. Eve nodded as she flashed towards Rin's mansion. Ilya, Berserker. I'd suggest that you guys should leave as well. The war about to be here is beyond your level. Ray decided to warn them. Gilgamesh suddenly fired a noble phantasm at Ilya. Using his body to block the attack, Berserker negated the lower-class noble phantasm. You can leave, but the doll stays. Gilgamesh said, pointing at Ilya. Ray frowned and was about to attack Gilgamesh before Berserker shot towards him first. You handle Gilgamesh, I'll handle the army. Ray said, walking away from Berserker, understanding his intent. Here, this should keep you safe while your buddy there fights Gilgamesh. Ray said, forming a barrier around Ilya using his seal so that he doesn't have to always supply it with energy. I don't need it, I believe in Berserker. Ilya said, looking at Ray. Let him focus on the fight. You can believe him from in here. Ray said to Ilya as he walked towards a more open area, as he knows that the magic association with the counter guardians will arrive in a moment. So then, why are the magic association here? Ray asked once he was quite far away from the mansion. I suppose you should know of your situation first, shouldn't we? You see, we are quite interested on how you were summoned but didn't need to live off mana of the caster or the Grail. Some experiments on your body would help clear it up. Naturally, that includes the young miss. She'll be found soon, so you'll join her. The person said, walking out of the shade of a tree. Oh, you dare. Seems like you don't know my power. Ray said as he became slightly annoyed. Oh no, we know of your power. After all, Gaia had sent us some counter-guardians to face off against your power. The person spoke. Oh really, what did you base my power on? Ray said. Naturally, the fight against Berserker. Admittedly, we are also quite interested on how she can turn back time. The figure spoke as he stretched out its hands. If you know, then what is to stop me from killing you? Ray asked, smiling. Of course I have preparations. It should block twice the amount of power you showed during the fight with the help of the counter-guardians. It said, overly confident with the power. Ho, 2 times, huh? Ray asked to make sure. Indeed, now that you know, you and the lady should just surrender. Don't worry, she'll be kept alive while we dissect her body to see how she functions. The figure mocked, liking the feeling of superiority. Asterisk chuckle. Ray chuckled darkly, confusing the figure. So it can take twice the power. Big deal. The main question is, can it take anything above that? Ray asked, causing the figure to widen his eyes. True 8 inner gates, 3rd gate open. Ray said as the green aura burst out from him. The figure panicked as he knew he shouldn't have taunted him now. Why? Without even being able to finish the sentence, his upper body was taken clean off by Ray, who shattered the barrier easily. Che, arrogant fucker. Did they really think I would show everything? Ray said in disdain as he could see the masses of helicopters coming towards the area. Ray waited for them to approach. HAAA. Ray shouted as a giant streak of purple fire shot towards one of Tay helicopters, exploding it, dragging the makeshift laser horizontally, causing 5% of the total amount of helicopters arriving to explode into purple flames. Row Ajax. Ray said as the 7-petaled flower protected him from the 4 assailants' attack. L, which suddenly appeared. So Gaia's dogs have decided to make a move against poor old me. Ray said, smiling, seeing the attackers being blocked. Chapter 60, Slaughter. I listened to this on loop, writing the chap Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works Archers theme. Link, https://youtube.be/sn-q5qhd6_a. Pushing Row Ajax outwards, Ray forced the 4 assailants to retreat as he summoned countless noble phantasms midair. Shooting them towards the 4, Ray also retreated a decent amount of distance. Mid-sovereign, peak sovereign, low sovereign. They're either underestimating me again, or these guys are hiding something. Ray thought as he looked at the 4 people in front of him. All of them were hidden with masks and cloaks. Since you 4 are obviously sovereign level, I won't hold back too much. Ray mocked to try disturb their focus, but they didn't waver. Figures, 6th gate open. Ray said, stepping down hard, causing the ground to crack. Bankai, Nanatsu no Tengaku. Ray then shouted as 14 wings expanded out from his back. Snapping his fingers, Ray turned them into 7 different swords. Each hit from them would cause a decrease the areas for strength, speed, defense, stamina. Ray did this utilizing his concept of seals. The swords hummed with neon red runes and seals on the blades. Using his left hand to control the blades, Ray summoned the base form of Kyoki on his right hand. Rushing towards the 4, Ray shocked them with his speed. Swing Kyoki down on one of the counter guardians. Ray turned his body as he kicked another one in the chest. Using the 7 swords, he controlled them to attack the other 2. I'll have you know, numbers don't work on me, Ray said as he dashed towards them once more. 8th gate open. Ray suddenly increasing his speed more. Kicking out on the unsuspecting guardian, Ray demolished his upper body, causing blood to rain down. Reappearing next to another guardian, Ray bisected the person before looking at the last 2. 2 down, 2 remain, Ray said, pointing the swords at them from all directions. So what, we're distractions anyways, they both said while Ray pierced their bodies. Kua. They threw up blood as Ray looked at the masses of lights gathering. Each one of them is summoning a servant. You guys treat me so well, Ray said sarcastically. You'll die easily faced with this many heroic spirits, one of them said arrogantly. I was going to kill you, but I'll let you watch. I do best in 1 versus army situations after all, Ray said ominously as he teleported them to a cliff. Untracing, Tengaku and Kyoki. Ray pointed his palms away from him. From the palms, dense magic circles appeared as they started to stack up. Slowly bringing his palms together, lightning flashed around him. I am the Forge of Origin, Ray chanted as he started to use his own created magic. All weapons come from me. A large seal spread out from his feet, easily covering the entire cliff. The counter guardians became worried as they felt the dense mana signals coming from them. Past, present and future. A dense amount of circuits extended towards the sky, grabbing everyone's attention. All weapons belong to me. Portals started to open up wherever the circuits touched. Come at my beckoning. Armageddon, Ray shouted as the portal exploded open. Countless weapons could be seen as each and every one of them are real noble phantasms. Each one glowed an ominous red, signaling them surpassing their limit and becoming a broken one-time use weapon of mass destruction. Ray shouted as the weapons shot out at over Mach 15 speeds, around 5 kilometers per second, correct me if I'm wrong. Countless explosions rang out for a good 5 minutes before it died down. Each of the explosions the size of a few houses. Looking at the devastation he caused, Ray could see the majority of the forest carpet bombed by him. There were hardly any remaining enemies as the surviving ones looked around at the landscape of fire and destruction. Truly a scene of Armageddon. Now then, does your magic association still want to see what else I can do? Or does Gaia still want my head? She basically forced me to carpet bomb this place by sending you guys and the association at me, so if anything it's her fault, no. Ray said with a smile, not bothering about the massacre he just did. In his defense, they were enemies who didn't mind human experimentation and wanted to dissect his and Eve's bodies to study. The 2 remaining counter-guardians could only shiver in fear as they saw how effortlessly it was for Ray to slaughter their army. Now then, bye-bye, Ray said, killing them finally. Looking towards the city, Ray could feel that Eve is battling it out using Senbon Sakura and her god-slaying abilities. His attention was drawn back when he could see several more servants drop down and surround him. Ray looked around as he saw he was surrounded. Troublesome. Ray said he traced out Kyoki. The first row of servants attacked him instantly the moment he summoned out Kyoki. Using observation haki, Ray managed to avoid the hits by twisting his body, balancing on one finger. Unveil my dagger, blend in shadow. Ray started to chant once more, causing the group of servants to be on edge because they saw what happened earlier. Still balancing on one finger, Ray kicked both his legs out, making 2 servants fall back while the others tried to attack him. Crescent moonshine, smile and slaughter. Pushing up with his finger, Ray avoided the attacks before coating his fist in tremors and punched down, causing the ground to smash apart. This stumbled the close-ranged servants while the long-range started to fire arrows at him. Turning certain parts of his body into mist, he avoided all the noble phantasms that he didn't know about. Shojin, Ascend, Gecko Karatariki, Moonlit Reaper. Ray said as he domain spread outwards, causing the servants to believe that it's a reality marble. The moon was bright, mist flowed everywhere in the domain. Ray could be seen as 2 floating crimson eyes while the daggers in his hands shone with a similar light. Applying the seal of mana drain, Ray teleported into the shadow of one servant and cut his head. Before they could react, Ray was already somewhere else and killed another servant. But they weren't heroic spirits for nothing. They quickly formed groups, making sure that they could see their shadows and cover each other's backs. Just because you took out the shadow doesn't mean I can't use speed. Ray's voice rang out as streaks of red and sparks could be seen while Ray continued to kill. Some managed to parry for a moment before death while others never even got the chance. A large group of 7 servants let their guard down slightly for a moment, which Ray exploited and teleported in between all of them, surprising them. Without even saying anything, Ray twisted his body, cutting off all their heads in one swift motion. Stopping in the middle of all the servants, Ray gathered mana in his palms, which the servants could feel, and pushed downwards, causing large spears to shoot out of the grounds near the heroic spirits via the seals he set up while teleporting around the space. The spears skewered most of the servants while some managed to survive. Tracing out Gi-Balg, Ray charged it up with energy as he flung the spear upwards, which then paused mid-air and pointed to a servant. True Gi-Balg, Ray said as the spear shot forwards in a streak of red. The servant tried to dodge, but the spear would never miss. Piercing the servant's heart, the spear continued to pierce 20 servants' hearts before returning to Ray's hand. Throwing up the spear high up, Ray drawed everyone's attention to the spear while he crouched low, cutting multiple servant in half before the spear returned itself back into unlimited blade works. Ray looked around and saw that no he could see was left alive. Undoing his domain, Ray walked away when he then suddenly roundhouse kicked an open space, soon revealing the body of an assassin missing his upper body, which Ray had kicked. Just because I can't see you doesn't mean I can't feel your presence, Ray said as he flashed near the 3 hidden assassins and teared them in half with his pure physical strength. Spreading out his haki, he made sure no one was left out before leaving. Walking back to the Einsburn mansion, Ray could see Berserker on his 4th life out of 12, while Gilgamesh is having trouble since Berserker could fight better without worrying about his master. Berserker, want me to help? Ray asked, even though he knew the answer. Berserker only shook his head before dashing toward Gilgamesh. Ray shrugged as he sat down next to Ilya, who was in his barrier. Chapter 61, Gaia. Ray watched as Berserker dashed towards Gilgamesh. This time, however, Berserker held a slight advantage as he can go as wild as Go could. Berserker swung his sword towards Gilgamesh as he combined it with a knee to the body. Quickly summoning some noble phantasms, Gilgamesh blocked the knee with a shield that still forced his back. Golden portals appeared around Berserker, shooting noble phantasms at speed which became a blur. Explosions rang out as another one of Berserker's lives ran out, meaning he only had 7 lives remaining. Regenerating quickly, Berserker dashed towards Gilgamesh, once again causing the ground to shatter. Throwing high colossal sword at Gilgamesh, Berserker feinted into a kick at the side of Gilgamesh. Summoning a more powerful noble phantasms, Gilgamesh blocked it before looking at Berserker. Don't get too cocky, mongrel, I'll allow you the pleasure of making me slightly more serious," Gilgamesh said before he pushed Berserker back, with more weapons being fired at him. Jumping backwards, Berserker grabbed one of the weapons before twisting his body and throwing the weapon back with shockwaves signaling the projectile speed. The gale caused by the throw threw the other phantasms off as they missed Berserker, causing the area around him to be littered with weapons. To be able to grab one and throw it back. Interesting, Ray said, looking at Berserker. The weapons faded into golden particles, returning to the gate of Babylon. Berserker started to walk towards Gilgamesh as he began increasing his speed. Soon he became a red blur shooting towards Gilgamesh. More and more projectiles attacked Berserker as he tried to dodge. Some of them pierced his body, but Berserker ignored it. Soon Berserker was in front of Gilgamesh and punched towards him. Taking a few steps back, Gilgamesh summoned phantasms where he had stood and pierced Berserker's body, causing him to fly backwards. 6 lives remain, mongrel, Gilgamesh said with his hands in his pockets. Berserker was about to run towards Gilgamesh when he saw mages start to appear. Some dropping down from the air while some could be seen coming out the remaining part of the forest. More ants decided to show up, Ray said as he stood up. The mages gathered magic to attack the barrier Ray made for Ilya. Berserker shouted in rage, about to attack the mages, but Gilgamesh shot more weapons at him, causing him to dodge backwards. "Don't worry, big guy, I got this," Ray said, walking forwards. Suddenly, multiple seals appeared beneath him as magic started to absorb his power. Due to the sudden drain, Ray became lightheaded for a slight moment and almost kneeled down. Taking this chance, the mages sent spells hoping to kill him. Summoning ice around him to protect him from the attacks, Ray frowned, feeling the suppression seal. "Tisk, Gaia, you actually showed them seals," Ray said, annoyed. Looking up, he could see them launching fire attacks to try melt the ice. Unknown to them, Ray smiled, as this fire was just what he needed to replenish some of his power right now. Undoing his ice, Ray stood up and started to eat all of the fire. The fire disappeared as Ray could be seen standing in a ring of purple fire. He had fire flickering around his body as the mages could tell the fire elements dance around his in his complete control. "Kohahaha, you guys made a few mistakes that would cost you your life. But I'll tell you 2 of them," Ray said as the fire started to grow. "First mistake, using fire against me is the worst element that you could have chosen," Ray said as he condensed 2 flaming purple chains in his hands and smacked down on the ground, causing it to crack. "And second, the mere though of wanting to kill me. An immortal," Ray said ominously, causing the mages to step back unconsciously. Suddenly, Ray flashed towards them, causing a trail of fire behind him. Swinging the chains, every one that it touched had the certain body part turned to ash. The 2 chains dances around in purple streaks of light, reaping the lives of the mages. Ilya watched in slight awe as she could tell that none of the mages stood a chance to begin with. Seeing that there were still many of the mages left, Ray crouched his body before catapulting towards the biggest group. Jumping up just before he hit, Ray twisted his body, sending the chains towards the group, easily killing them. Kicking down his heels on the ground, Ray caused the earth to crack with purple flames surrounding all of the mages. Snapping his fingers, Ray manipulated the fire, causing the flames to shoot upwards and grabbed the remaining mages, turning them to ash. Ray looked around at the purple hell that he had just caused and nodded at its effect. Ray snapped his fingers once more, putting out the fire before he went back to Ilya and sat down. "Ray Nii-chan, what was that fire?" Ilya asked, unable to retain her curiosity. "Oh, this," Ray said, summoning a small speck of purple fire on his fingertip. Ilya nodded. "This is the flames of Lucifer, flames of the origin demon or Satan, I suppose. This was one of my first powers that I had, and one of the most destructive," Ray said, playing around with the flame. "Ah, How nice of you. Lucifer suddenly said in his conscience. Eh? You're healed up? Ray asked in his mind as he put out the fire. Nope. No yet. See ya. Lucifer said, cutting off the communication. Random motherfucker. Ray though, as he looked back at Ilya, who had focused of his fire until he put it out. Eh? How do you have the flames of Satan? Ilya asked. We have people from Legends, why would you be surprised at this? Ray asked. Because could you be actually Satan? Ilya said, tilting her head. What made you think that I would be Satan? Ray said, looking slightly confused. Well, actually Satan. Actually is important, and you were summoned by Rin, summoned blades from nowhere, rained hell on the forest, and you have Satan's fire. Why wouldn't you be actually Satan? Ilya asked. I can't help but feel like I heard that somewhere. Ray though, hearing her. Well, I'm not actually Satan. I'm me, Ray, and I just have his fire under my control. Ray said, clearing it up with Ilya. Before he could even respond, she heard Berserker shout in rage as chains suddenly restrained him when he was inches away from hitting Gilgamesh with his sword. Berserker! Ilya suddenly shouted in a worried tone as she saw him bound. Quickly trying to take him back using command seals, Ilya didn't understand why it didn't work. Eh? Why isn't Berserker coming back? Ilya said, looking at the still-bound Berserker. Enkidu, chains of heaven. These chains are meant for restraining gods. The more divinity they have, the tighter they bind. Gilgamesh said, looking at Berserker with a cocky look. Hearing this, Ilya sent Ray a pleading look as Berserker was down to his last 2 lives. Ray though for a moment and decided to not disappoint her. He smiled at her, before he walked over to the battlefield and also summoned Enkidu to restrain Gilgamesh. Oi! Gilgamesh, like this. Ray said as he pointed to the chains locking him up. Gilgamesh widened his eyes in shock and rage before shouting out. Mongrel! How do you have Enkidu? Only I should have it. Let's just say I made another one. And I can make more as well. Ray said, making multiple Enkidus float midair. Gilgamesh looked in horror as he saw one of his most beloved weapons being copied by some unknown individual, and worst of all, they were all real versions too. Mongrel! Gilgamesh shouted in rage as he summoned out Ea. Red energy twisted together as Ea appeared, breaking off Enkidu. For this, you shall die. Gilgamesh shouted as the energy gathered on Ea. Ray frowned as he felt threatened by the aura Ea let off. The resulting energy had also destroyed the chains on Berserker as he quickly stood in front on Ilya, hoping to use his body as a layer of additional defense. Not wanting to see Berserker die, Ilya used one of her seals to take Berserker back while he himself tried to protest to no avail. Ray's eyes widened slightly as he knew his barrier won't hold against Ea's attack. Enoma Elish! Gilgamesh shouted, firing the energy towards him and Ilya. Tisk! Ray clicked his tongue and he summoned Tengaku and started to quickly chant. Kneel in awe, weakness revealed. Power taken, mortal shell unveiled. Shojin, ascend, Tengaku no Fuin, seal of heaven. Golden light covered the area as the illusionary temple of heaven could be seen above Ray. 7-layered protection array, rotation. Row Ajax. Seal of defense X50. Ray shouted in quick succession as the countless measures of defense stacked on top of each other. A large array of blue seals could be seen stretched across the area. Layers of a golden dome could be seen rotating around where Ray and Ilya as it protected them. Ilya looked at the back of Ray, who was trying to protect her even against an attack like this. Asterisk boom. A huge collision of energy erupted as the streaks of red attacked the dome. The energy almost acted like multiple dragons coiling around and striking the dome. The ground was torn asunder as deep trenches could be seen. As the attack was focused on where Ray and Ilya had been, the nearby city was left relatively safe. Though the energy did destroy some of the outer areas as collateral. The collision eventually died down as the dust left behind started to clear up. Gilgamesh returned Ea away as he smirked at the destruction with arrogance. However, it soon faded as he could see Ray still there protecting Ilya. Ku. Ray coughed up blood as he could be seen in front of Ilya using his body to shield her during the last moments of the attack. Ray fell forward as the majority of his left side had been evaporated. Kuhuhu, goddamn, haven't had an attack like this in a while. Ray said as his blood flowed out in large quantities. Are those your last words, mongrel? Gilgamesh said with disdain. No, but what about your last words? Ray mocked back. Those aren't the best words to leave out on. Gilgamesh said as he started to walk towards him holding a sword he summoned with the gates of Babylon. Right back at you. Ray said as his blood started to move around, shocking Gilgamesh. Ray regenerated his entire body as he flashed behind Gilgamesh, taking the chance of Gilgamesh being frozen. Coating his arm in hockey, Ray pierced Gilgamesh's body, ripping out his heart as Gilgamesh looked down on the hand through his body. Gilgamesh was cut off as Ray ripped his head of the body whilst crushing the heart. Throwing the body away, Ray looked up before saying, Gaia, you've been watching for a while. Not a very good hobby, I would say. Kuhahaha, Morta, no, I should say ascendant. You were naive to think that you can go against me. Gaia. A female voice rang out as light descended, revealing a woman in a green dress and long blonde hair with the pointed ears like an elf. Decent bust, thin waist, and a pair of green eyes. The woman in front of him is definitely a beauty, but Ray wasn't distracted as he became serious and fell into a combat stance with blades ready. Cold sweat flowed down his back as he could feel her power and the gap between them. Divine Combat Rank. Chapter 62, Fight Against the Divine. Ray looked at Gaia, who stood in front of him carefully, as he could tell that if he let his guard down he would have no chance of fighting back. While he can't die due to Alucard's bloodline, he doesn't know if she could seal him or worse, actually having a way to kill him. Ilya, run as fast as you can. Ray whispered as he crouched down preparing to attack Gaia. Eh? Why? Ilya asked, confused as she's not sure what just happened. This lady appeared and Ray became serious. Ilya couldn't feel her divine pressure as Gaia was so much more stronger than her. Not willing to explain more, Ray instantly went into 8th gate and used Shojin. Shojin, Gecko Karatariki. His two dark red and black daggers appeared in his hand as he teleported behind Gaia, aiming for her neck. A fist of earth suddenly shot out of the ground behind her, hitting Ray with tons of force applied. Tisk. Ray clicked his tongue as he guarded against the incoming fists. Summoning an array of weapons behind him, Ray sent them exploding towards the fists. Ha 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 ha, with just this and you dare challenge me, Gaia? Foolish. Gaia shouted as she sent a dragon made from earth and vines shooting towards him. Focusing tremors onto his twin daggers, Ray also condensed white flames onto them. Cutting horizontally, a white streak of energy appeared from the blade and bisected the dragon easily. But before Ray could even relax slightly, vines shot out of the dragon towards Ray. Pushing out observation hockey, Ray cut down each and every single vines within 2 meters of him. Ray frowned slightly as he could tell that Gaia wasn't taking him seriously. Throwing the 2 daggers upwards, Ray condensed several layers of tremors as he smashed downwards. Asterisk giggle. My divine law is of earth and forest. Such attacks won't break my defense, she said with confidence as the earth intercepted the earthquake with only a few minor cracks. 1,000-head nature serpent. Gaia said lightly as wood shot up in large quantities. It had stopped once it had taken the form of a huge towering serpent bigger than mountains and an uncountable amount of head all looking towards him. Their eyes glowed slightly as a sudden wave of pressure crashed into him, causing the surrounding earth to collapse and compress downwards. Ray struggled to get up as each of the heads had increased the gravity slightly. Pushing more energy into his body, Ray used hockey, reinforcements, and strength seals to start to move around in the gravity field. Tisk. Ray clicked his tongue as he summoned out his white flames. The flames raged as it started to shoot towards the wooden construct. Just because wood's weak against fire doesn't mean I don't have anything to counter it, Gaia said as a giant stone hand shot upwards and caught the fire. Seeing all of this, Ray's brain began to work out strategies. She hasn't used any physical attacks yet, so I would class her as a magic summoner type, though it is unsure if she can use any physical enhancements. Earthen spikes shot up around him, hoping to skewer him. Due to the gravity, Ray couldn't move his body how he wanted and thus could unteleport around. His body flashed as he dodged the spikes. He then suddenly teleported towards Gaia, who was standing on top of the serpent, and cut down with his dagger. Ray frowned as he quickly teleported away once more. Bankai, Nanatsu no Tengaku. Ray said, unfurling 14 wings. Turning them into 7 magic circles, Ray quickly dodged to avoid the suddenly earth spike in his location. He gathered white flames in his hand as he dodged. The flames rotated into a javelin as Ray also coded some tremors with the basic shape. Ray twisted his body clockwise, throwing his javelin with momentum towards Gaia. 7-layered acceleration, pierce. Ray said as the javelin passed the 7 magic circles, accelerating towards the construct. A mixture of earth and wood gathered into a shield attempting to stop the strike. Ray smiled as he saw what happened. Teleporting towards the javelin. Ray grabbed it before twisting his body once more, throwing the javelin straight down over the shield and into the 1,000-headed serpent. A beacon of intense white flames shot up towards the sky as it reduced everything it touches to ash. All this happened in a second of Ray teleporting the javelin and him above the head of the serpent, leaving Gaia with not chance to reaction. Teleporting away to a safe distance, Ray looked at the result. The serpent, now completely destroyed, lay there defeated, while a small stone construct could be seen protecting Gaia from the attack, which it eventually faded away. "Boy, you actually made me waste a divine-level defense item." Gaia said, livid at the fact that someone at mid to peak ascendant made her panic and use a precious item that could block the attack of a peak divine-level attack. Sending out her domain, Gaia stood back up with a majestic landscape behind her composed of forests and mountains decorated with waterfalls. "I can't believe I'm using my nature domain against a kid," she said with arrogance as Ray looked at her domain. "Have you forgotten that I also have a domain?" Kneel in awe, weakness revealed. Power taken, mortal shell unveiled. Shojin, ascend, Tengaku no Fuin, seal of heaven. Ray said as the temples of heaven appeared behind him with countless types of seals etched along every wall. "No, but can your ascendant rank domain defeat my divine rank domain?" "I think not," Gaia said as he sent vines and stone pillars towards Ray's domain. Ray quickly applied seals to defend against the attack, as then summoned countless noble phantasms in the domain and cut towards the vines. "TSK, that system god really did you a favor giving you these abilities at such a low price," Gaia said, annoyed seeing Ray with such abilities. "Wait, you know system god?" Ray said, shocked. "Who doesn't? One of the most heaven-defying gods out there. He can manipulate reality and gave birth to this system with shops, quests and bloodlines from multiple sources for the higher realm to use. But I can't believe the stingy god actually gave you these abilities for cheap," Gaia said in disdain at Ray, who knew nothing of this. "But at least now I can take care of you before you become more of a threat," Gaia said as she summoned multiple stone golems larger than the mountains. Marching towards Ray's domain. "You really like making goddamn golems, don't you? Well, let me respond in kind. Forge!" Ray shouted as golden energy erupted outwards in his domain, forming the outline of an energized giant. Neon blue sparks appeared as Ray crafted a giant set of armor for the giant. The white, gold, and blue-plated armor made the giant look just like a paladin. The 1,000-feet sword materialized in its hands as Ray carved countless seals on its blade, increasing its power. The paladin took large strides over to the golems as it swung the sword at an unrealistic speed due to the fact that Ray had applied a multitude of weight reduction seals, which only the paladin can feel, making it so that the paladin can wield it like nothing while still having the force provided by the original weight of sword. Some of the golems tried to parry, but the sword easily cut through them. "You know, Gaia, seals can do wonders when you do it right." Ray mocked Gaia, hoping to make her lose her focus. "Humph. You forget who you're talking to, boy," Gaia said as seals appeared on the golems' bodies and increased their body status. "So did you," Ray said, snapping his fingers and breaking her seals. He could tell that she mostly focused on her nature and earth laws, so her seal concept hasn't been reached yet. As the paladin reached her domain, it suddenly burst out with Enkidu shooting everywhere. "What?" Gaia shouted as the chains tried to bind her. Summoning a golem to block it, she retreated backwards. Chains then also burst out of the ground as it locked up her legs. Taking the chance of her sudden pause, more chains sprang out as it binded her, easily stopping her movements. Walking towards her, Ray started to make a divinity restraining seal, which is what the next stage of Tengaku gave him. The power to turn immortals and divines to mortals so that they can be killed in that moment. Gaia's eyes widened as she could feel her divinity being absorbed slowly by the seal. She tried to struggle, but the chains refused to move. "It's no use, Gaia. You should be quite familiar with these chains. You can't escape." Ray said as he finished making the seal, and Gaia was now mortal. We can talk about this, okay? Gaia pleaded as she felt her death near. Ray was silent as he brought out a sword, about to kill Gaia, when a pressure erupted out behind him. Quickly jumping back, Ray looked at a woman holding a battered Eve. She also had blonde hair and pointed ears like Gaia, but she had blue eyes and a blue dress instead. I can't have you killing her, Boya, the woman spoke relaxed. Alea. Ray said, looking at her. Chapter 63, Rage. Ray looked at the battered form of Eve and froze. Oh hiya. Worried about the lass here. Alea said as she lifted up Eve's body. She gave me some small trouble. That magic of hers was indeed effective against me, but it was just short. Ha 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 ha. Alea laughed as she threw Eve's body to the floor, causing her to groan. Truly, her powers were quite interesting, she said as Eve's god-slayer magic lit up around her. Though I have to say, her vampire bloodline was quite troublesome. But as you demonstrated, seals do wonders against people like her. Alea continued to chat as he stepped on Eve's body and suddenly pierced her body. Aerg. Eve screamed in pain as the hand tore through her shoulder. Ray had a vein bulge threatening to burst as he clenched his fist as he disappeared from where he stood. Asterisk boom. A sudden shockwave appeared as Ray punched Alea in rage, launching her off like a cannonball. Crouching down quickly, Ray felt Eve's faint life essence and used Avalon to try heal her but failed. Eve. Ray said, picking her up. Ray. Eve said weakly. Ray quickly checked her current status. Name, Eve, weakened. Age, immortal, sealed. Bloodline, Alucard, sealed. Combat rank, peak sovereign - rare. Skills, 0 to 0. Passive. Sword of Time, Mirai, sealed. Ray's mind shook seeing this, gently laying Eve down as to not disturb her. Ray looked towards Alea, who was struggling slightly from that punch. Emergency message from System God. Kill her brutally. End message. Understood. Ray said as his flames started to turn from white to black. You fucked up, you not only pissed off me but the System God too. Ray said ominously as a faint turquoise started to seep out of him. Che, as if the System God will care for a whore like her. Kiki, but the seals should start to kill her slowly even without me doing anything. Alea said, not believing in Ray. She stood up as a clutched her bleeding arm. Applying a seal, the arm healed up quickly. She should deserve to die just by helping you. Alea continued as magic gathered around her. Shut your mouth. Ray shouted as the turquoise and gold aura burst out of his body. Divinity. Alea shouted, seeing the pressure Ray gave off. She then suddenly felt her throat grabbed as she started into his cold, ruthless eyes holding boundless rage. Before she could even react, Ray flung her away like a rag, causing the ground to shatter. Grabbing her mid-flight, Ray smashed down with her body once more as the mountain collapsed from the force. Ray floated in mid-air holding Eve as he looked at where he threw Alea. Arurg. Alea shouted in rage as she sent blasts of God-Slayer magic towards Ray. Ray flared his aura to the max as he swallowed all of the elements attacking him. Useless. Ray said as he floated downwards and walked towards Alea, still holding Eve. Alea tried to attack but was held off by the aura that Ray was releasing. It had continued to climb as blood could be seen coming out of his eyes. You dare attempt to kill Eve, I incinerate your soul. Ray said as a black flame gathered around him. Alea tried to retreat but Ray had already grabbed her head. Burn. Ray said as Alea lit up in black flames. Aerg. She screamed out in misery as she felt her soul slowly burn away. Ray watched with cold, unfeeling eyes as Alea turned to ash in front of him. Turning back to the still-living Gaia, Ray waved his hand as Gaia was killed. Walking up to the highest place in the area, Ray held Eve in his embrace as they watched the city. Ray, you fool. Eve said weakly in his embrace as she looked at the city. If you forcefully raise your level to divine, you have crippled yourself. Eve continued between weak breaths. It was worth it. Ray whispered as his initial aura died down. Baka Ray. Eve started to cry, feeling both their life forces draining away. Ray held Eve tightly in his embrace as his body started to slowly turn to ash from the legs up. A transparent golden figure appeared in front of them both, looking at them with pity in his eyes. "Daughter, sorry I'm late." He spoke as he watched the dying couple. "Dad." Eve whispered, feeling her consciousness edge away. The figure looked at Eve before looking at Ray. "Ray, I can heal Eve, but I will take a long time. I will have to bring her back to the higher realms with me. As for you, the best I can do is to send you out to more worlds as you regain your power. Otherwise it will kill you." He spoke with sympathy, looking at Ray. "When will I see her again?" Ray asked. "I don't know, but I will have to seal away your memory till you reach the higher realms," he said, causing his eyes to widen. "Please at least make me remember her name. Give me a goal to reach the higher realms with." Ray pleaded, not wanting to forget Eve. The system god looked at Ray before sighing. "Very well. But you will remember nothing of the interaction you have had with her. Still mad about me sleeping with her?" Ray asked as a joke to try not made this farewell with Eve not as sad. "Yes, I am, I suppose," the system god said, not denying. Ray chuckled lightly before looking at Eve. "Don't worry, Eve, no matter how long it takes. I will find you," Ray said as he kissed her on the lips. "If you're finished, I shall take Eve with me now. In the worlds to come. It will not be limited to anime. It will be novels as well. Some you may know, some you don't. Your powers will also be limited due to your reckless use of power. From now on, some world will need you to start as a child once again, but your powers will stay," the system god said, taking Eve into his hands. "Yeah, I guess I have to try harder then," Ray said, feeling the journey to come. "Don't worry, I shall give you 2 powers at the rank of divine as compensation. Farewell, Ray, I hope you don't take too long. Eve truly loves you," he said before fading into lights with Eve. Ray laid in silence as the sun rises. As it went higher, more of Ray's body turned to ash. "Seems like I can't keep my promise, Sensei," Ray said out of nowhere. "No, you have already kept it," Archer said as he appeared next to him. "When you killed Alea and Gaia. The throne of heroes have already been destroyed. I will be fading soon," Archer said, sitting down. "That's good then. I guess I'll be going first," Ray said as the last of his body faded into ash. "See you, idiot disciple," Archer said, watching the sunset alone before fading as well. Chapter 64, 7 Sins. Play Fate Stay Night OS down in the 0. For maximum effect. Link, https://youtube.be/ondsbvfvfo. URG, what happened? Ray moaned as he tried to open his eyes to no avail. Where am I? Wait, I died. But how? Ray's mind wondered as he tried to move his body. That's right, I fought Gaia and Alea, I forced my power up, but why? Ray continued to think while his body floated in the warm liquid. Right, it was because she harmed Eve. Eve. Who's Eve? Why does my heart hurt thinking of this name? Ray though as he moved his hand to his heart. Eve, why is it so familiar, yet I don't remember. Ray's mind drifted as some tears could be felt flowing out of his eyes. I crying. Why? Ray asked as he wiped his tears away. Eve, I can find her after I leave for the higher realms, but why must it be the higher realms? Ray wondered at his peculiar thought. Why is Eve so important to me? Why is my heart hollow when I think of her? Why does my mind beg me to find her? Ray though as he drifted slowly. Why do I ion for you, Eve? Who are you, Eve? Ray said as his tears fell uncontrollably. Don't worry, Eve, no matter how long it takes, I will find you. A memory appeared in Ray's mind. Did I make a promise like this? Ray though not being able to remember how Eve looked. Ray looked at the scene over and over again. Each time his heart ached more, but he couldn't remember what she looked like, what they did together, or what her voice was like. He held the memory close, as it was the only hint to finding who she was. Ray shook his head as he decided to reach the higher realms to find himself some answers. System, are you there? Ray asked. Yes, I am, host. A text box appeared in his mind the moment he asked. Show me my status. Name, Ray, weakened. Age, immortal. Bloodline, Alucard, origin demon. Combat rank / power output, common. Laws, space. Concepts, seals, elements. Body, half-step divine. Soul, half-step divine. Will, half-step divine. Skills. Fire demon plus frost domain - all demon / god slayer magic. True unlimited blade works. Hockey. True tremor fruit. The end, Medaka box. Hashtag % at %, hashtag $dollar at $dollar. Passive. Kyoki plus Tengaku, stage 2. 8 inner gates - divine inner gates. The end, show details of the end. Rei called out to the system. The end, divine. Allows the user to copy people's abilities that you see and use it to 120% of its power maximum. The percentage you can use depends on how strong the host is. Maximum is upgradable when host gets stronger. Okay, what about the one beneath it? Hashtag $dollar at $dollar at divine. At $dollar at $dollar at $dollar hashtag % hashtag % at $dollar 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 at $at $dollar at Wait, I can't understand any of that. Rei said, seeing the description. Host isn't authorized to know just yet. When will I be authorized? Information is not applicable. Che stingy. But where am I? A womb. I fucking know that, I mean what world I'm in currently. Rei retorted. Seven Sins world. The one with demons, angles, fairies, giants, and the human. Yes. What part of the timeline? Before the destruction of Danafor. I see. Rei muttered as he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Time passed quickly as Rei slept, and soon it was time for his birth. The sudden change in temperature caused Rei to wake up. Before he could even cry out, a sudden wave of dark energy crashed into the kingdom of Danafor. Rei opened his eyes as he saw the people around him disintegrate. What a great fucking way to wake up. Rei, though, as he began to eat only the energy around him. Soon, the only place in Danafor that wasn't destroyed was where he had stood. Rei could feel his body replenish in energy after he had eaten the attack. Looking up, Rei could see Meliodas holding Elizabeth, who was in child form. As Rei looked at Meliodas, he also looked at Rei and was surprised that someone survived his outbreak. He jumped down, landing on the platform, looking at Rei. Meliodas watched in silence as he could suddenly feel his demon bloodline wanting him to kneel in front of the baby. He was confused as he only found this when he was in front of the demon lord. His father, yet he has the same feeling in front of this child. You're a demon. Meliodas said with his eyes slightly narrowed, as he still has some pent-up wrath against the demon who killed Liz, his lover. Using dark demon magic, Meliodas made a sword and cut towards the baby. Rei, seeing the sword coming for him, quickly opened his mouth and ate all the energy. Meliodas' eyes widened as he never heard of a demon eating another demon's magic power. Ha 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 ha! Rei's baby-like voice rang out in laughter as he pretended to find it fun and look at Meliodas with innocent eyes. However, within his mind, Rei was cursing at the fact that he had to resort to acting cute to not let Meliodas kill him. Meliodas looked at the child, who, though eating dark elements was fun. Sigh. Meliodas sighed as he picked up the child with his spare hand. I'm sorry for killing your parents at your birth. You can hate me, but I'll look after you until you are strong to protect yourself. Meliodas said as he looked at the two babies in his hands. Shaking his head, Meliodas walked towards the kingdom of Lyonesse. Rei watched as Meliodas continued to walk with both him and Liz in his arms. Rei's eyelids felt heavy as he tried to keep them open, his vision darkened as he fell asleep. Waking up, Rei looked around his surroundings. The room held a noble feeling as it was decorated in linings of gold. Looking to his side, he found Elizabeth in her baby state. Where is Meliodas? Rei, though, as he spread out his haki to find him. Before his haki could reach past the room, Rei had already felt a slight strain. Why is my haki so weak? Rei thought. Host has just been reborn, so your power has been restrained for now. More will unlock as you grow older. The system responded helpfully. Oh well, I can use this time to polish up my foundations. Ray though as he crawled out of the bed. Moving around a little, Ray tried to use his concepts and his law to see how much he could use. He could only use a few small attacks with elements before it tired him, and for his space law, he couldn't teleport more than a few meters in front of him. Before he felt like he just ran the world's longest marathon. Fuck, I feel so weak. Ray thought as he rested. It wasn't long until some maids walked in and saw Ray laying tired on the floor. Picking him up, they put him back to bed before staying in the room. Fuck's sakes. Ray though as he knew this would be a tiring few years to come. Chapter 65, Full Counter. A year had passed quickly without much enjoyment for Ray. It was just a matter of practicing some magic and abilities to try increase his current maximum. Unfortunately, he couldn't even make 2 blades with unlimited blade works. Sigh. Susu SSLLLOOOWWWW, Ray said in his mind as he missed being able to summon an armada of blades like before. Patience is a virtue, host. The system reminded Ray as he sat down after practice. I know, but still. Ray moaned. Ray suddenly sat up as he felt Meliodas' presence nearby. Standing up onto his small chubby feet, Ray waddled over to where Meliodas' location. Seeing him waddle, the servants in the palace laughed at his cuteness. Ray could only blush in embarrassment as he waddled faster. Won't be laughing when you realize that I could have ended you with a sneeze before. Ray cursed in his mind as he continued to waddle faster. Plop 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 plop. Ray's footsteps could be heard as he continued to waddle, holding his hands out to balance a little. Soon his could he Meliodas talking to the king of Lyonesse. Mioas, Mioas. Ray's childish voice rang out as he plodded over. Ray cursed his current body as he couldn't fully pronounce Meliodas' name. Amen. Oh Ray. Meliodas said, smiling as he crouched down and picked up Ray. Ray wiggled slightly as he tried to get comfortable but could only frown slightly, seeing the attempt in vain. Ha 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 ha, King Lyonesse laughed in humor seeing Ray's attempts to shuffle in a more comfortable position. Sate, Ray-chan, where do you want to go? Meliodas asked with a smile. Tain. Ray called out to Meliodas. Oh hiya. Training. Sure. Meliodas replied happily as he and the king took Ray to the training grounds. Ray watched the holy knights perform their routines as well as use some abilities. These included gravity, wind, thunder, invisibility, and more. Meliodas watched Ray in curiosity as he could feel his aura change slightly every time he watched a holy knight perform an ability of theirs. Ray. Want to see me fight? Meliodas asked, wanting to try something out. Ray's eyes sparkled as he really wanted to get Meliodas' full counter, so he nodded enthusiastically. Handing Ray over to the king of Lyonesse, Meliodas walked over to the holy knights. All right everyone. We're going to have a mock battle and all of you are going to fire your abilities at me. Meliodas said, which enraged some of the holy knights as it seemed like Meliodas was looking down on them. Arrogant kid, I'm enough to deal with you. A holy knight said, walking up to Meliodas. Without even looking at him, Meliodas swung his hand and the knight went through a pillar. Seeing this, the other holy knights quickly went on guard against Meliodas. It's all right, all of you fight him seriously. King Lyonesse said with a stroke of his beard as he held Ray, who was watching seriously, to try gain Meliodas' full counter. Hearing this, all of the knights put on a serious face as they could tell from the king's voice that he held huge trust in Meliodas' strength. Gathering energy, they started to fire off all of their abilities. An array of energy could be seen firing off in the air as Meliodas only smiled at the incoming attacks. Full counter. Meliodas said simply as he waved his sword and the energy shot back towards their respective knights, shocking them. Ray on the other hand could see that Meliodas had used the momentum of the energy and the space around it to push it back towards the knights. I see. I can't believe I forgot that I can use space like that. Ray mentally facepalmed himself. Sate, Ray, did you see that? Meliodas said as he turned towards Ray. Ray was still thinking about other ways he could have used the law of space, so he absent-mindedly nodded. Soon Ray wanted to try out the new ability he just got, so he tried to gesture for them to fire a weak ability at him. Boom-a-me. Ray pointed at the group of knights before back at himself. You want them to fire an ability at you? Meliodas asked, seeing Ray do the gesture. Ray nodded as he forgot he was supposed to be a 1-year-old. Meliodas was slightly suspicious at the act of intelligence but decided to hold off on the suspicions for now. Hey you, fire a small fire at the baby. Meliodas said, pointing at Ray. I can't do that to a child. The knight refused adamantly. How about this, I hold him and you fire it to me and him. I'll counter it, don't worry. Meliodas reassured. Even so, I won't risk it. The knight continued to refuse, causing Ray to frown slightly before struggling out of the king's hug and waddled over to Meliodas. He then pointed at the knight and gestured back to him and Meliodas. See, he's fine with it. Meliodas chuckled, seeing Ray's movements. Fine, but get someone else to do it. I refuse to use my ability against a child even if you're protecting him. The knight said as he turned away. Meliodas looked at the other knights at training area who avoided his gaze. Sigh. Sorry buddy. Meliodas crouched down to Ray, who was frowning as he wanted to try out full counter as soon as possible. Meliodas. A voice suddenly spoke out. Merlin. Meliodas said, turning around to Merlin. I can do you this favor, seen as though this child here knows what he's doing. Merlin said as her gaze bore into Ray, who started to have cold sweat run on his back. Okay, take it easy on the small guy, okay. Meliodas said as he stepped behind Ray to ensure nothing goes wrong. Okay, fireball. Merlin said simply as a small fireball shot towards Ray. Full counter. Ray, though, as he reflected the energy back easily, causing Merlin to be slightly shocked as she didn't expect Ray to use full counter. Oh, how much can you reflect? Merlin said as she fired another attack but boosted slightly with the use of her infinity ability. Ray saw the use of the infinity ability but decided to ignore that for now, as he could feel that this attack may go through the upper limit of his current full counter. Using the ability once more, they could see Ray send back a portion of it before the rest broke through and attacked Ray. Before Meliodas could react, Ray started to eat the energy attack in a state of panic. Burp. Ray burped slightly as he finished eating that hefty meal of his. Oh. You ate that attack? Merlin said with her curiosity piqued. Meliodas, on the other hand, was even more confused as he had seen Ray eat energy in such a manner before when he had used his dark element to attack him out of his anger, which to this day he still felt guilty for trying to kill a surviving kid. Ray sat down tired as he realized that him right now could only use a small portion of the abilities he gained through the use of the end until he gets stronger. Meliodas picked Ray up as he could see that Ray is tired after his stunt. Ray allowed himself to be picked up by Meliodas as he could feel the fatigue creeping up on him after using full counter. Seeing Ray fall asleep, Meliodas took him away from the area with Merlin and the king. What was that? The king asked as he could see Ray copying Meliodas' ability. Shaking his head, Meliodas replied with, no idea, but it seems like when he sees an ability, he is able to copy them, granted at a lower power output since he is still a child right now. Then do you know why he is able to eat energy and covert it over for himself? Merlin asked, clearly curious about Ray's all-demon/god slayer magic. No, but I seen him use this before 1 year ago when I found him in Danafor. Meliodas said, hinting at Merlin on how Ray was able to eat his demon powers. Merlin's face grew serious as she knew what this implied. When Ray grows up, he would be the perfect counter for the 10 Commandments. So what do you plan for him? Merlin asked. I think I'll adopt him. Meliodas said as he looked at the sleeping Ray. Wait, are you sure? Isn't this too much of a jump? Merlin said quickly. I owe him too much for what I have done. I should help make him stronger so that he can protect himself. Meliodas said, which the king was confused as he didn't know what Meliodas owed this child for, but he did not question him as he knew Meliodas was easily stronger than the best holy knight, and having Meliodas work for him so far was already great. Chapter 66, Adoption. After Ray's stun in the training grounds, a rumor spread about the young boy in the king's castle who could devour abilities. The knights started to fear this boy as they knew that in the future, no holy knight could go against him. Meliodas, on the other hand, was showing Ray around the place as he told him about his intentions. Ray, I want to adopt you, will that be okay? Meliodas asked, looking at Ray, who was in deep thought. Adopted by Meliodas, could be fun, Ray though before turning to Meliodas. He nodded enthusiastically. Kishishishishi, then call me Papa. Meliodas grinned seeing Ray's face of slight disbelief. Why the fuck do you want to make me call you Papa? Ray though flabbergasted. Meliodas wanted him, a 130,000 mental-aged adult, to call him Papa like a child. It was already unbearable acting like a kid already and Meliodas was making it harder for him. What? Don't want to. I guess I can't adopt you then. Meliodas made a pained face and sighed. Bullshit. Ray cursed at the act Meliodas put on. PP Papa, Ray managed to squeeze out despite his overwhelming embarrassment. AAAHHHRRRRRGGGGGG, Ray mentally screamed at this. Kishishishi. See. Wasn't so hard, was it? Meliodas asked with a smile. Ray could only turn his head away from Meliodas to hide his embarrassment and anger. Meliodas-san. Dreyfus and Hendrickson called out as they saw Meliodas. Yo. Meliodas replied with a smile. Is that the kid rumored to be able yo devour abilities? Dreyfus asked looking at Ray. Yeah. Meliodas said not denying the fact. Oh, that's interesting indeed. Shall we give him ability a name? Hendrickson asked. And that's a good idea, right, Ray-chan? Meliodas asked looking at Ray. Ray thought about it and decided that all demon/god slayer magic was a mouthful, so he nodded. Now then, what shall we call it? Meliodas said, closing his eyes as he though. All eater. Devour? Element eater. Meliodas said as he continued to think. How about gluttony? Hendrickson said. Oh, what do you think, Ray-chan? Meliodas asked looking back down at Ray. Gluttony, huh? I guess it fits quite well, why not? Ray though before nodding. Glutony. Glutony. He called out as he tried to pronounce gluttony. Fuck. He cursed in his mind at the same time because of the fact that he can't pronounce shit right now. Ha 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 ha, it would seem like Ray here likes it. Dreyfus said seeing Ray try to say gluttony. However, he had put Ray on his kill list mentally as this power could be detrimental for the commandments in the future if it means that Ray could also eat demon magic. Now then, I'm going to take Ray around the training area to show him some swords play. Meliodas said as he bid Dreyfus and Hendrickson goodbye. Making sure that they were not being spied on, Meliodas looked at Ray. You understand me, don't you? Meliodas said serious. Ray nodded as Meliodas was his best guarantee right now. Good, that makes it easier. You know that you're a demon, don't you? Ray nodded once more, telling the truth so it doesn't get complicated in the future. Do you want to help me fight against the 10 Commandments in the future? In case you're wondering, the 10 Commandments are the elite warriors that the Demon King himself chooses and grants a commandment which is a portion of his power. Meliodas explained to Ray as he could tell that Ray wasn't sent by the Demon King due to the fact that with his level of demon bloodline. If he was sent through, the seal by the goddess clan would have already rejected him from entering. Fight. Ray said, ignoring the fact that he messed up the pronunciation of fight. Hee, Meliodas smiled as he knew how much of a help Ray would be against the 10 Commandments. Well, let's go to Merlin, shall we? Meliodas said as he walked towards Merlin's tower. We have already found everyone that will be in the 7 Sins group, now we just need to gather them all. Meliodas said while he walked. We'll be visiting Immortal Ban after we see Merlin. Soon, they reached the tower and saw Merlin working on a spell. Yo. Meliodas greeted. Oh. Captain, Ray. Merlin greeted back, pausing her experiments. What brings you here, Captain? She asked looking at the duo. I'm including Ray into our group to fight the 10 Commandments. He said as he placed Ray onto the table. Is that so? Any reason why? Even if he could eat energy, it may have a limit we don't know, and with monsters like the 10 Commandments, we don't know what could happen. Merlin said as she looked at Ray, who was staring at the seals in the room with great curiosity. He crawled closer to the seals as he studied them and tried to decode some of them. Merlin and Meliodas watched Ray as he studied the seals. Soon Ray understood that the seal was meant to freeze time within this space for a short period, allowing Merlin to pause he experiments at any time and for it to not be detrimental. Picking up a spare test tube, Ray held it in his hands as he started to work on the seal. He worked as he ignored Merlin and Meliodas, who was watching in curiosity. What Ray didn't realize was that he was no longer as powerful as before, and he can't do whatever he pleases anymore. A highly detailed seal was drawn out as Ray threw the tube upwards and activated the seal. Ray looked at the seal, which drained a lot of magic power from him. The tube floated for a slight moment before showing signs of moving once more, causing Ray to frown. Infinity. Ray, though, as he tried to use Merlin's magic, which drained even more from him, causing him to stumble, and the test tube fell towards him. Just before it hit, Merlin had stopped the test tube with her own magic and looked at the tired Ray laying on her desk. "Ray-chan, you understand seals?" she asked, looking at Ray. Ray nodded as he panted heavily from magic overuse. "Captain, how about I teach Ray everything I know on seals and magic?" Merlin suggested to Meliodas. "Ito, that would be helpful. Because I suppose in our group, Ray would be my son while you are his godmother, I guess," Meliodas said as he walked around the lab. "Oh, so I'm Ray-chan's godmother. I guess I should teach him more then," Merlin said, picking up Ray and held him close. Ray couldn't be bothered from how they're treating him, as he was too tired to even move. "Let's go see Ben now," Meliodas said as they made their way to the prison cells. "I wonder what'll happen if they knew I was also immortal like Ben." Ray, though, as he soon saw Meliodas walking into a cell. Ray began to think about seals more deeply from what he had saw in Merlin's lab. Seals, when done right, are able to utilize all types of elements in the world. From creation to destruction, even time and space. Ray, though, about how he could use the seals to help him comprehend concepts of time. Boom. Ben suddenly shot out of the tower as dust rose high into the air. "Ayaha!" Ray suddenly screamed as he was pulled out from his focus. The sound was extra loud to him as his ears were still being developed, so it was super sensitive. Merlin shook Ray around a little to try calm him down while Ray cursed in his mind. "Jesus Christ, woman. I'm a 130,000 mentally aged man and you shake me around like a child." Soon the dust died down, showing Ben laying down on the floor from defeat. Meliodas soon walked out of the cell looking at Ben. "Ha ha 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 ha, interesting, hey. Let's fight again," Ben shouted to Meliodas as he sat up. "Sure, but on the condition of you joining the 7 deadly sins," Meliodas said as he walked in front of Ben. "Sure seems fun," Ben said, taking Meliodas' hand, and stood up. "Right, so I'm the captain, over there is Merlin, and the kid is my adopted son Ray," Meliodas introduced as he walked over to Merlin and Ray. "Oh, you adopted a son?" Ben said, looking at Meliodas' height. "Woman problems," Ben said with a shit-eating grin, causing Meliodas to punch Ben in the face and through another wall in the area. Chapter 67, 7 Sins Almost Gathered. "Ray-chan," Merlin said as she saw Ray wake up. "Amen," Ray replied whilst rubbing his eyes with his small hands. Some of the servants saw this and felt their hearts beat from how cute Ray acted. They just wanted to pick him up and cuddle him. However, if Ray were to know of what they though, he would surely curse out once more at his body. "Your dad has gone to look for a giant to join us, so he won't be here for a while, is that okay?" Merlin asked as she looked at Ray, who is currently stretching his tiny body. "On it okay," Ray said in his childish voice while he finished stretching. "You'll stay with me near my lab for a while, is that okay?" she asked as they reached her tower. Ray nodded as he felt his energy reserves. "Che, with this amount I can't even summon out more than 3 swords before I faint. And they're not even good swords either," Ray thought as Merlin carried him to the lab. When can I use transformation magic again?" Ray mentally cried out, feeling the downsides of his current body. "Host, be patient. Your body must fully develop first before your magic reserves grow. And also, your transformation magic needs a lot more mana since you are actively changing your body structure. The only reason you could use it straight away last time was because your reserves and body had already been tempered to a large degree, allowing you transformation without much drain." "Yeah, so I'm stuck with this for quite a while then." "Indeed. I guess I'll just do theory study with Merlin for now then," Ray thought as he shuffled out of Merlin's hug and crawled onto the lab table. "Oh hiya. So eager," Merlin said as she handed Ray a book on seals. Ray-chan, would this do? Merlin asked. Ray nodded while he flipped through the book. Merlin set up a small barrier so that he won't fall just in case and started to work on her own experiments. Ray could see from the book that a lot of the seals in here had more uses than he could have thought of. From ones to keep the appearance of someone till they die, to ones which allow the extraction of someone's soul. Ray started to immerse himself in the book, slowly increasing his understanding of seals. Merlin on the other hand watched Ray study the seals with such intensity that Ray started to swing his little legs back and forth while reading. Cute. Merlin thought before going back to her experiments. She had started to develop more spells for each of the elements so that she can teach it Ray for countering against the demons and goddess clans. This carried on for a few months, which Ray started to get a more uncomfortable feeling in his mouth. He had tried to use his tongue to relieve the pain. Checking in the mirror, Ray could see that his fangs are starting to grow out. This isn't good. Soon I'll need to feed again. And I'm pretty sure that it would be bad if I turned someone in the castle into a vampire. Ray though as he walked away from the mirror. Wait, can't I just ingest some blood? Ray thought as he slapped himself on the forehead. I'll ask Merlin for it when it happens. Plodding back to the lab, Ray was about to immerse himself back into the Book of Seals when the ground shook. Quickly looking out the window, Ray could see Diane the giant that Meliodas went to find. Turning around to Merlin, Ray gestured out the window. Ray-chan. You want to see the giant and your dad? Merlin asked as she also looked out the window. Ray nodded as he started to climb onto the table Merlin was at. Grabbing Ray before he could fall, Merlin then flew towards Diane and Meliodas with Ray in her arms. Captain, welcome back. Merlin said as she landed near them. Yo. This is Diane, a new member. And Diane, this is Merlin, also a member of the Seven Sins. Meliodas introduced Diane and Merlin to each other. Oh, and the kid here is my son. Meliodas said, not forgetting Ray. Meliodas, you have a wife and kid. Diane said, heartbroken. Nope, I don't have a wife and Ray isn't my biological son. Meliodas said, picking Ray up from Merlin. Oh phew. Diane sighed in relief, as she hoped that Meliodas didn't have a love interest or her newfound love will be short. She then crouched down to get a better look at Ray and saw his puffy cheeks. Unable to retain her urge, Diane poked her finger to it. Kaya, so soft. Diane said as she felt the texture of Ray's cheeks. Ray on the other hand was hitting her finger with his hand, trying to get it out of his view. Diane, I want you to be like a older sister for Ray, is that okay? I want him to be surrounded by a family. Meliodas said to Diane, who stopped feeling Ray's cheeks. Diane nodded as she looked at Ray. Ray-chan, I'll be your big sister from now, okay? Diane said. Ray nodded, signifying that he understood, which Diane beamed happily at. Yo. Captain. Is this the new member? Ban called out as he walked over. Amen. Yeah, this is Diane. Meliodas said, looking at Ban. Yo. I'm Ban. Ban greeted her as he walked over. Hi, I'm Diane. She replied whilst still keeping her eyes on Ray. Now then, Diane, are you able to show me one of your abilities? Meliodas said, looking up to Diane. Sure, heavy metal. Diane said as her body became the color of steel. Meliodas then looked at Ray, suggesting he should copy it. Understanding Meliodas' look, Ray tried to use heavy metal on himself. His arm started to turn a steel color, shocking Diane and Ban. Whoa, little guy, you can use it too. Ban said, looking at Ray. Impossible. Heavy metal is an ability for the giant clan. How does Ray have it? Diane asked, shocked. Well, you see, Ray-chan here has two abilities. First one we like to call gluttony. He is able to eat any type of energy attack towards him and use it himself. The second one is the one he just showed. By looking at people demonstrating their abilities, Ray is able to copy them, but how much he can use is limited by his strength. Merlin explained, causing Ban and Diane's eyes to widen. Hey Captain, isn't that too much of a cheat? Ban asked, looking at Ray. Kishishishishi, not at all. It will be good for Ray to be able to protect himself in the future. Meliodas said with a smile. Na any Ray-chan. Big sis here has a harder job to impress you now. Diane pouted as she crouched down near Ray. Wait, can Ray also copy my ability? Ban asked. Yep, just demonstrate it and Ray can get it. Meliodas grinned. Oh, Captain, want to help me demonstrate to Ray? Ban asked. Sure. Meliodas handed Ray over to Merlin as he walked in front of Ban. Snatch. Ban said as he started to take Meliodas' power. After a few seconds, Ben decided to stop. Ray, did you get that? Meliodas asked, looking over at Ray with a smile. Satch. Ray said as Ben could feel a bit of his power being taken. Ha 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 ha, Mini Captain, you really got snatch from me. Ben laughed as he walked over to Ray and poked his cheeks with a smile. Ray frowned slightly as he tried to push Ban's finger away. Ban could only smile at how uncomfortable Ray felt. Now then, we have me, Merlin, Ban, King who is in his room resting, and Diane. We just need 2 more and we have gathered the whole group. Meliodas said, informing Ban and Diane on the current member count. Oh, we still have 2 more to go. Ban said as he stood up straight. Actually, only 1 more. I've found the next one, Gauther. He should be coming soon. Merlin spoke up. Then just 1 more then. Meliodas grinned. All that's left is a scanner. That also means that the vampire clan will invade the kingdom of Edinburgh soon. Ray thought about the timeline as the group returned to their resting areas. Chapter 68, Day with 3 of the Sins. Ray was playing with King as they waited for Merlin and Meliodas' return with a scanner. Hey Ray, what do you even want to do? King replied while he was in his fat form. Ray shrugged while he looked around King's room. The room was quite basic, simple decorations and minimal items. Boring, Ray said, trying to say boring. Asterisk Poochie. King had a small tick mark on his head as he heard Ray comment on his room. Well, I'm sorry that my room isn't fun like Merlin's. King said to Ray. No, you boring. Ray shook his head and pointed at King. What do you mean I'm boring? Can't you see my powers and finesse with this form of mine? King said whilst showing off his form. Marin magic, Pa got full counter, Ban got satch, Diane is giant, Gower got cool armor, new person don't know, and you. Ray paused a little before studying King. You fat and boring. What? King exclaimed at Ray's comment about him. He made sure to look around to make sure no one's looking. Listen here Ray, I'm cooler than the rest of them, okay? King tried to persuade the little ancestor in front for him. No, Pa and Merlin way cooler. Ray shook his head. But are they kings? King said, slightly revealing the fact that he is the fairy king. What being king do against Pa's strength? Ray said, pointing at King. Fine. But my weapon is cooler than theirs. King said, grasping at straws. Proof. Ray said, wanting to see it since King had never shown it. Ray wanted to add the weapon to his collection in Unlimited Blade Works. You want proof here? Holy spear chastiful. King said, bringing out his spear. Ray just watched with a straight face. My spear has 8 forms that can be used by me. Each one is amazing, you see. King said, showing off his weapon. Show form. Ray said, wanting to see the other forms. Hee hee, you see how great it is now. Come on, ask nicely to see the forms. King said, trying to tempt Ray. Ray frowned a little as he stood up and plodded out of the room to go find Diane or Ban to mess around with. Wait, Ray. Little Captain. Little ancestor, come on, fine, I'll show you. King said with a sigh. Ray suddenly turned around with a victorious grin. Why is pleasing Ray so hard? King though, as he started to transform the spear. Before he could even get onto the other forms, Ray had already latched himself to the pillow form of Chastiful. Ray started to snuggle up into the pillow and roll around, enjoying its softness. Ho ho, even you have these baby-like moments. King said, crouching next to Ray, who freezed halfway through his roll. Normally Ray could be seen quite serious, but King felt good being able to make Ray show his childish side. Ray sat up quickly as coughed as his cheeks flushed from embarrassment. This pillow is soft and it can help me move around. I need to make King lend it to me for a bit. Ray though, as he doesn't have enough mana to trace the holy spear chastiful out just yet. Pillow, I want, please, Ray said, pointing at the pillow before back at himself. However, he had bit his tongue when he had tried to say please. Eh. Ray screamed internally as it hurt so much more as a baby. He had a small bout of tears gather from the corner of his eyes as he doesn't have full control over his body yet. Bait him. King felt his heart warm up seeing a baby Ray hold its mouth with tears in his eyes as he tried to say please but bit his tongue. You can have the pillow. King shouted with a thumbs up. Easy. Ray thought about how easy it was for King to give him the pillow. He then turned around and planted his face into the pillow, drowning out the pain. Hey King. Diane said from out the window. Diane. King said, shocked at how close Diane's face was. Kaya. Ray-chan is so cute with the pillow. Diane's eyes brightened seeing Ray snuggle in the pillow. Kacha. King felt his heart break. Did I just get ignored because of Ray? King kneeled while he thought deeply. Damn you, Ray. You stole Diane's attention from me. King shouted in his mind as he looked in Ray's direction with tears and biting his bottom lip. Ray looked up, see King's teared up envious face. Ray sweat dropped at the fact that King was jealous of a baby. Bro. I didn't even do anything. You gave me the pillow. Ray thought while he tried to move the pillow to the window so he can go mess around with Diane. Diane found Ray to be even cuter as he tried to shuffle his body so that the pillow moved with him. King, can you help Ray? Diane asked, looking at King who was still kneeling. Of course. Even if I means helping my een, pooey. I mean Ray, I'll do it since you requested. King said as he quickly cleaned himself up and moved the pillow over to where Diane was. Opening the window, Ray climbed onto Diane's hand with the pillow whilst King followed. Now then Ray, where do you want to go? Diane asked with a smile. Merlin Lab. Ray said, pointing at Merlin's tower. But aren't we not allowed in there when Merlin's not here? Diane said. Ray frowned a little before he closed his eyes and thought about what he should do since he's bored. Ban. Ray said after some though. Sure, we'll go find Ban. You coming, King? Diane asked, to which King reluctantly agreed. Ray watched the scenery from up high. He could see the city, the mountains, and the villages from up here. Eve would have enjoyed this. Ray though. He suddenly widened his eyes after a pause. Why would Eve like this? How would I know? Ray thought as he tried to dig through his memory but couldn't find anything. Should I ask Merlin to help me? No, that's too risky if she found my memories of other worlds. Ray thought, eventually shaking his head. Why are you constantly on my mind, Eve? Ray thought while they arrived near where Ben was. Ben walked out as he looked up and smiled. Yo. Ben greeted, jumping up to the top of the building to get a better view. Hey Ben, Ray wanted to play with you for a bit. Diane said as he moved her palm near Ben. Yo mini captain, what do you want to do? Ben asked as he walked up to Ray with a smile. Ray shrugged as he snuggled on the pillow. How about I show you around the forests? Ben suggested. Ray looked at his pillow with reluctance before sighing and climbed onto Ben's back. Hey mini captain, you should be in front of me so you don't fall off. Ben said as he grabbed Ray and brought him in front of him. Diane, King. I'll look after the little guy, you two have fun. Ben grinned at King, clearly suggesting something which King became red at. Okay, see you guys in a while. Diane said with a smile and a small wave. See ya. Ben said, jumping down from the tower before using different buildings to travel quickly. Ray smiled brightly as he had missed this feeling of rush and speed. Yeehaw! Ray shouted. Ho mini captain, you like the thrill? Shall I go faster? Ben asked as he looked down at Ray with a smile. Ray nodded. Ha ha ha, as you say then mini captain, Ben replied as he sped up. Ben parkoured around the forest, much to Ray's delight, for a whole day before bringing a highly satisfied Ray back to the resting area. It was also just in time for Meliodas and Merlin to be back with a skeiner too. Chapter 69, The Most Dangerous Sin. Soon Meliodas and Merlin could be seen with the men behind them. That man was Ascalon. He had orange hair and a thin body shape. "Captain," the group said as they approached. "Pa," Ray said as he waved at Meliodas. "Ray, ha ha ha," Meliodas said as he took Ray from Ban's arms. "Miss me?" Meliodas asked with a smile as he held Ray up. Ray nodded as he let Meliodas lift him. "Captain, you have a child?" Ascalon asked, seeing Ray call Meliodas Pa. "Not biologically, at least," Meliodas replied. "I see," Ascalon said while he looked at Ray. "Ray-chan, surely you didn't forget me, right?" Merlin smiled as she picked up Ray. Ray shook his head. "Were you bored not looking at my book of seals?" Merlin asked as she knew how much Ray liked reading that book. "No, Ban with me, run in Foest," Ray said with some difficulty. Merlin stopped for a second. "Ray-chan, was Ben running at a very fast speed?" she asked with a smile. Unfoest became blur. Ray said truthfully, to which Ben started to sweat. He was about to turn and run when he found out that he couldn't move his body. "Ben, we're going to have a talk, okay?" Merlin said with a terrifying smile. "Yes, ma'am," Ben said with sweat running down his face. Asterisk giggle. Ray giggled slightly, seeing the shenanigans between Merlin and Ban. Merlin looked down with a wide smile, as it would be rare of Ray to smile like this. "Ben, seeing that Ray-chan is happy, I'll let you off," Merlin said as she unfroze Ban. "Ray, thank you. I owe you one," Ben thought as he enjoyed the sweet mobility he has in his body. "Now then, with Ascalon here, we have all of the 7 sins gathered. Our group will be under the direct orders of the king. Ascalon is pride, King is sloth, Diane is envy, Merlin is gluttony, Ban is greed, Gauther, who isn't here just yet, is lust, and finally we have me, who is wrath," Meliodas said. "We will be doing missions next week, so take this time to familiarize yourselves with each other, okay?" he continued as he approached Merlin, who's holding Ray. "Now then, who's going to be looking after Ray?" Merlin asked as she passed Ray to Meliodas. Captain. Why not bring the little guy with us? Or we wait until the little guy is 4 and we train him," Ban suggested. "I don't want Ray to come with us, as it could be dangerous," Meliodas said, rejecting the idea. "Why not let him stay with the king for now until he becomes 4? Diane suggested. "I suppose that'll work," Meliodas said, looking at Ray. "Is that okay?" he asked, wanting to see Ray's opinion. "Boring," Ray said, as it would be boring doing nothing all day. "How about I give you access to my lab? You can read all the books in the lab," Merlin said, causing Ray to beam widely. He said enthusiastically, as Merlin has a wide collection which will easily last him 2 whole years, as he is currently 2 years old physically. "Then it's sorted, Ray will stay with the king for 2 years before we start to train him," Meliodas said, confirming the plan. The rest of the group agreed as they started to return to their resting place, since it was already dark when Meliodas and Merlin returned with Ascalon. When they were alone, Meliodas looked Ray into the eyes and said, "Elizabeth is off limits, okay? She is a no-touch," Meliodas said, which caused Ray to sweat drop. "Dad, you just treated your son like a rival in love." Ray, though, while he nodded. "Good. I'll teach you some swordsmanship when you're older," Meliodas said, which Ray became excited at, since it was also Meliodas who taught Guildhunter how to use the sword. Meliodas reached his room as he put Ray on the bed while he slept as well. 2 more years until the vampire invasion in Edinburgh. Ray, though, while he also drifted off to sleep. The next few months for Ray was simple. He didn't talk to anyone unless the 7 sins came back. He never left the lab unless the 7 sins came back, and finally, when he needed food, he would just get some bread, as it would last him long enough, since he didn't need too much food. Or rather, Ray used food as a substitute for blood to reduce his cravings a little. He wanted to wait until he reached Edinburgh to drink some blood. Today was the same as always: wake up, eat, and go to the labs. But what awaited him there was Elizabeth with her teddy bear. "Ray-chan, happy birthday," she greeted with a smile. "Eli-chan, why are you here this early?" Ray asked. He and Elizabeth had become great friends over these months, as she was the only one who actively talked to him. Well, I just wanted to say happy birthday to you, Elizabeth said while she looked down to her feet. Sigh. Thank you, Eli-chan, but what about your dad? Won't he be worried? Ray asked. Nope, he said I'm safe with you since if anything happens to me Meliodas with torture you I think Dad said. Elizabeth said tilting her head. Bartra Lyonesse, king of Lyonesse, what the fuck are you saying to Elizabeth? Ray thought with a sweat drop. Well, you want to play here like always? Ray asked as he walked over to the table and sat down on the chair while he opened the book of seals that Merlin had gifted him. Say Ray-chan. When do you think Sir Meliodas will be back? Elizabeth asked as he also sat down on a chair and looked at Ray reading the book. I think Dad and the guys will be back later today since they left last month for the current mission. Ray replied, not taking his eyes off the book. Ray-chan, you know what the knights and the maids call you? Elizabeth asked Ray while she started to play with her teddy bear. I don't care what they call me, but enlighten me. Ray said, looking up. Hen then listen well. Elizabeth said with a wide smile and stood on the table. They call you the origin, or the child of sins. They said it was because you have the traits of all of the members of the 7 deadly sins and is the child of Sir Meliodas, the dragon sin of wrath. Elizabeth said. And couldn't they have given me a better name? Ray said before he looked back into the book. Baka Ray. Be patient, I'm telling you the last title now, okay? Elizabeth said with a huff. Ray's mind shook when he heard Elizabeth say Baka Ray. Again, that feeling, it seems like this is also something that Eve used to say a lot. Ray thought as he sighed and closed the book. Fine, Eli-chan. Please tell me my last title. That's more like it. Well, your last title is The Most Dangerous Sin. They said it was because you have an ability called gluttony that can eat all forms of energy and use it against the person. Elizabeth said as she looked at Ray with glowing eyes. Can you show me? She asked, wanting to see the ability in action. Even if I wanted to, I can't. I need to have a type of energy in front of me to eat it. Ray said as he opened up his book once more. That's easy then. Let's go find Gil-chan. Elizabeth said as she dragged Ray by the arm. Sigh. Ray sighed as he followed Elizabeth. Soon they could see Gilthunder training with his dad. Gil-chan. Elizabeth called out loudly, gaining their attention. Hey Gil, Uncle Zaratraz. Ray greeted. Hey Ray, what brings you here? Zaratraz asked as it wasn't usual for Ray to leave Merlin's tower. Eli-chan wanted me to demonstrate my ability, so she dragged me here for Gil to fire some thunder at me. Ray replied with a shrug. Is that so? Son want to help out? Zaratraz asked Gilthunder. Are you sure? It might hurt Ray. Gil said, slightly worried. Don't worry about it. Ray said as he handed his book to Zaratraz and walked to an open space. Elizabeth watched from the sides with glowing eyes. If you say so, Ray, thunder. Gilthunder said as lighting shot towards Ray. Opening his mouth, Ray began eating the thunder. Elizabeth watched as the thunder could be seen being gathered into Ray's mouth. Amazing, she said while Ray finished eating. Thunder gods roar. Ray whispered and he looked up and released the roar attack. A giant flash of lighting could be seen shooting upwards. Phew, is that enough, Eli-chan? Ray asked as he looked over to her. Amazing, Elizabeth shouted as she ran over to him and jumped onto his back. Zaratraz watched with a smile as the 3 kids talked to each other. Ray, you'll play a huge part in helping Meliodas in the future. Zaratraz thought as he knew what would happen in the future. Chapter 70, Vampires of Edinburgh Part 1. Ray was walking around the castle as he was 4 now. He was holding the Book of Seals like always, which has now become a common scene in the castle. I wonder when the vampire invasion in Edinburgh is going to happen. Ray though as he tucked the book under his hand. At this point, his features have become more defined as one could tell he would be extremely handsome. However, to Ray's demise, he still looked more like a girl growing up. If I didn't know I'll become more handsome once I reach the age of 18, I would defiantly hate being like this again. Ray though as he walked towards where the 7 sins would be soon. Through these years of being adopted as Meliodas' son, Ray had started to see Meliodas as a father figure for him. In fact, he saw the 7 deadly sins as his new family. Meliodas was his dad and Merlin was like a mother. The rest were big siblings that took care of him. Just thinking of them brought a radiant smile to his face which made the surrounding servants blush from his smile. Ray continued to walk when he saw a holy knight block his path. "Holy Knight-san. Do you need something?" Ray asked, seeing the knight with no intention to move. The knight removed his mask and Ray could see the vampire drooling at him. "Ito Knight-san, you know you're drooling, right?" Ray said, backing up slowly as he could feel his danger signs ringing out. "Kohahaha, I didn't think that there would be another vampire here and with such a pure bloodline too," the vampire said as he slowly walked towards Ray. "Shame you're so weak right now," he said. Ray tried to run but the vampire grabbed him easily. "Now, Emil shouldn't run, should he?" the vampire said as he looked at Ray with a sinister smirk. "No, he shouldn't," Ray said, his face becoming cold as he summoned 2 blades to pierce into the vampire's eyes. "Bastard!" the vampire shouted as he pulled the 2 swords out and stumbled in pain. Taking this chance, Ray gathered magic into his hands as he used his demon slayer powers. A small purple ball of fire appeared in Ray's hands as he sent it towards the vampire. "Araragag!" the vampire cried out loudly as he rolled around in a purple ball of flames. Ray stumbled from the lack of mana in his body. "Really, 2 blades and a ball of demon fire emptied me out, fuck," Ray thought as he fell forwards. A pair of hands suddenly grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Ray could see the vampire still having burn marks look at him with hate in his eyes. "You little shit," he growled as he opened his mouth and bite down on Ray's neck abruptly. "Fuck," Ray thought as he could feel his blood getting drained. His immortality from the Alucard bloodline was trying to heal him, but it was slow since Ray was still too weak. His vision blurred slightly as he could see Meliodas turn the corner before running towards the vampire. "Dad," Ray called out weakly as the vampire was cut in half by an angry Meliodas. "Ray-chan. Ray-chan. Are you okay? Where are you hurt?" Meliodas panicked and he looked at Ray's body and saw 2 fang marks on Ray's neck. Quickly grabbing Ray, Meliodas ran towards where Merlin would be and burst into the room. Ray's consciousness was fading in and out during this. "System, what's happening?" Ray though weakly. "The weak vampire DNA is trying to corrupt your Alucard bloodline. But your bloodline is fighting back. In return, the Alucard bloodline is also getting stronger by the second. At the end of this situation, you should be able to use Alucard's blood control and improved regeneration. Transformation is still out of reach right now." The system's message displayed itself to Ray as he calmed down. "I see." Ray though before falling unconscious due to the fight going on in his bloodline. "Merlin. What's happening with Ray?" Meliodas shouted, gaining Merlin's attention. "Put him on the table quick," Merlin said as she quickly dropped everything that she was doing. She started to use her magic to skin Ray's body and checking his vitals. "Captain, Ray's blood is becoming more and more like that of a vampire's. But it's not the kind we know. He isn't weak to the sun, his is effectively immortal, and it seems like he's also getting his demon blood to become more potent. But it could potentially kill him if he fails to suppress the intruding vampire DNA," Merlin said, frowning. Meliodas' face was cold as he was angry at how Ray was like this because of the vampire clan. "Merlin, are you able to find out where the vampire came from?" Meliodas asked with anger. "Of course. Let's show them what happens when they touch my Ray-chan," Merlin said, also mad as she saw Ray like a son she never had. "Today the 7 sins shall go wipe out the vampire clan," Meliodas declared as he walked out of the room. Merlin followed as she made sure that Ray was protected by some seals. Elsewhere, the vampire king Israf in Edinburgh felt a sudden shiver go down his spine as a warning of his impending doom. Weird, why did I shiver?" Israf said as he frowned. He shrugged before going to focus on more important matters. Back in the kingdom of Lyonesse, the 7 sins were gathered with cold faces. "So you're saying the vampires in Edinburgh had laid their filthy hands of Ray?" Bant said with his eyes narrowed with a dangerous glint. "How dare they? Diane shouted, enraged at the fact that Ray had been harmed to this extent. "As your captain, we are going to demolish the vampires in Edinburgh," Meliodas said as they left as a group towards Edinburgh. The knights who had saw the looks on Seven Sins' faces fell back on their ass as they felt danger radiate off each of the members. Whoever pissed off these monsters are fucked. They all thought in sympathy. When the Seven Sins had gathered in an open area, Merlin used her magic to teleport the group to Edinburgh, which they could see was in a state of constant night due to the magic of the vampire king Isrof. "Everyone, we shall split up and destroy Edinburgh from every direction," Meliodas said as he looked at the kingdom of Edinburgh. "Hi," they said as they all ran off into different direction ready to cause pain to the vampires. Meliodas, Merlin, and Ascalon remained where they were as they set their eyes onto the main castle. "Ascalon, Merlin, we shall raid the main castle, which should be where the king is. Once we take out the head, the rest should follow," Meliodas said as Merlin and Ascalon nodded in understanding. The three of them flashed towards the castle. Meanwhile, after the Seven Sins had left, Ray started to writhe around on the table from the pain he felt in his veins as the Alucard bloodline started to overpower the invading vampire DNA. When the invading DNA was finally destroyed completely, Ray's eyes snapped wide open. "Blood," he muttered as he wasn't in full control. He needed to have his first feeding after his Alucard bloodline had been strengthened slightly. With the remainder of his willpower, Ray carved a seal to teleport him to Edinburgh and rewired the mana going into the existing seals in the room to power his. With a flash, Ray was gone from the room. Chapter 71, Vampires of Edinburgh Part 2. Ray appeared not far from the city, his eyes were bloodshot. "Blood," he whispered as he started to walk over to the city. Ray suddenly jumped up and formed blood wings on his back while he flew towards the city. His consciousness was all over the place as all he could think of was blood. *Babang. A sudden cloud of dust rose as Ray landed in the middle of the city. The surrounding vampires looked over at him and started to cower from the bloodline suppression. Some, seeing how Ray looked, decided to take a chance and launched themselves towards him. Changing his blood wings to two long swords, one of each hand, Ray easily cut through one of the attacking vampires. Using the blood in the vampire, Ray sent a wide slash, using the blood easily cutting through the body of the vampires and the buildings. Gathering all of the blood in the area into a small condensed pill, Ray ate it before frowning. "Low-quality trash," he growled as he shot towards where he could feel the most powerful bloodline in the kingdom of Edinburgh. Through the streets, Ray had to cope with countless attacks from the enemy vampires who were lusting over his blood. Ray growled in annoyance as he was getting sick of the endless horde of vampires. Gathering blood into a spear, Ray threw it up, causing it to leave a streak of light, catching every one of the Sins' attention. Clenching his hand, Ray caused the spear to explode into a rain of blood. Each droplet became arrows as it covered the entire kingdom of Edinburgh. Screams rang out as the vampires had their body pierced and unable to regenerate. Using the arrows as a medium, Ray drained every one that the arrows touched of their blood. A river of blood soon appeared in the kingdom of Edinburgh, gathering into one single point. Ray. Merlin was curious as she saw what happened in the span of a few seconds. Using her magic, Merlin looked over to where the blood was being gathered and widened her eyes to see Ray drinking all of that blood. "Captain. Ray-chan is over there, where the blood is being gathered," Merlin shouted towards Meliodas. "Why is he here? I thought you put him in your barrier," Meliodas shouted out. "He must have rewired it to take him here. I think that's the last thing he did before losing himself. Because right now, he wants blood. A lot of blood," Merlin said as she was both proud and worried. Proud because Ray was able to utilize her seals, as well as the fact that he left Leoness so that the people won't get killed. Worried because he is losing himself more and more. "Fuck. Ascalon. Come. The sun should be rising soon, so you should help restrain Ray. Merlin, take Ascalon. I'll need to deal with two guests that have arrived," Meliodas said as he looked at the two new arrivals. "Gelda and Ren." "Got it," Merlin said as she teleported her and Ascalon with his axe to where Ray was. When they arrived at the location, they could see Ray drinking away at all of the blood while his scarlet eyes moved towards Merlin and Ascalon. "More blood," he whispered before launching himself towards Merlin. Quickly forming a barrier, Merlin stopped Ray's approach. Frowning slightly, Ray opened his mouth before he started to eat away at the barrier as it was made from energy. Merlin was shocked as she didn't expect her barrier to be on the list of things Ray can eat. Quickly, retreating with a scanner, they managed to avoid Ray's bite right after he finished eating the barrier. Merlin could see Ray crouching as his fangs were longer than usual. "Ray-chan," Merlin said, worried for Ray. Ray suddenly smiled as he could feel the approach of the Vampire King Israf. "I didn't expect to see someone with such a high purity of the vampire blood. But to think that it belonged to a child," Israf said while he looked at Ray, who was having his blood crave. "I see that this is your first feeding," Israf said as he looked around before looking back at Ray. "And you're still not calm yet. Truly a powerful bloodline purity you have. I know you can hear me, so tell me. Would you like to join the vampire clan and rule the world? You can have all of the blood you want," Israf said, trying to tempt Ray. "All the blood?" Ray repeated as his craving for blood was taking over his consciousness. Ray quickly shook his head, trying to get the though out before looking at Israf, and launched towards him. "Che, you will regret that," Israf said as he launched his dark element towards Ray. Ray only grinned and opened his mouth, eating the energy easily. "What?" Israf shouted, seeing this. Condensing seals into a pill of blood, Ray pushed his hands forward as the pill shot forward, turning into a lance piercing the body of Israf, who had his guard down. He could only watch as Ray walked towards him with a wide grin showing off his fangs. He tried to get the blood lance out but was shocked to see his hands burn at a single touch of the lance. Ray grabbed the lance as he cut through Israf diagonally, bisecting the Vampire King. His wounds burn as he couldn't regenerate. Fear crept into his eyes as he saw the rest of his body slowly turn into just skin and bones as Ray drained him of his blood. Once he had finished, Ray looked over and saw Merlin and Ascalon looking at him on guard. Ray could only clutch his head as he tried not to attack them. Soon, Ray could see the sun rise and Ascalon getting stronger by the second. The allure of Ascalon's blood overrided Ray's senses as he launched towards Ascalon. "Ascalon, don't hurt him, just restrain. I should be able to calm Ray-chan down after some analysis on his blood," Merlin said to Ascalon. "As you wish." He spoke as he entered hand-to-hand combat with Ray, as he knew Ray could eat all types of energy. Ray was soon overcome by Ascalon as his body couldn't keep up with him anymore. Ascalon pinned Ray to the ground with much difficulty, trying to not let him move while Merlin took his blood sample and analyzed it. "Damn, the longer we wait the worse it would get. We need to get Ray more blood, the more the better. He needs it to calm his bloodline down, but where will we find such ridiculous amounts of blood?" Merlin frowned as she finished analyzing. "I can do it." Ban spoke up as he had finished killing one of the vampire nobles. "I'm immortal and my blood can regenerate without stop," Ban said, removing his arm guard to show off his wrist. "What if you become a vampire?" Merlin said in worry. "Don't worry about it, the vampire noble kept drinking my blood but didn't change. Something about me not being able to die and my immortality stops the transformation of me turning into a vampire. Now come on, little guy, drink up," Ben said as he crouched near Ray and held out his wrist. Ray bit down without hesitation and started to drink the blood presented to him. Ben stumbled slightly as the speed of which Ray drank his blood was much quicker than he had thought. It wasn't long until the other sins appeared, having killed their enemies as well. They arrived to see the scene of Ray drinking away at Ban's blood. Every so often, his bloodshot eyes would reduce slightly, returning some sanity to him, but he couldn't stop. It was only after 3 hours did Ray stop and fall asleep. "Sleep well, little guy," Ben said as he patted Ray's head and put his arm guard on once more. Chapter 72, Training Plan. URG. Ray opened up his eyes. Looking around, Ray could see that he was in his room. Sitting up, Ray held his head as he tried to remember what happened. He could remember rewiring the seals in Merlin's room, and then he could remember biting into Ban's arm and drinking his blood. Remembering how he had drank Ban's blood for such a long time, Ray quickly jumped off the bed and ran towards Ban's room. Ray ran past a mirror, to which he paused and walked back. Looking into the mirror, Ray could see that his skin had become smoother and then his hair became longer. "You're kidding," Ray said as he looked at his face. "His hair is around the length of his shoulders, pure white in color. His eyes are scarlet red with a slightly viable slit down the middle. Remembering that he can use blood manipulation, Ray made a small cut on his fingertips and made a small blood blade. He then proceeded to sit down and cut his hair. The servants watched as Ray started to cut his own hair. His concentrating face as he did this brought a smile to their faces. Ray was soon finished as his hair was back to how it was like before. Better," he said as he looked at the mess he made. "Maid-san, are you able to help me clean this up?" Ray asked, looking at the maids. "No problem, Ray-sama." They bowed as they cleaned up for him. "Don't call me Sama, I don't like it," Ray said as he didn't like the honorifics. "We cannot, Ray-sama. We have to respect the rules." The maids bowed. Sigh. Ray sighed as he understood this fact. He could only continue his way towards where Ben stayed. "Yo, little guy. You feeling better now?" Ben called out as he was also walking to Ray's room. Sorry for drinking your blood," Ray said with some hesitation as he fidgeted a little. "Ha ha ha ha, don't worry about it. Hey, at least you can't drink my blood dry, right? Ha ha ha." Ben laughed as he placed a hand on Ray's hair and ruffled it. Ray let Ben ruffle it as Ben was like a big brother to Ray. Ray then climbed onto Ben's back and onto his shoulder. Ben only smiled at this as he took Ray with him on a walk around the castle. "Hey Ben Neeson, did you know that I'm also immortal now?" Ray said as he glanced at Ben. "Yeah, I do. Now we're both immortal now, ha 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 ha. How long do you think it'll take them to make a nickname for us?" Ben said, grinning at Ray. "It shouldn't be long, should it?" Ray smiled back. "Oh yeah, little guy, how often do you need to drink blood?" Ben asked as he was most worried about this. "I should be able to last 5 to 10 years with the amount I drank," Ray said after some thought. Whistle. "Well, if you need any more blood, I'll be there, okay? I know that even though you can last for 5 to 10 years, it's like having beer. I can go without it, but if it's in front of me, I should have a bit. So just ask for a drink whenever you feel like it, okay?" Ben said with a smile. Ray hesitated a little. "Are you sure?" Ray asked. "Of course, I'll let my adorable little bro have a drink," Ben said with the kind smile. "Then, can I have a drink now?" Ray said as he looked slightly away from Ben. "Go for it," Ben said, exposing his neck. "Then thanks for the meal," Ray said as he opened his mouth, exposing his tiny fangs which had reduced in size after his first feeding. Nom. Ray bit into Ben's neck as he started to drink, slowly savoring the taste. The servants gave the two weird looks as all they could see was two people, one with white hair and one with light blue. The kid on the man's back and nibbling on his neck, while the men walked nonchalantly, not minding it at all. Soon, the duo reached the barracks of the Seven Sins. "Yo. Ben, Ray-chan." Meliodas greeted with a smile. "Yo." Ben greeted while Ray opened his eyes and gave a muffled, "yo," to Meliodas while still keeping his mouth on Ben's neck, slowly drinking blood. "Ray-chan, you shouldn't drink too much blood, okay?" Merlin said as she walked over and tried to pull Ray from Ben's back. Ray could only plead with his eyes as he didn't want to stop his meal just yet. Merlin dismissed it as she continued to try pull Ray off. "Do I have to use it for my meal? This sacrifice is nothing." Ray, though, as he looked towards Merlin with the puppy dog eyes move, causing her to falter slightly. "This," Merlin said as she looked at Ray, giving her the puppy eyes while nibbling on Ben's neck. Sigh. Merlin sighed as she allowed Ray to continue his meal. Nishishishishishi. Ray gave off a Meliodas-style laugh and made a V sign with his spare hand for victory, causing the rest of the Sins to chuckle at this. "Ha ha ha, Ray-chan, I think we're going to push your training forward a little, is that okay?" Meliodas asked while Ray nodded with his mouth still on Ben's neck. "You will be training in different types of weapons with me, Diane, Ben and Ascalon. While you will learn how to have control over your mana with Merlin, okay?" Meliodas explained the training plan to Ray. "We shall be starting training tomorrow and we will hammer in the basics so that you can protect yourself in case something like what happened with the vampire happens again, okay?" Meliodas continued. Ray nodded as he was about to finish his meal. "Pwah. Thanks, Ben Niken," Ray said as he removed his mouth from Ben's neck. "No problem, kiddo." Ben said as he handed Ray over to Merlin. So Ray-chan, what are you able to do right now? Merlin asked. Last time I think I made 2 blades and 1 fireball before I ran out of magic against that vampire. Ray said as he checked his mana reserves. With this I should be able to make 5 blades and 2 fireballs now. Ray though. Well, with you control you'll run out with 2 blades and a fireball, while if I were to do the same I could make 10 fireballs and 15 blades. It all boils down to mana control, Ray-chan. Merlin said as she smiled at Ray. How would I train in mana control then? Ray asked as he wasn't sure how to go about doing this. It's easy, I'll seal a portion of your mana so that there is only the bare amount to make 1 fireball. And you'll have to adapt to using less mana to make 1 fireball so that when you use more mana, the magic will also be more powerful. Merlin explained. Ray nodded as he agreed that with his reserves right now it will be quite hard to control it unless he seals a portion of it. Dad, what about King San? Ray asked as Meliodas never mentioned King. Him? He got nothing to teach you. Meliodas said with a grin. Oi. I'm right here. King shouted out in the background. Ha 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 ha, but serious, you and King are essentially right now the same type of fighters. The all-round type, with the exception that you will also go close-quarter combat. Meliodas laughed. Yeah, but I can teach you etiquette. King said as he made some cloths and fixed his bow tie. Don't need it. Ray said, cutting King off, causing him to fall to the ground. Why, Ray-chan? Why are you so mean to me only? King Fake cried, causing the group to chuckle. Because your reactions are funny. Ray said with a smile. Ha ha. Hear that, guys? King stood up straight as he showed off to the rest of the group. Ray chuckled as he saw the shenanigans of the group. Chapter 73, Framed. Ray could be seen holding 2 swords in the training area opposite Meliodas. Right then, Ray-chan. For the sword, we need to be both aggressive and defensive at the same time. Use the sword as an extension of yourself. The blade to attack, and use the pommel and the hilt guard as defense to throw off your enemies. Meliodas explained as he pulled out a sword. You have to be free with your style but also follow a system of attack. Keep your movements and attack unpredictable. Include feints and attacks with your arms and legs to confuse them. Now then, Ray-chan, you got all that? Meliodas asked as he looked at Ray. Got it, Dad. Ray said as he ran towards Meliodas and swung one of his blades. Before it could come into contact with Meliodas, Ray feinted it with a kick. Meliodas grabbed Ray's kick easily as he said. Kicks are good, but they're a double-edged sword. Facing an enemy with greater strength than kicking with your leg is like jumping into a death trap. Now try again, and remember, it is also good to continue with an attack without feinting and change up the pace of the battle. Ray nodded as he tried again. Every time he attacked, Meliodas would help Ray out by pointing out what would happen in a fight and how he could correct it. 3 hours passed as Ray was on the ground, tired and could barely move. Panting. Dad, it's a lot harder than I thought. Ray said between breaths. Ha ha ha, of course. I can't give my son a shoddy way of fighting, can I? Meliodas said with a wide smile. Then I should live up to your expectations then. Ray said as he sat back up. Go for it, next should be Ascalon. Meliodas said as he could see Ascalon walking over with a training axe. Ray-chan, are you ready? He asked, looking at Ray. Ray nodded as he grabbed a training axe. The prideful way of the axe is to obliterate everything in front of you with unstoppable strength. As a user of the axe, we are the perfect people for dealing heavy or even mortal damage. The axe is all about momentum. Move your body to increase the momentum, which results in the increase of power. Ascalon explained while showing different sets of movement. We should always be on the offensive as an axe user. We are the vanguard who plow forwards with no equal in strength. Ascalon continued his lesson while Ray listened seriously and tried to follow Ascalon's movements. Ray started to train with each of the members every day, excluding King much to his sadness, and learnt their ways of combat. Ban required Ray to be fast on his feet and adaptable to all situations with superb control over all of his body part, and Diane required Ray to be able to flow through all of his movements without flaw as well as to use magic during the combat. Ray was now 6 without much change to his appearance except for the increase of height. He was currently sparring against Meliodas again, trying to improve how he uses a sword. Come on Ray-chan, you have to flow through your moves more. There is a pause every time you move. It is fatal if the opponent can take advantage of it. Meliodas said as he pointed a finger at Ray's heart. Sigh. But it's hard, Dad, I have to think about if I should feint or not. And with someone of your caliber I have to think about every move. Ray said truthfully as he sighed. Nishishishishi, then just don't think about it. Engrave the movements into your body as move of instinct. Meliodas said as he put the sword away. I'll try. Nope, don't say try, what have I told you to say? Meliodas said, cutting Ray off. Fine, I will do it. Ray said as he put away the swords in his hands. So what's your progress with Merlin? Meliodas asked as they walked away from the training area. How my control and efficiency only increase by a small amount. Now I can make 3 blades and 1 medium fireball before I'm empty. Ray sighed at his progress. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it Ray-chan, it takes time after all. If you hurry too much your foundations will crumble. Meliodas patted Ray on the back. The duo walked towards the barracks of the 7 sins. Yo. Meliodas said, giving the group a wave. Oh Captain, you finished. Ban said over his shoulders. Ban nii-san. Ray called out as he jumped towards Ban. Ha ha ha, I know, here. Ban said, show his neck as Ray nibbled on it again. Ha 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 ha, Ray-chan can't give up his snack every time he finishes. Diane giggles seeing Ray bite on Ban's neck. Ray stuck his tongue out at Diane while he went back to drinking Ban's blood. Yara yara Ray-chan. Merlin said as she watched Ray with a gentle smile. Sorry, it's refreshing after training after all. Ray smiled blissfully as he finished his quick snack. Merlin could only giggle and shake her head. Now then, Zaratras wanted to see us about our last mission. You think he will scold us or praise us? Meliodas asked. Scold. Ray said as he was still smiling from drinking Ban's blood. I second that. Ban said, to which everyone else agreed also. Ha ha ha, we did a pretty good job. Why so negative? Meliodas smiled as he had a quick drink. Well, it's us after all. Diane said with a smile. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Now then Dad, I'm going to find Eli-chan, okay? Ray said as he stood up. And I know, don't touch Elizabeth, she is off limits, right? Ray said, imitating Meliodas' voice, causing everyone to smile. Meliodas could only laugh and shake his head. Go on then. Meliodas said, shooing Ray away. See ya. Ray said as he exited the room. Walking down the halls, Ray could see a severe lack of servants around the place. Dismissing it as just a coincidence, Ray found Elizabeth playing around the area. Eli-chan. Ray called out as he approached her. Ray-chan. Elizabeth called out in joy as she went over to him. So what did you want to ask me again? Ray asked as Elizabeth wanted to talk to him. Can you tell me more about Meliodas? Elizabeth said while she fidgeted. Ha ha ha, you really like my dad, don't you? Ray said with a smile, to which Elizabeth nodded and blushed. Well, he likes to play around a lot. And just be yourself, Dad likes playing around with you after all. Ray said as he smiled. But you tell me that all the time. I want to know more. Elizabeth pouted. Just before Ray could say anything, the Holy Knights jumped to attack him from every direction. Blood wall. Ray was as he made a cut on his fingertips and made a wall around him and Elizabeth. Ray-chan. Why did they attack us? Elizabeth asked, frightened. Technically they attacked me, but that's besides the point. They should chase after me if I leave first. So take care, okay, Eli-chan. Ray said to Elizabeth as he made a small opening for himself. Quickly running out, Ray made sure the wall protected Elizabeth while the Holy Knights chased after him. Once he was far enough, he dropped the blood wall and ran towards where Meliodas went as he realized that today was the day the 7 sins were framed. Dad. Ray called out as he saw Meliodas with a bunch of injured knights around him. Ray, you okay? Meliodas said as he turning around. Seeing the knights chase after Ray, Meliodas swung his sword as the pressure knocked the knights down. Dad, what happened? Ray asked even though he knew. We were framed. Zaratraz was killed and we were framed. Meliodas said quickly as Merlin appeared next to them. I've already made a way for the others to leave, now it's just us. Merlin said as she picked up Ray so that they could move faster. They turned around and they could see Elizabeth running after them. Why did you come here, Eli-chan? Ray shouted as the knights could harm her with her being near them. Just like he thought, a knight shot an ability towards them but it missed and landed near Elizabeth. Shit. Ray said and shot a blood spear piercing the guy's head. Ray then saw Meliodas crouched near Elizabeth with dark purple energy rising around him. Merlin quickly appeared besides and extracted Meliodas' power, knocking him out. Ray-chan, I'll send you and Captain away from here, okay? Be safe. Merlin said as she hugged Ray and kissed him on the forehead. Before Ray could say anything, Merlin teleported them to a cave near Camelot. Ray froze because it happened way too fast for him to process. In the end he could only sigh as this followed the timeline of the 7 deadly sins. Chapter 74, Boar Hat. Who are you? A high-pitched voice rang out behind Ray, causing him to turn around quickly. Ray could see a pig looking at them with hostility. Hawk. Ray though as he saw the pig. Lady. Did you hear me? I said who are you? Hawk repeated as he walked closer. I'm not a lady, I'm a guy. I'm called Ray and this is my dad. Ray said as he introduced themselves. What's your name, Mr. Pig? Ray asked looking at Hawk. I don't have one. Hawk said as he sat down watching the duo. Can I give you one? Ray said wanting to befriend Hawk. Then you should give me a powerful one. Hawk puffed out his chest in pride waiting for Ray to give him a name. How about Hawk? They're fast, powerful and one of the top of the food chain. Ray suggested. Hawk's eyes sparkled as he walked up to Ray. Not bad at all. I shall accept you as a follower. Hawk said as he patted Ray on the shoulder. Ray's sweat dropped at this. You want to accept a ex-peak ascendant as a follower? Ray thought. Hawk, I don't want to be a follower. Why don't you become my friend instead? Ray asked. Fine, I'll reluctantly accept you as my friend. Hawk said as he sat down next to the duo. Ray only shrugged at Hawk's supposed reluctance. Standing up, Ray looked out of the cave and he could see that night was about to fall. Grabbing some vines, Ray covered the entrance while he made a small fire pit in the cave and lit it up. Ray waited for Meliodas to wake up while Hawk sat next to him bragging about his dreams. It wasn't long until Meliodas woke up and looked around to see Ray and Hawk. Dad, you okay? Ray said as he went next to Meliodas. Ray. What happened? Meliodas said, slightly clutching his head. Well, the 7 sins were framed for killing Uncle Zaratraz and Merlin sent us away. Ray explained. Is that so? Let's go get some information in a nearby town. Meliodas said as it was important to understand the current situation. Also, Ray, who's the pig? Is it dinner? Meliodas asked as he looked at Hawk. How rude. I'm Hawk. Friend of Ray. Hawk said, puffing out his chest. A talking pig. Meliodas said as he looked at Hawk. Hey Dad, can we take him? Ray asked. Why not? He replied as he stood up stretching his body. The trio of men and pig made their way towards a nearby town. But frowned immediately as the kingdom had sent out wanted posters before they were even framed. Every one had posters, even Ray. Most dangerous sin. Adopted child of the dragon, sin of wrath. Meliodas. Powers, gluttony, allows him to eat all types of energy. Attack with physical power. It then followed with accurate drawings of him all the way up to adulthood. Wait, why are my pictures so accurate? Ray said as he looked at the pictures. Didn't you know? There are a type of magician that can see the future at the cost of their lives. The kingdom had one left and I believe they used his life to get images of you since you have a monstrous amount of potential. Meliodas analyzed while Hawk didn't know what was going on. This. Ray said as he couldn't believe they drew everything to such a degree. How about you add a feature to your face, yo, make it less recognizable? Meliodas asked. Like what? Ray asked. How about a mask covering the bottom half of your face? Meliodas asked. What about a blindfold? Ray suggested because he can use his hockey to move around with and train it up once more. Won't they see through the disguise? Meliodas asked. I'll just grow my hair out a little then. It shouldn't give anything away about my identity if I combine the two. Ray said. That'll work. Meliodas said as they went around the market to buy a long strip of cloth. Eventually, they settled with a white cloth and wrapped it around Ray's eyes and tied it on the back. Right then, Dad, what shall we do now? Should we try find the guys now? Ray asked. No, we can't do that just yet. Merlin should know it too, which is why she separated everyone in the group. We'll be laying low while I train you for a few years, okay? Meliodas said as he saw a building for sale. How about we run a bar as a cover? Meliodas said. Sure, but won't we be stuck in one place? Ray asked as he followed. Don't worry, we can place the bar on Mama's back. She is very big and can move around easily. Hawk suggested. If that is okay, Hawk, then we'll do just that. Meliodas said as he grinned. They walked to the pawning shop as they looked at what they could pawn. Let's sell my sword. Meliodas said as he brought out his sacred treasure. Dad, but won't that be bad? I can make a few blades to sell. Ray said, but Meliodas shook his head. If I sell this, not only will I get money for the bar. The knights also won't realize my identity just in case. Meliodas said, to which Ray only shrugged as Meliodas did say a valid point. Soon they walked out of the shop with enough money to buy the bar. Hey Dad, since the building looks like a hat, shall we call it Boar's Hat? Ray suggested. Yeah, that's a good name. Meliodas said as he smiled. Meliodas then had Hawk show him to Hawk Mama and take a look at the surface area. Whoa, she is huge, isn't she? Ray said as he had to tilt his head so far in order for him to see the top of Hawk Mama. Yep, now let's go by that building. Meliodas called out as Hawk explained to Hawk Mama about the situation, to which she nodded and followed the trio to the building. Meliodas and Ray started to go get a few new sets of clothing for the bar. Hey Dad, why are you buying women's clothing as well? Ray asked as he saw Meliodas buy a few sets of female clothing as well. Well, I could keep it for the off chance that we get female staff, or do you want it? Meliodas asked with a shit-eating grin. Fuck that. Ray said simply as he walked away, causing Meliodas to shrug and follow Ray to the till as they paid for the clothing. When they walked out, they could see the building already installed on top of Hawk Mama. How the hell were they so fast? Ray exclaimed as he didn't understand how they built it in the span of them shopping for clothing. Don't think too deeply about it. Ha 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 ha, Meliodas laughed as he paid the workers the rest of the money. Ray could only stand dumbly as he shook his head and didn't question it. Soon, for the next few years, there had been a rumor about a bar with the best alcohol, best food, and great eye candy. The bar was called Boar Hat, and it comes and goes whenever it wished. In these years, Ray had been studying hard on training and cooking to make the bar more of a success. Ray had also tried to use the system more, but found out that his skill count was at its limit and that he could only buy manuals to train in passives, much to his disappointment due to the fact that he can't materialize anything in the real world until he goes to the higher realms. So in the end, Ray could only buy a manual on Joichiro Yukihira's cooking style. It was only during his third year did he get the passive king of cooking. Dad, wake up. It's opening time. Ray shouted out as he was now 15 and it was only a few months left till Elizabeth shows up at the Boar Hat. I'm up. Meliodas said as he rubbed his head. Ray left him be as he walked downstairs and quickly cooked a breakfast for Hawk and Meliodas. Boy. Ray, you breakfasts are always so good. Hawk said as he devoured his meal. Ha 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 ha, well, glad you enjoyed it. Ray said as he walked out of the shop and saw a huge queue waiting for the opening time. Everyone. We'll be opening shortly, okay? Ray shouted out. Yeah. They cheered as Ray smiled. Walking in and bringing out the sign of Boar Hat is open. Ray welcomed everyone in. Right guys, what do you want for breakfast? Ray asked as he put on an apron and went behind the counter. Ray-chan special. They shouted in sync. Damn it guys. There is no chan in the meal name and I'm a guy, so at least say san, okay? Ray shouted out. Doesn't matter since Ray-chan is beautiful. One of the customers said. Handsome. And keep saying chan and no food for you guys. Ray said as he twirled the spatula on around his fingers. Ray-sen, we're sorry. They called out as they had fell in love with Ray's cooking, so much that they even bring their family over to have the food. It was cheap as well, which was great news to them. Ha 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 ha, much better. Now then give me a moment and I'll cook for you. Ray said as he got out his tools and started to cook. Hey Ray-san, I've always wondered since I'm new, but why do you have a blindfold on? A new customer asked. Well, I've had a problem with my eye since I was a kid, so this is to protect it. Don't worry, I can still use my other senses. Ray said as he demonstrated great strength flipping a huge amount of rice. How great would it be if Ray-san was a girl and got married? Whoever marries him would be the luckiest person ever. A customer said as the others quickly backed away as they knew it was taboo to say anything like that to Ray. Ray stopped cooking as he looked over with a smile. Care to repeat that? Ray said, holding a knife ready to throw. The man quickly shook his head as he denied with all his strength. Humph, less food for you. Ray said as he resumed to flip the rice. My condolences, buddy. A person said with a hand on the guy's shoulder. If so, then share you food with me. He said, looking at the guy. Fuck that. He cried out as they walked back to his seat. As Ray was cooking, Meliodas walked down in his uniform. Ho, busy again in the morning. Meliodas said with a smile as he went over to the bar. Oi boss. You're so lucky to have Ray as a son. The people shouted at Meliodas, who only proceeded to laugh. Shishy, I know. Hey dad, your food's over there. Ray said as he pointed over with his spare hand. Thanks. Meliodas said as he proceeded to eat. All right guys, it's done. Pass me your bowls. Ray called out as he gave everyone their servings. Except for the customer who said he should be a girl, only got half a portion, much to his demise. Eventually, Ray took small pity and gave him a little more. Now then, remember to pay up by my dad over there and don't pull any stunts. Okay. I'll remember everything. Ray said as he started to wash up. The customers nodded as they didn't dare skip out on their bills. Last time someone did that, they were tied up and starved with Ray's food below them for 2 days straight. Each time it went cold, Ray would give it to Hawk and make a new dish with the smell heavy, enticing the person to try eat it. Eventually the person almost went insane as he paid up a large portion of his total assets just so that he could be let off and eat Ray's food once again. It was also this incident that they started fear Ray slightly. In addition to this, there had also been a wide range of females that had tried to gain Ray's love, but each time he had refused them. Some were beauties that made other women cry with envy. When Ray was asked why he refused, he just replies with, I can't do this, I'll be letting Eve down if I did this. The people never knew who Eve was, but they could tell that Ray was loyal to her. Chapter 75, Elizabeth. Ray was cooking the lunch menu as the people started to gossip about the recent news. Hey, have you heard? The kingdom have said that they are cracking down on the capture for the 7 sins and their kid. A customer said. Wasn't the 7 sins and the kid the criminals from a few years ago? They were the ones that killed the strongest holy knight. His friend responded. What's this? The kingdom are cracking down on the capture of the 7 sins. Ray asked as he turned his head over while still cooking. Ray-san might not know, but they have already captured Fox Sin Ban and gathered the location of most of the other sins. Now that I think about it, Ray-san has the same name as the kid. The person said. Shut it, you. Ray-san is so nice and such a good cook, how can he be a kingdom-wanted criminal? His friend said, knocking his shoulder. Ha 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 ha, my bad. Ray-san, you won't reduce my portion, right? He said, looking apologetically at Ray. Ray chuckled. Don't worry about it, I've had a few people make that mistake. Ray said as he turned back to continue cooking. If only they knew, if only they knew. He though as they were on point. Here, your lunchtime special for 2. Ray said as he presented the meal to the duo. Ha ha ha, thanks Ray-san. They said before they started to eat with a lot of vigor. Ray started to clean up the equipment. Ray then walked over to the bar and told Meliodas about what he had just gathered. So they have started to speed up. Meliodas said with a serious face. But suddenly, a figure covered in large armor appeared and fell forward. Everyone stared as they continued to eat their meal, not wanting to stop at all. Ray walked up to the armored figure and picked him up. "Don't say anything, all right guys?" Ray said as everyone nodded. Ray then carried the figure to the guest room and opened up the armor. "Eli-chan," Ray whispered as he saw Elizabeth. He could only shake his head as he removed the rest of the armor and put them by the side. Tucking her into the bed, Ray walked down and whispered into Meliodas' ear. "Hey Dad," the person in the armor was Eli-chan. Meliodas widened his eyes slightly as he went upstairs. "Guys, we might have to close early today since that was a friend of my dad's, so today I'll give everyone a free meal, okay?" Ray said, to which everyone cheered. "All right, line up, everyone here gets meal, so don't push," Ray said as he quickly went back to work. They watched in awe as they could see Ray increase the pace of which he is making the food. He was using 8 large pans to quickly make all of the food. His hands became a blur as he made each of the meals with unbelievable speed. "Whoa, amazing," the customers said as they watched in awe. He, you noobs haven't seen anything yet," a person suddenly said, causing the people to turn and see a aged man crossing his arms. "I have been following the boar's hat for many years now, and I can say this is not even Ray-san's fastest speed, as he can control way more than just 8 pan. If I had a guess, Ray-san can even do 15 pans if he wished. We call him Azura as every time he increases his speed there seems to be the image of Azura behind him with 3 heads and 6 arms helping him cook. This is the Azura way of cooking. Many have tried to learn but was turned away each time through a cookout. Ray-san seems to embed his fighting intent into his food, causing the enemies to cower in fear, not being able to cook to their best when they're against Ray-san. The aged men analyzed, causing the people to widen their eyes in shock as they never knew Ray was called Azura. "Oi Asen. Stop spreading my bad name," Ray called out as he continued to cook with 8 pans. Ha, sorry, but Ray-san is truly impressive to be able to cook with 8 pans. Most people can't even multitask with 3. The aged man said, rubbing the back of his head with a laugh. "It's easy, you just have to set the course of action in your mind while your body moves on instinct to flow through the plan without any wasted movement, or else the taste would be changed badly," Ray said, which right after he said it his eyes widened while his arms didn't stop moving. "Wait, isn't that what Dad had been trying to tell me in my swordsmanship? To keep to a style yet let your body be free and flow through them," Ray thought as his swordsmanship passed the threshold. Ha, Asen. Your comment helped me more than you think. Here, I'll throw in 2 more dishes of any kind that you want," Ray called out as he wanted to thank the aged men for helping him break through with his swordsmanship. "Really? Ha, then if you can you give me the usual then?" the men said as he received eyes of jealousy and envy from the other customers. "Of course. Coming right up," Ray shouted as he increased his production rate. Dishes were finished one after another. Each time one was done, another was being made, keeping a constant supply going. Ray wiped away his sweat as he gave the last portion to the last customer and brought the open sign back in. "Phew, I can't believe I can use Joichiro's cooking with my swordsmanship. Ha, really, life is full of surprises," Ray said, removing his apron. Walking back into the room, Ray could see Meliodas touching Elizabeth's boobs with his hockey. "Oi Dad, really?" Ray asked as his mouth twitched a little, seeing Meliodas feel the boobs of a sleeping girl. "What?" Meliodas said when Elizabeth woke up and sat up straight. Looking down, she could see Meliodas grabbing her boobs, causing her to blush. "Hi, I was just checking your gender," Meliodas said, causing Hawk to slap him using his ear. "Idiot. You can see her gender," Hawk shouted as Ray went out to quickly make her a meal. Soon, Elizabeth and Meliodas could be seen walking downstairs. "Hi, do you want some food?" Ray asked with a smile. If that is okay," Elizabeth said, embarrassed. Ray handed her some egg-fried rice which had an assortment of different meats and veg on top. "Here, try this," Ray said as he smiled. "Thank you, but I don't know if this will offend you, but how are you able to cook with a blindfold?" she asked. "Oh, that's because my other senses can help me even without my eyes," Ray said simply as he tidied up. "Ah. This is the best food I've ever eaten," she exclaimed as she took a bite. Ha, that's what they all say about my son's cooking after the first bite," Meliodas said with a grin. Wait, he's your son. Elizabeth pointed towards Ray. Adopted son. Ray corrected her. Ah, I see. She said, eating her meal. Asterisk don don don. 3 heavy knocks could be heard disrupting Elizabeth's meal. Come out. We know you are in there. A voice could be heard from the other side of the door. Dad, let me deal with this. I'll show them the consequences of interrupting a lady's meal. Ray said with a smile. Just don't hurt them beyond repair. Meliodas said nonchalantly. Got it. Ray said as he walked to a door with a smile. Chapter 76, Time to Gather the Sins. Hello, Boar's Hat is currently closed, come back tomorrow. Ray said as he walked out of the door. Stop messing around, we saw what we believe to be a member of the 7 Sins enter this building. Now bring him out. One of the soldiers shouted. I don't know what you're talking about. We have customers enter every day, so why don't you ask them? Ray said with a smile, annoying one of the knights. He grabbed Ray by the collar and lifted him up. Listen here, you blind little shit. We are part of the kingdom and you listen to what we say, got that ahh? One of the knights said, spitting everywhere. Yar yar, I said no member of the Sins entered, so why can't you get that? Ray said as he shook his head. The soldier was annoyed as he tried to punch Ray in the face, but his punch was blocked by a finger. We can't have you be violent on scene now, can we? Ray continued to smile as he blocked the punch easily. Ray then kneed the soldier in the torso, breaking his armor and caused him to crouch over in pain. The rest of the soldiers readied their swords as they cut towards Ray. Heis, so hasty. Ray said as he made a small cut on his finger and drew a line. The line of blood solidified as it blocked the swords. Goodness, your swordsmanship is so poor. Don't you know how to attack from different sides and angles? Ray asked with a slight smile. You. What blood magic is this? They shouted as they panicked. Can't tell you. Ray said as he sent out 4 consecutive kicks, launching them away from the building, causing a slight dust cloud to form. Soon Meliodas and Elizabeth walked out and saw what happened. Don't worry, Dad, they're alive, I think. Ray said as he looked at the crater formed with a sweat drop. Ha 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 ha, you should go easier on them. Your control over your body needs improving. Meliodas said with a laugh. Hi, more body training, I guess. Ray said with a shrug. Before they could enter the building, a wave of energy shot towards them. Fuck sake, hey Dad, shall I deal with this or you? Ray asked, looking at the incoming energy. You do it, I can't be bothered. Meliodas said with a dismissive wave. Che, are you sure you're not the sin of sloth instead? Ray whispered. What was that? Meliodas shouted back. Nothing. Ray said as he opened his mouth and ate the energy, causing it to twist and stretch into Ray's mouth. Fua, not the best, not the worse. Ray commented on the taste of the magic. Eh? Where did the energy go? Elizabeth said as she looked at Ray. That's his magic, gluttony. The child of sin. My son Ray. Meliodas said as grinned at the shocked Elizabeth, as she didn't think that she'll find the sins just yet. Then you're. Yep, dragon, sin of wrath. Meliodas. Meliodas replied, smiling. Dad, if you're done. Then prepare Hawk Mama. We'll need to leave this location. Ray called out. I'm on it. Meliodas said as he started to pack up the spare chairs and other objects that could fall and break. Soon a man in red armor could be seen walking over with a deep frown. Who are you? Twigo said as he came face to face with Ray. Not important. But what is important is the fact that you tried to destroy the tavern which me and Dad put so much work into. Ray said with a slight frown. If you don't say, then fine. That's one confirmed death of an unknown individual. Twigo said, swinging down as hard as he could. Asterisk bang. A dust of cloud rose as the sword hit. But Twigo's arm suddenly felt like it hit a steel wall. Looking down, he could see Ray pinching the sword with a spider web of cracks on the tiles. During this, Ray's blindfold had fell off as Twigo could see the pair of scarlet eyes staring at him. Is that all? Ray said with a smile. Before Twigo could even speak, Ray sent a punch causing him to cough blood and his armor shattered to pieces. Twigo kneeled in pain as Ray sent a kick launching him off of Hawk Mama's back. The ground suddenly shook as Ray walked back to the tavern. Hawk Mama had started to move as the earth was shook off her back. "Yo, how was it?" Meliodas asked with a smile. Easy. Didn't even break a sweat," Ray said as he sat down on the counter. "Dad, can you make me some juice please? Also make it red," Ray said, laying his head on the table. "Sure," Meliodas said, turning around to make some juice. Ray-sama dash, Elizabeth said before getting cut off by Ray. "First stop that, we're the same age and two, Eli-chan. If you can remember, we used to play a lot when we were kids," Ray said with a side glance to Elizabeth. "I'm sorry, I don't remember much of my childhood," Elizabeth apologized. "Don't worry about it then," Ray said with a shrug as Meliodas gave him his juice. "Thanks, Dad," Ray said as he started to drink it. "Ray, we're going to be helping Elizabeth here and gather rest of the guys," Meliodas said as he started to wipe the table. "Ho, so who's next?" "Ban-nii-chan. Merlin-san. Diane-san," Ray said with a smile as he couldn't wait to find the rest of the guys. "Diane is closest to here, so we'll get her," Meliodas said as he sat down. "Ho, Diane-san first, huh?" Ray said as he made a small blood knife and walked over to the bin. Undoing the low ponytail he had kept so hide his identity, Ray cut away at the excess hair. "How much better? That long hair was so bloody annoying," Ray said as he had his short hair cut once again. "Well, it was annoying, but most people didn't realize who you were," Meliodas said with a dismissive wave. "I guess so," Ray said as he leaned back. "Also, Ray, I'll be increasing you training by a lot more since you don't have fully control over your body," Meliodas said, causing Ray to widen his eyes slightly before agreeing. "Fair enough," Ray said as he knew he needed to increase his training as they're going to be going against a lot stronger opponents. Ray-san is this strong but you need more training," Elizabeth said. "Yeah, but I could have been stronger since I found out that ingesting blood increases my training speed. But other than Ban-nii-chan, everyone else will become ghouls should I drink their blood or turn them into vampires themselves. So I should be able to get stronger quickly after we find Ban-nii-chan," Ray said, telling Elizabeth about him being a vampire. "Don't forget to not ruin your foundations," Meliodas called out. "I know, Dad," Ray shouted as he knew how important having a good foundation is. Can't wait to drink Ban-nii-chan's blood again," Ray said with a wide smile. Chapter 77, Burnia. Ray was sitting on the roof of Boar Hat while he waited for the next stop. Soon Hawk Mama stopped and embedded itself into the ground once more. Elizabeth walked out slightly confused as to why she stopped. "Don't worry, Hawk Mama is just tired and we also need to restock a little as well," Ray said as he jumped down from the roof. "Dad, want to come with me to buy some supplies?" Ray shouted out to Meliodas. "Sure," Meliodas said as he walked out. Before Ray could even ask Hawk, the pig had already started to sleep on one of the tables. Ray only shrugged as the trio made their way to the village. Ray was frowning as he could see the village having a dead atmosphere and a severe lack of water. Meliodas and Elizabeth also frowned at the sight. Ray putting a hand on the shoulder of a villager and asked him about what happened. "You see, our village of Burnia main source of income was our Burnia ale, but a holy knight didn't like it, so he stabbed the sword in the center, stopping our water source. Now we can't make ale to support the village." "Heis," the men sighed as he walked away. Ray and Meliodas nodded to each other as Ray walked towards where he could see the gathering of villagers. He could also see two soldiers laughing cruelly at the villagers' attempt to pull out the sword. Ray patted them on the shoulder as they turned around. They could see Ray's red eyes piercing into them, causing them to shiver as they saw Ray look exactly the same as his poster. "Are you laughing at their attempt to save the village?" Ray said coldly, causing the soldiers to frantically shake their head. "Oh, but I'm pretty sure I did hear you laugh at them. So are we lying here?" Ray smiled, causing the two to shiver. "Then you don't need your arms anymore," Ray said as he chopped down on each of their shoulder. Asterisk crack crack. Sounds of bone breaking sounded out as the soldiers lay there not being able to use their arms. Ray looked at them coldly before he put on a smile and walked over to the villagers. Hey guys, let me try, okay? Ray said as their ropes snapped from their attempt. Heis, young lad. Don't bother, this sword is one that only a holy knight can pull out. The village head said with a sigh. Trust me, okay? After all, even if I fail you lose nothing. Ray said, walking up to the sword. The moment he placed his hand on the hilt, lightning flashed towards him. Ray opened his mouth and ate the lightning. Ho Gil-chan has improved quite a bit. Ray said before pulling out the sword with ease, causing the water to flow and the villagers freeze in shock before cheering. Walking over to the crippled soldiers, Ray looked at them. Where is Guildhunter right now? And if you lie? Ray said, pointing a sword at them. The duo panicked and could only stutter out the location. Ho might be a bit far for my arm strength right now. Ray though, as he probably couldn't throw the sword at Guildhunter. A bow should do. Ray said as he traced out a bow, draining him of 1/35 of his current reserve. Notching the sword onto the bow. Ray drew back as he sent mana into the bow, causing it to light up. Ray then sent lighting to the sword tip so that it will strike out in a specific manner when it hits. Fly, Ray said as the sword flew out in a streak of blue. Now both of you fuck off before I break your legs too. Ray said, untracing his bow. The soldiers quickly ran away in panic. Elsewhere, Guildhunter, who was practicing, felt a sword traveling towards him in an extremely fast speed. Quickly jumping back, Guildhunter avoided the sword, which combusted into streaks of lightning, etching out a message. Dick move, Gil-chan, also fuck you. Followed by a middle finger, causing Guildhunter frown as he thought about who could have done this. There were only a handful of people that called him Gil-chan. Ray. Guildhunter thought as he narrowed down the suspects. Guildhunter shook his head as he picked up the sword, which he frowned when he couldn't pull it out. The lightning then etched another message. Karma's a bitch. This sword can't be pulled out by you right now, and same with the messages. Followed by another middle finger. Guildhunter could only sigh as he made his way back to the castle. Ray suddenly smiled as he could feel Guildhunter activating his second message. His control with magic had improved over the years as well, since he continued to do Merlin's training but applying seals himself. Now he could put more power and efficiency with his magic, even to the point that he can make messages like what he had just done. Ray-chan, what have I told you about hurting them beyond repair? Meliodas said with a sigh. Nishishishishi, sorry, sort of got angry at the fact that even people like that could have a role above commoners. Ray said with a laugh. Ha ha ha, I guess so. When we sort this rebellion out, I'll need to talk to Bartra about this. Meliodas laughed. Oh yeah, Ray, we're going to hold a party for the village, so you ready to cook up a village-size portion of food? Meliodas asked with a grin. No problem, should help me train my body a little. Ray said as he stood up. Forge on. Ray said as he started to make a huge pan, surprising the villagers as a pan just appeared out of nowhere. Right then, guys. Help me put the ingredients in. Ray shouted out as he used his magic to light up a large fire below the pan. Ray then proceeded to make food with the pan, as everyone can see him work easily with this ridiculously huge pan. Ray was sweating heavily when he had finished the portion enough for a village and sat down panting a little while everyone was cheering for the amazing food they just tasted. Meliodas walked over with some Burnia ale and handed one to Ray. Dad, you know I don't drink. Ray said with a small tired smile. Just try it for today. After all, you did just save a village. Meliodas said as he sat down. Ray thought about it a little and decided to drink only for today. It was only after quite a few pints did Ray start to have a deep blush. Ray was about to reach for another one when Meliodas stopped him. I think that's enough for today. Meliodas said, shaking his head. Fine, Ray said in drunken voice. Hey Dad. Can you help me with something? Ray asked. Sure, what do you need help with? Meliodas asked. Drink more ale. I have a name I remember, but every time I do my heart hurts. I don't remember what she looks like, what she likes, what's her personality, but I know that she was important to me. Every time a girl came up to me and say they love me, my mind would tell me don't accept, you'll let her down. My heart feels hollow, Dad, it hurts. Ray said as he laid his head on his arms. Meliodas could only sigh as he could hear the sorrow in Ray's voice. He put his hand on Ray's shoulder and said, "Heis, just hold on to that name and never let go. If your heart still aches, let the rest of us fill it in for you, okay?" Meliodas patted Ray's shoulder. "Sure, Dad," Ray said as he fell asleep. Meliodas could only shake his head as he didn't know his son held such sorrow in his heart. Chapter 78, Diane. Ray woke up early in the morning as usual. "Fuck," Ray said as he had a huge headache from last night. He could only shake his head as he walked down to make himself some soup to clear his a little. The scent of him making food woke up the rest of the guys as they walked downstairs. "Morning," Ray said as he had some of his soup. "What do you guys want for breakfast?" Ray asked as they sat down. "The usual," both Meliodas and Hawk said. "Same as Meliodas Sama," Elizabeth said. Ray nodded as he brought out a pan and started to make 3 portions of an omelette breakfast. "So Dad, how far away are we from Diane-san?" Ray asked as he finished the dish and took his apron off. "Oh, we'll be there in a few hours," Meliodas said, taking a bit from the omelette. "Got it, just leave the dishes in the sink, I'll clean them up after my morning routine," Ray said as he walked out. Ray then applied restraining seals on his body as he started to do body training under heavy pressure. It took Ray a full hour as he had finished his routine, causing his body to ache, but his regeneration healed it up quickly. Ray could see a huge gathering of mist off into the distance as he knew that was where they were going. Walking back in, Ray started to clean up dishes. "So can you tell me a little about Diane?" Elizabeth asked, sitting on the counter while she watched Ray clean the dishes. "Well, she is from the giant clan. She doesn't like fighting too much and is very caring to friends and family. She is also like my big sister in the group," Ray said with a smile as he finished washing up the dishes. "I see, you sound like you see everyone in the Sins as family," Elizabeth said as her gaze followed Ray. "I don't see them as my family. They are my family. Meliodas is my dad, Merlin is like a mother to me, and everyone else is like my siblings that look after me. If it wasn't for Dad picking me up, I won't ever experience the feeling of having a real family," Ray said as he smiled in nostalgia as he hadn't seen them in 12 years. "Then you must be excited to see them again then." Elizabeth smiled, seeing Ray's care for the 7 sins. "Of course. If I could, I would want to teleport Hawk Mama to the locations, but my mana won't allow for it," Ray said as he shrugged. He then went to find Meliodas for more spars as they waited for Hawk Mama to arrive at the Forest White Dreams. Hawk Mama came to a stop as she reached the destination. Digging a hole in the earth, Hawk Mama rested once more. "Oh yeah, Dad, let me deal with the illusions, okay?" Ray asked as he, Meliodas, Elizabeth and Hawk walked near the forest entrance. Ray carried a huge bag easily as it held the ingredients to make a meal when Diane wakes up. "Sure, go for it," Meliodas said as Ray would be more efficient in dispelling the illusions. Hearing Meliodas' approval, Ray crafted a seal in each hand as he passed the seals to each of them. "This is the Clear Mind seal that can dispel any low-tier and some mid-tier illusions," Ray said as he put a seal onto himself. Soon they could see prankster imps trying to use illusions but failed. Ray sent a small zap of lightning, causing them to run away frantically. "Tada, see, any low-tier illusions are dispelled," Ray said with a grin as he turned to the group. "Amazing," Elizabeth said with an amazed expression. "All right, Ray, we got it. Now we need to hurry to find Diane," Meliodas said with a straight face. "Che party pooper," Ray said as he continued to walk. It wasn't long until they saw a sleeping Diane. "Oh, Diane-san hasn't changed a bit," Ray said looking at Diane. "Giants age slower after all," Meliodas said as he sat down. Ray put down his bag as he started to bring out different equipment for cooking. He suddenly brought up a log of wood, blocking a lightning strike as he used it to light up the fire. "Dad, deal with Gil-chan, I'm cooking right now," Ray said without even looking at Guild-Hunter. "Sure, just make sure to make me a portion too," Meliodas said, jumping off the rock. "No problem," Ray said as he finished setting up and started to cook. Every so often there would be a flash of lightning coming towards Ray. Ray would bring up a tool which got heated and helped him cook. Thanks, needed that. Ray would call out every time it happened, making guilt hunters frown twitch. And every time lightning went to Elizabeth, Ray would throw a knife or fork, making the lightning bend. Soon, an intoxicating aroma filled the area as Ray finished the dish. Placing it in front of Diane, Ray waited for her to wake up. Her eyelids fluttered open as she saw Ray sitting there looking at her with food ready. Ray-chan. She muttered, unsure. Hey Diane-san, long time no see. Ray smiled. Diane quickly grabbed Ray and hugged him by her cheeks. Ha ha ha, Ray-chan. You're safe. Why did it take so long for you to visit? She said with a smile. Ha ha ha, Diane-san, we can talk later, but Dad is fighting Gil-chan over there. Shall we send him back so that we can catch up? Ray said, pointing at Guilthunder. Diane nodded as she stood up and kicked Guilthunder, causing him to be launched away. Ray's sweat dropped at this as he didn't think Diane would do it like this. Diane-san, I've made some food so you should eat up before it gets cold. Ray said, smiling. Diane sat down with Ray as she started to eat. Delicious. Ray-chan, I didn't think you were this good at cooking. She praised as she ate the food. Ray chuckled. Thanks Diane-san, me and Dad have been running a tavern these few years and I improved in my cooking to make more money. Ray said as Meliodas came over. Captain. Diane shouted as she hugged Meliodas too. Ray sat down on a rock as he watched Meliodas introduce Elizabeth to Diane, causing her to frown in jealousy before ignoring her and continued to eat. Once she had finished, Ray started to use magic to clean up the dishes. Ray. Meliodas called out. Yeah, what's up, Dad? Ray said, turning around. I managed to get the location of Ban and King from Guilthunder before he was kicked away. Meliodas said, causing Diane to giggle at the thought. Oh, so where is Ban Nii-san and King? Ray asked. Ban is in based prison, so we'll get him first. Meliodas said. Hey Ray-chan, are you going to nibble on your Ban Nii-chan's neck? Ha 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 ha. Diane teased Ray as she laughed. This caused Ray to have a slight twitch in his smile as he flipped Diane off with a middle finger. I'm 16 and you want me to nibble on Ban Nii-san's neck? Are you serious? Ray said while he packed up the tools. Che, Ray-chan isn't as cute as he was when he was a kid. Diane said as she stood up. Of course not. Yours truly here is now handsome. Ray said. More like beautiful and feminine. Meliodas chipped in with a grin. Shut it, Dad. Ray said, carrying the bag in his back. The group walked back to Hawk Mama as they prepared for Based Prison Chapter 79, Ban. Ray was cooking breakfast for everyone. Hey Dad, I'm gonna head to Based Prison first, is that okay? There should be 3 people coming to try take Eli-chan back, so you can handle that, right? Ray said as he cooked. Sure. Meliodas said simply. Just in case, Dad, here's a few seals for you. Healing, barrier and clear mind. Also this one is for teleporting me to where you are in case you need some extra hands to help. Ray said, giving Meliodas 3 of each seal and 1 for teleporting. I don't think I'll need the last one, but I'll take it just in case. Meliodas said, accepting the seals. Ray finished making their food as he packed ingredients to make Banso food as well. Well then, I'll see you later, Dad. Ray said as he walked outside. Meliodas only nodded as he ate his food. Diane-san. Ray called out. Yeah. What is it, Ray-chan? She said, looking at him. Your food is ready, and can you throw me to the direction of Based Prison? Ray asked. Oh hiya. Can't wait to drink Ban Nii-chan's blood. Diane said with a shit-eating grin. Fuck off. Ray said, not denying since he indeed couldn't wait to drink the blood. Ha ha ha, hop on. Diane said as she opened her palm. Ray jumped onto the palm as she held him. Winding up, Diane broke into a sprint and launched Ray high into the air. Allowing the force to carry him, Ray looked around for Based Prison. Seeing the prison, Ray smiled before making some blood wings and flew downwards. Landing by the entrance, Ray walked normally as he smiled. Guards soon approached him in hostility. Who are you? This place is off limits. They said. Ray only snapped his fingers and sent a wisp of Conqueror's hockey to knock them out. Sorry, but I can't be bothered to deal with you right now, Ray said as he walked forwards. His Conqueror's hockey was as strong as before, but it took a lot out of him to use it like before, so now he would control it into wisps to knock out people in front of him without tiring himself out. Where is Ben Nii-san? Ray muttered as he entered the prison. Guards would try to attack him, but he just sent out wisps of hockey to knock them out. He walked towards a guard he left conscious. Excuse me, but do you know where Fox Sin of Greed Ben is? Ray asked with a smile. However, the guard had found that smile the most horrifying one he had ever seen. Quickly telling him where to go, Ray thanked the guard before knocking him out. Arriving before Ben's cell door after knocking out the two outside, Ray could hear Ben call out. Oi, what was that? Did you two smash your head against the wall? PFT. Carefree as usual, Ray thought. Unlocking the door, Ray walked in with his face covered to surprise Ben. Oh hiya, so now they send kids to me, Ben said looking at Ray but couldn't help but feel like he was familiar. Ray didn't say anything before he unpacked his bag and started to cook. Ben watched in curiosity as he could tell that this person in front of him was amazing at cooking just by the aroma coming from the process. Yo kid, you're pretty good at cooking, you know. Are you a chef? Ben asked. Ray ignored him as he finished his cooking and handed Ben the dish. Wow, so extravagant, is this my so-called last meal? I thought you guys stopped this a while ago. Don't get me wrong, I'll eat this, but count me as surprised, Ben said as he broke the chains on his arms and prepared to eat. Kid, you're not surprised I broke the chains? Ben asked, seeing the person in front of him have no reaction. Ray only shook his head as he watched Ben eat his meal. Delicious. Holy shit, this is good, Ben shouted as he ate faster. Well, that's good to know, Ben Nii-san, Ray said with a smile as he uncovered his face. Ben went wide-eyed as he caused the familiar red eyes looking at him. Asterisk PPPPFFFFFFTTTTTTTTTT. Ben spat out food in surprise, causing Ray to quickly dodge left from the stream of food being spat out. Are you really Ray? Ben said, examining Ray. Yep. Ray nodded. Ben paused for a moment before ripping Ray's arms off. Holy shit, Ben Nii-san, Ray shouted as he quickly regenerated his arm. Ha ha ha, you are Ray, Ben said happily, still holding Ray's arm. Is this how you check if it is me? What if I lost my immortality? Ray said as he sat down. Then I'll give you my blood to help you fix the arm, Ben said as he threw away the arm and continued to eat. Che, haven't seen you in 12 years and the first thing you do is rip off my arm. What the fuck? Ray said, taking a barrel from his bag. Ha ha ha, sorry about that. Want to nibble on my neck and drink blood like you did as a kid? Ha 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 ha, Ben said as he laughed. Fuck off, just put the blood in the barrel. I ain't drink blood from your neck, Ray said, pointing at the barrel. Kiddo, what if I go dry from the lack of blood after filling the barrel? Ben said as he looked at the barrel bigger than Ray's body. Bitch please, last time I'm pretty sure the blood I drank could have filled a lake. This barrel is letting you off easily since I haven't drank any blood for 12 years. Ray said, pointing at the barrel. Ben laughed as he made a cut in his vein and pushed blood into the barrel. He continued to eat with his spare hand. Say kiddo, are you sure you're a boy? I mean, looking at you now, you look more beautiful than anything. I might have to say I have a little sis instead of bro, Ben said, looking at Ray. Tisk, yours truly will be more handsome when I get older, just you wait. But you look like an old geezer with that beard of yours, Ray said, pointing at Ben. Ha ha ha, every single hair on this beard means I'm more of a man. Ha ha ha, kiddo, when will you grow something like this? Ben said, stroking his beard. This. Ray was about to say something, but he realized that he had never grew a beard at all, leaving his face bare of any sort of facial hair. Fuck, Ray said, causing Ben to laugh. Anyways, Dad is gathering the rest of the guys, Ray said, causing Ben to grin widely. Ho, seems like something fun is happening for Captain to gather the guys together again, Ben said, finishing his meal as well as fill the barrel up. Gathering the dishes, Ray put them back into the bag as he sealed the opening of the barrel and inserted a long small rubber tube to act like a straw. Ray then put the bag onto his back while he carried the barrel and drank blood. Ray smiled blissfully while he drank blood. Ban could only laugh as he walked out of the cell and saw Jericho walking towards the duo. Ban nii sen you deal with it, I'm having my meal. Ray said as he drank the blood. Jericho didn't say anything as he flashed forward and cut towards Ban and Ray. Ban had used this moment to cut off his excess hair, pissing off Jericho, while Ray froze because she had cut his straw of the barrel, causing the blood to spill. Ray's hair shadowed his eyes as set down the barrel so that the blood won't spill. Ban and Jericho didn't notice this as Ben continued to insult Jericho as a pretty good barber boy. Ray tapped on Ban's shoulder, causing his to turn around and saw Ray's hateful red eyes staring at Jericho. Ban didn't know what happened, so he looked around and saw wasted blood and knew Jericho had fucked up. Oi barber boy, you have my condolences. Ban said, causing Jericho to be confused until she felt a hand of her face and saw Ray's red eyes staring into hers. Ray proceeded to smash her around like a rag doll, breaking the walls of the prison easily. Ray then grabbed Jericho by the neck as he smashed her down onto the ground, causing the floors to collapse and destroy the prison. Ban quickly grabbed Ray's barrel of blood to not let more go to waste. Soon Jericho laid there battered and bloody while Ray calmed down a little and walked to Ban and got a new small rubber tube to drink blood from. Heis, kiddo, you still have that temper of yours whenever someone interferes with you drinking blood. Ban said as his ruffled Ray's hair like he did when Ray was still a child. 12 years without blood and she dares to waste a portion of my meal. Ray said, drinking blood once again. Ban only shrugged as they walked out of the ruins of Based Prison and towards where Meliodas and the rest of the guys would be. Chapter 80, Change. Ray and Ban met up with the others while Ray had finished his drink. Ray-chan, did you enjoy your drink? Diane asked. Ray nodded as he happily smiled from the first taste of blood after 12 years. Ray suddenly felt a pulse of fatigue causing him to stumble. Grabbing onto a table, Ray quickly asked the system what was going on. Host is experiencing a metamorphosis since Host had replenished the body with blood after 12 years. Host, long will it take to finish metamorphosis? Ray asked while he clutched his head, causing everyone else to worry. A few days to maybe weeks. Ray nodded as he looked at Meliodas. Hey Dad, I'm really tired right now, I head off to sleep first. Ray said as he fainted. As soon as Ray fainted, a blood cocoon wrapped around his body, causing the others to be worried. Hey Captain, I think it's because kiddo hadn't drank blood for so long. We know that vampires get their mana from blood, so maybe that's what's happening to the kiddo. His body is adapting to the increase of mana. Ban said, looking at the blood cocoon. Maybe. Meliodas said, looking at the cocoon before lifting it and bringing it to Ray's room. Name, Ray. Age, immortal. Bloodlines, origin demon, Alucard. Combat rank, high dash, mid-king. Ray saw his stats as he finally woke up. Mid-king, huh? Ray mumbled as he had a look at his body. Not much had changed except for the fact that his skin looked soft and more nourished. He could also feel his mana reserves being a lot bigger. Show me Meliodas' current combat rank. Ray said, getting off of the bed. Half-step world. And to think that this is merely leftovers after his power was taken by Merlin. Ray said as he looked out and saw that Hawk Mama was near the place where they would find King. Seeing that he still had some time before the group returned, Ray sat down and summoned out his Zanpakuto. Kyoki, Tengaku, it's been a while. Ray said, looking at his Zanpakuto. It took you long enough to unlock us again. Kyoki called out in his mind. It seems like your foundations and control are much better this time. Tengaku commented. Yeah, I had to train with Dad and Merlin, who like to hammer in the basics into me. Ray said, smiling. But it is for good reason, so it seems. You can hold a fight much better now. Tengaku said, which Kyoki agreed. So how far can I access my abilities now? Ray asked. You can hold only my Bankai for a little while. As for Kyoki, he is experiencing some change, so it'll take a while to use him. Tengaku said. Yeah, don't worry about it. In the time I'm gone, Tengaku should be able to help you solve your problems. Kyoki said. Well, I hope whatever had changed will be good for you. Ray said with a smile. Ha 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 ha, Ray, I'll be stronger than ever when I finish, so just you wait. Kyoki said as his voice grew fainter. I will. Ray said as he unsummoned Kyoki. Say Tengaku, do you have any idea who Eve is? I remember her name but not much else. Same here. Someone had probably tampered with the memory itself. The only way to undo it is to ascend to the higher realms, so it seems. Tengaku said as she is part of his soul, her memories were altered as well. I guess that's the only way. Ray said, shaking his head. Well, I'll call you out when I'm in trouble, okay, Tengaku. But it's nice to have you here again. Ray said, looking at the blade in his hands. It's nice to be back, Ray. See ya. Tengaku said as Ray unsummoned her. Ray then went down to the kitchen to make a meal, welcoming the Meliodas and the others back. It wasn't long until the rest of the group returned with the addition of King. They were confused as they could see smoke come out of the chimney and then realized what could have happened. They looked at each other before nodding and rushed into the tavern. Inside they saw Ray with an apron on waiting for them. Yo, you guys hungry? Ray said as he turned around with a smile. Kiddo, you're finally up. What happened back there? Ben asked. Just my body catching up to what my strength should have been. Now I'm a lot stronger. Ray said as he looked over to Ben. What say we have a barbecue outside? Ray asked. Sure. Meliodas said as he helped carry some of the items. Hey King Nii-san, long time no see, and you seem to have lost a lot of weight. Ray said, looking at King. My other form was much better than this one. So much nobility and you couldn't even understand it. King said, laying on his pillow. Hey, it's all about perspectives. Ray shrugged as he brought the ingredients outside. Whilst everyone was eating, King brought up the question about their sacred treasures. Say, I've noticed that all of you don't carry your sacred treasures with you. Do you have it stored away safely? King asked, eating a skewer of meat. Lost mine. Diane said with her tongue out. Sold mine. Meliodas said as he gave a grin. Mine got stolen. Ben said, drunk. I just made mine. Ray said as he drank blood from a cup. Shame on you. King said with a snort in his fat form. Captain, why did you sell yours? Ben, how did yours get stolen? And Ray, how did you make yours? King asked. Well, I needed money for the tavern. Meliodas said, scratching the back of his head. Mine was stolen when they put me in the prison. Ben replied, drinking some more ale. I just made it now with my magic after I drank Ben Nii-san's blood. See. Ray said, summoning Tengaku. What does it do? King asked. Secret. I'll tell you guys next time. Ray said, finishing his drink and stabbing a straw onto Ban's wrist, refilling his cup. King only shrugged as Hawk was curious. Aren't these guys doing pretty well without the sacred whatevers? Hawk asked. You see, Sir Pig, if a lake is the total mana a sin has, then how much mana can you gather using your hands? However, with the sacred treasures, we are able to draw out the full potential. With the exception of Ray and Merlin, since they have great control over their mana, they don't need a scared treasure to help them draw out more. King said, demonstrating with the lake. I see, then why did you sell yours? Hawk shouted as he grabbed Meliodas with his hooves. Ha 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 ha, Hawk. Dad needed some money for the tavern after all. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to cook you this food. Ray said, causing Hawk to pause. Fine, only because it gave us good food. Hawk said as he started to eat once again. Don't you have your priorities wrong? King commented, seeing Hawk like that. The group only chuckled while they continued their barbecue.